Drifting SA. I'm being told my mic's not working, but it is on and it is loud and it is clear and we are here. Okay, we had an excellent day yesterday. Drift Collective was held, it was run, it was done. Tate Lindstrom took the top step and all our drivers and more are back today to compete in the States Series. A little bit of an adjustment from the tyres yesterday. They were running a 265. We're now running a 235. And we've also got our L2 drivers that is our beginners, our go-getters that are just dabbling their feet in drifting and just warming up to the competition life. I am joined here by none other than Kai and Callum, absolute go-getters. Boys, how are we enjoying ourselves so far?
Perfect day today. Not a cloud in the sky over the track right now. It's beautiful and sunny. Those of us who were here yesterday for Drift Collective might be feeling those UV rays just a little bit too much, but what an absolutely perfect day for the first round, Drifting SA this year, 2026.
Yep, very exciting. Yesterday was absolutely jam-packed. Excitement from the get-go. It's good that a lot of these drivers in the collective round are going to come and do L1 now, but like Mez was saying, we're going to have the addition of L2. These are drivers that might not be as experienced, they haven't been in the sport for very long, but it gives them the opportunity to battle and get used to these things and get used to the nerves and really see if they want to excel and get into L1 one day.
Well, that's exactly it. You've got to try before you buy. You know, you got to figure it out before you fully commit, and that's exactly what our L2 drivers are doing out there. They do run a slightly different starting run-up. That is just to, slow things down, get the evenness playing field there and just decrease the daunting nature of entering against a wall at top cog.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. It's not only is it a shorter run-up, but also the judging criteria is a little bit more relaxed. We're not like looking for 1%ers. If like we are in L1, we do allow like a bit more of a gap. Slightly slower transitions and stuff like that. This isn't about smashing your car into the wall because you're going too quick. This is about just learning and also getting that confidence up to then build yourself up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And just to explain, we are about to get into our battle qualifying. So it's going to look like these drivers are battling one another, but they're actually working together. So drivers are marked individually on a score out of 10. And it's just to get the drivers warmed up into the mix. And it's a different form of qualifying. We do things differently here at Drifting SA, but the drivers are working together. That is the crucial thing to understand. So also, if, say the lead driver has a spin and that doesn't really allow the chase driver to have a good chase run, our judges are actually going to use their brains and figure that one out, and the chase driver isn't going to be compensated against.
Yep, that's exactly right. And I think we've just got our first battle on the go. So this is the modified run-up. So L1 will actually use the faster layout, but this is just a little bit more time just to get used to, proximity of the car in front of you. At the moment, we've got Joel Spagnolo and Jack Wilson. So Joel in the 32, the Evolution Car Sales 32, and we've got Jack in the E46. Jack in the lead now. Great entry for the first lap. Joel using that, jump the speed gate just a little bit, but gets right behind him again. Jack doing a great job in the lead. He's doing exactly what the judges have asked him for from the get-go. Joel gets up, tries to close the door, but Jack's a bit too quick around there. Really wide around that horseshoe. That should give the chase car a really good opportunity to get up and close. That's a nice clean run to start the day. Well done.
And we're not dawdling around, setting the next cars out. I'm just going to go the commentator guess here, and it looks like maybe James Herman is leading. I'm going to go with Ethan Forster in the skyline there.
Yep, could be right. Yep, Ethan Forster. That does look like a white R31, yeah.
And look at that. Absolutely nailed it, boys.
Nailed it. You are incredible.
Yeah, I need some enthusiasm. Here we go. And James just gets the party started a little bit later, and that means he's zeroed in there. But these are our L2 drivers. They're just getting to figure out on things, sorting themselves out. Cameron in the background doing a good job stringing the run together. But yeah, again, these are our drivers that are just beginning, getting started out, figuring out how the competition life goes. Because, boys, it can be a completely different ball game. When you're out there by yourself and there's no rules dictated, like, you can drift quite free-flowing. And then all of a sudden, the competition nature, hey, I need you to drive here, I need you to hit these clipping points, and all of a sudden you're like, I've actually got to think about what I'm doing here.
And a completely different ball game as well when we're talking about two cars trying to intentionally get as close as possible to each other. The first time you're experiencing that, you know that that's not what cars are meant to do when you're on the street.
As we see Joel and Jack go again. Joel in the front now. A nice entry. Nice and wide. Jack doing a great job. He's just slowed it down a tiny little bit.
Bit of a straighten
up.
up.
Bit of a straighten up there, unfortunately. But like I said, we just started. This is battle rounds, so it's not like you're automatically out one and done. You will get scored. You will get another chance, and you will fight again. So he's doing a great job to get back up and around that horseshoe there. That looks like another little straight, and it looks like the lead car looks like he's about to over-rotate, but he holds on. No harm, no foul.
Really good job from Jack there on that chase run. And Joel doing a really great job in the lead for that time around. Like we said before, is a little bit of a mix up there for the speed gate that first run as we see another two cars head down the line. James and Ethan Forster. Nice big entry of the R33, a little bit shallow there. Trying to get acquainted with this. And the big off for the R31 there.
No, he hasn't hit. That's good. Yeah, that was a bit of a straight and a bit of a lock-up maybe, but thankfully looks okay. The 33 will finish the lap. Getting to that outside clipping zone really nicely there. And then into the horseshoe. Smoking it up. Great angle.
Yeah, unfortunate off there from that R31 there. It's good that he managed to pull it back out onto the track and we'll sort of finish up this run. But again, we're hoping to see these drivers working together and trying to make the most of the run that they have together. Next up here on the track, we have Ryan Snell in the FG Falcon and Oscar McPherson in the BA Falcon. Aussie brute force heading down the straight. Here we go, Falcon v Falcon. Coming through the speed gauge into that first big entry. Coming through on that slightly low.
There. That's really good from Rylan. The BA is doing a great job in the lead though. Rylan just drops one little wheel off the side there, but that's okay. It is L2, like I said. We're not looking for the 1%ers here. This is a feeder series into L1. Great job there by Rylan.
And Ryan doing his best to try and hit those outer clip zones is where we want the rear of his car to be. But a couple of little dirt drops, whatever. Oscar doing a good job of trying to maintain that close proximity there.
And I tell you what's really interesting, boys, and it just goes to show how good our L1 drivers and like how much of the little stuff, the little 1%ers that you don't notice, the speed gate. Now, it's happened for the first few qualifying battles here. The chase driver is up way too far and they're just getting called out, trying to, get on that door. And that in itself is a technique to figure out and adjust to the lead car. So a few drivers getting caught out there and that's not going to help them in the chase. But hey, that's why we have L2.
So at the moment we've got Corey in the 370, Jordan McCrate in the purple V35. Corey, a bit of a shallow line. The V35 going very wide. Corey straightens to get around the second corner and it looks like the chase car has as well. They reinitiate and he's spun in the chase, unfortunately. Corey doing a good job here in the 370Z.
Yeah, Jordan just struggling in that chase position, trying to work out how close can I get, what's happening with that car in front. It's probably the most difficult part about being in that chase position is trying to anticipate what the car in front of you is actually going to do, let alone the fact that when you're coming down this straight here at the Bend Kartdrome, you're doing so at close to 150 k's an hour, and then you have to throw it into one of the longest corners here on this track. It's not for the faint-hearted there, Mez.
No, definitely not. And as we see our Australian battalion, Rylan and the absolute go-getter in the BA Falcon, they're going to switch it round. We're going to feel the Earth axes rotate. And let's just see how Rylan will handle the lineup here on the chase as he's ahead.
You see him looking out the window, looking right at Ethan, trying to work out where to initiate. Does a good job.
Nice
really
there.
Close to him now. This is the third battle of L2. And the proximity already is incredible between these two massive Falcons.
Oscar doing a really good job in that lead, coming out nice and wide, giving Ryland plenty of space to sneak on in and dive into close to his door, hitting those clipping points as well. Just great to see. Really good run, actually, from both these drivers.
Good.
Close proximity the way through. Great job for an L2 run. Love to see it. Perfect way to start out the day.
Well, that will be 10 points each, I reckon.
Yep.
And that's because one of the judges is his dad.
Yeah.
No, our judges are not biased like
Jack's
that.
not-
And
Jack's not,
Jackson is
judging today.
not that type of operator whatsoever. But the joke was too good. Oh, he's not even judging. There we go.
Yeah.
He was up here judging yesterday, and
Corey's
I just
just
threw him
lost
in the
it.
boat. So he'll be down there.
Both
Both
of them have come
drivers.
off. Wow. So both cars, unfortunately, coming off the track there. Someone's lost a bumper, but they're back on, trying to just finish the run, get maximum points. And another spin, unfortunately, but no contact, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, unfortunately there with Corey losing that rear bumper in the 370. Both of those cars going off towards the dirt there. That's been beautifully wet down, so it's not kicking up too much smoke this morning. But going off, obviously, you're going to be picking up a little bit of mud and dirt in the car. You don't want to be seeing both cars in that run going off, given that they are trying to be working together. So we see our next lot of cars hit the track here. Have Cameron in the R31 and Josh in the 350Z heading down the straight here. 350Z in the lead, pulling out that little bit wider, trying to hit that clip. The R31 doing his best. He's straightened up a fair bit there, but he's trying to keep nice and close. Chase back up to that 350Z of Joshua's. R31 now slightly dropping back. That 350Z keeping a decent line, hitting that outer zone. The R31 trying to catch up. You can see him straightening up just to try and tuck himself in there that little bit more. Maybe struggling to keep up with the power of that 350Z. Good lead run there from Josh, doing his absolute best. Cameron doing his best to try and keep up there. A few straightens up, but again, like we keep saying, L2, we want to make sure that these guys are doing their best, getting experience with the track for potentially for some of these guys even for the first time. So we can see there that rear bumper being scooted off the track. And big shout out to our volunteers. Braving the sun for the second day in a row. A couple got absolutely roasted in the sun yesterday. It is definitely high UV. So if you're here at the track, definitely want to be slapping. Make sure you are sun safe, and of course earplugs available inside as well for all the little ones to be able to protect your hearing. Given that you only get one set of ears, you want to protect them.
That's
Next
right.
lineup coming down here, Kai, we've got Ethan.
Yeah, Ethan Dine and Zach Ferguson. Zach in the AU, Ethan in the ELEF. I'm not quite sure. Bit of a bobble into the entry there, but he reinitiates. Does not a bad job. He's gone a little bit wide. The cutler tie now he's gone completely off, but it's okay. So the dirt there has been wet down, so we're going to try and keep the dust down, try and keep the dust off the main track. So that's also really important as well. We don't really want to see the drivers getting into the dirt and then putting the foot down, because we will get in trouble. But nice way to end the battle there. It creeps up just a little bit to finish the run. And already we have the next battle, so they've swapped around. Cameron Lopretti in the lead now, in that R31. Josh using the speed gate very well as Cameron goes past. A great fluid entry into turn one. Nice and wide. Chase car right next to him. Very nicely done as Cameron comes around now. Very nice flowing lines. Bit of a small lock up there, and it's quick reinitiation from the chase driver just to try to get a little bit closer. But as they come around the horseshoe now, they will close it up just a little bit.
Josh did a really good job there of just backing up just enough while Cameron had that lock up. Kept giving him some space there. Fortunately avoided some contact. Really good job there in the chase from Joshua, and Cameron doing his best in that lead run following tricky sort of chase run up against Josh there, but good run that second go.
Yeah, we've got Ethan and Zach again. We are absolutely going through these battles. as the AU Falcon initiates, the EF just sits back a little bit and then joins the party as he makes up a little bit of space on him. The AU doing a good job putting a nice lead run on. A bit of a bobble in the chase as he tries to get back close and reinitiate here. What will we see? AU doing a nice job, yes. Yeah, big straighten, but he's gone very wide on the horseshoe, which lets the chase car get right up there.
The EF must have been installed with some hydraulic suspension there, bouncing all over the place. An absolute beast of a car, the Falcon, but great job there from Zach with the AU.
Right, now we have Ryan Powney in the V35 and Leo Chingola in the S14. So Ryan Powney in the lead. Let's see what he can do. A great snappy entry. The chase driver had a little bit more angle, but it does do a straighten. They both straighten to get to the next corner. Ryan with a big flick. Chase driver doing a great job to emulate.
Oh, big
and
spin.
A big spin, but Ryan just finishing the run off, nice and wide.
You can see Leo in that S14 there. He's got the angle. He definitely had it coming into that first corner. It was a really good initiation, quick snap and everything, but trying to then control that angle, especially when you're in the chase position. You've got that V35 of Ryan Powney in front of you. You want to make sure you're not getting too rowdy. You just want to be following them nice and close. As we see down the line here, Kay Nash, Ricky Lee up in the Sil 80. Ricky Lee coming in nice and tight and close there in the chase position. Kay Nash in the E36 BMW doing a good job in that lead run. We'd love to see this sort of driving in the L2 spot. Both doing a really good job. Close proximity, following each other really well, hitting those outer zones. This is a really good run from both of these drivers. Hats off to you. Beautiful stuff from both.
Yeah, really good by Ricky. She's been doing L2 for a while now. A lot of track days and a lot of experience, and it just goes to show that seat time is king.
I think,
or queen in her.
In her case. By the end of today, hands on heart, I'll do my best pronunciation. Lipshinsky.
Lipshinsky, yeah.
Hey, we got him. Good way to start off the day, boys. Let's go.
Troy will be happy.
Ryan Powney and Leo heading back down the straight again. Leo up in the front in that S14. Holding that extra angle he's got there, trying his best to pull through this corner, the V35, bit of a straighten, but back up on the door. Both drivers doing a good job.
Oh, very early initiation in the chase by Ryan.
Tuck into the dirt as well, doing his best to recover and try and catch that S14 of Leo's, but all said and done there at the end of the course by that last corner there. Not too bad, not too bad. Both managed to get through most of that big first corner. Oh, big fire coming from the S14.
Leo's car.
Rear tyres of that car lighting up a little bit for us there. Wonder what's happened. We see our next two drivers just slowing it down. We had the red flag come out, and we see that fire.
Great work by Ryan Powney.
The S14.
Awesome work, Ryan.
Good
Gets there
teamwork.
straight away. Fireys are there. Get out the car. Well done.
Geez, the skill to save your life there wasn't really high on that driver's list, was it?
It's,
the car's on fire. Do you mind just putting it out, mate? I'll wait.
It's the Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, the invisible flames.
Save me, Jesus. Save me, Oprah Winfrey. Oh, it's still going.
Yeah, that must be a fuel line or something disconnected and just...
Jeez.
Yeah, I would get another one.
Yeah. What, another S14?
No, another fire extinguisher.
Yeah, that's definitely heating up that car. Hate to see it.
Yes, let's hope there's not too much damage to the S14. It looks like we were saying before, yes, fuel. We can still see the flames dripping down. There we go. Now we got the big boy out. Let's hopefully that the car isn't too bad, and obviously that the driver is okay. Once again, well done to Ryan Powney for jumping in there, using his initiative to get the first fire extinguisher in there.
They quickly pop the bonnet there and try and make sure that there's nothing else that's spreading.
Probably disconnecting the battery, I dare say.
Yeah. Unfortunate there for Leo, but yeah, as you say, Ryan Powney, big shout out for doing the right thing there as he drives off from the incident. And here in the commentators booth, we're going to do our best job of doing our sing-song, holding it down here. Stewie's heading over to investigate on the quad, make sure we're all hunky-dory. We get the recovery vehicle over as well. We hate to see it this early in the day, of course. But, it is motorsport, it is dangerous, and that's why we have these safety volunteers, everyone banding together, and especially important in these sort of situations with everyone from Drifting SA banding together. Incredible community vibes here at the Dory Wheels SA State Series. Of course, sponsors here, Shockworks, who are L1 sponsor, L2 sponsor, KSAP Worldwide, Best of the Rest sponsor, Scott's Tyres, Acostal Steering Systems, Shockworks, Sleeker Spares, JTR Race Trailers, NG Elec, Custom Imports, DC Motorworks, Outside Thinking, Evolution Car Sales, Edwardstown Powder Coating, Blackwood Hire and Rural IT Solutions. They're all the names you see if you're watching us here on the live stream. Down the bottom of your screen, they're all the businesses who support us here at Drifting SA, supporting local community action out on the track. And hopefully we'll be able to support our mate Leo here once he's back in the workshop trying to fix this unfortunate mishap here with his green S14. Again, good to see he's jumped out of the car. He's all okay. Our fireys making sure it's all safe and secure. Lots happening.
It's been the weekend for it. It's just like this is the fourth one now. It's yeah, it's not good to see, but it just goes to show why scrutineering is so important and why we put so many safety implements and why we have fireys on hand. It's you know, you don't want the worst to happen. And
no, absolutely not. And that's a big part of the safety portion of this event here for Drifting SA, is just making sure that all the vehicles are scrutineered and nice and safe. We're going to take a quick break here just while the fireys sort this vehicle out. We'll be back with you on the live stream in just a moment.
We brought over David Hunter from New Zealand. Welcome to South Australia.
Hey, how are you going? Thank you very much for having me. It's been an awesome time so far. You guys have been so accommodating, very friendly, very homely-like. You felt like my mum almost.
Don't say I'm that old. But it's your first time to South Australia, driving the awesome Tailem Bend. What would you say to people who are contemplating coming over to drive here? Any advice?
Well, obviously, since Stewie's been a bit of the backbone between the creation of the track, it's like very, very sort of Japanese sort of based, and I like the style of it. It's not big and open like New Zealand tracks. You don't have to have 1,000 horsepower to do these tracks. You can have anywhere from like a little Toyota Corolla to up into a 1,000 horsepower car, and they're still competitive. So it's cool. It's just however you want to throw the car around it. But I'm in the DSA 180S6 with the RB25 in it, and it's a bit of a honey. It's actually really nice to drive. I'm starting to enjoy it now on the 235. Starting to get my bearings with it. So, yeah, I should have been here on the Friday night for the practice to get the feelers out first and then figure out the water pump issues that we had. But now hopefully for a good day. I'm keen.
Yeah, yesterday we had that sad issue where the car was retired for a while with a water pump. We thought it was a cracked engine block. Happy to hear it's not that. It looks like it's doing well today. Yeah. You've done one practice session. You've done some driving. What are you noticing about the driving style here?
Cool, it's aggressive. That's one take away from this, but that's just what Stewie and the boys just drill into the drivers, which is quite cool. He wants people touching doors. You can see on most of the cars around here, there's rub marks on all the lower sides of the doors, whereas it's not as a common sight back home, which is everyone's sort of a bit more conservative and tracks are a bit more faster, I guess. So it's like the first corner here is like I finally started to get the feel of it, and like just trusting the car to go deep as you can. So yeah.
And so you say not that fast. So what speed would you be doing here compared to New Zealand tracks?
Oh, I don't know. There's no speedo in here, but the front entry speed's good, and then it just starts getting a bit slower on the second half of the section. But the bowl section's quite nice though. Maybe, I don't know, maybe 30 k's difference at a say, but you know that makes all the difference at the end of the day.
Well, sorry we don't have a speedo, you don't have a fuel gauge, so it's just go as fast as you can, don't run out of fuel, but we're wishing you all the best today. Have a great time and thanks for coming over.
Thank you very much for having me, guys. Hopefully for a good day.
It was on fire, so there is going to be some damage, but hopefully nothing too major. Anywho, we're back into this qualifying battle. That's right, it's still qualifying, ladies and gentlemen, and the action's already heating up. This is our L2 category. Ricky Lee leading there, gets out to the wall, very nice. I'm going to imagine that is Kane in the E36 in the chase there, and this is looking real ripper as Ricky winds on the angle. Getting out nicely, and who's there right near her? It's Kane Nash. This is looking great, Kai.
Yeah, wow, look at that. Wow, that was a great transition. That was bumper to bumper. This is L2, and this is amazing. This is just, look how close they are. Great job by Ricky Lee in around the horseshoe to give Nash the time and the to transition up onto a door. That was fantastic.
100%. Both drivers will be getting top scores there, I reckon. And yeah, as we mentioned yesterday, the roof slaps per minute.
Yes,
they're up there high.
Yep. That should be a unit of measurement, I think, after this weekend. We'll have to get some scientists onto that. As we've got Dean Slabos and Dominic Priest, another two Falcons, couple of BAs.
BA brothers.
BA bros.
BA boys.
The boys going for a nice Sunday cruise as they come down.
They've got the team matching no front bar look, and no rear bar as well. Apparently just no bars.
Look. Great work there in the lead. Dean, just a bit of a slight straighten just to get some what is it? Proximity is the word I was looking for. Proximity.
I was thinking more exposure on Instagram, maybe.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, put a filter on. Has a great little transition into the horseshoe there. It slows it up a little bit, gives the chase driver a bit more time to get on the door, to get the BA boys Falcon photo around that. There's a roof slap. That was 6.5 roof slaps, Mez.
I think, yeah, look, and I would be roof slapping if I was Dominic as well. That was a great lead run. I mean, it didn't set the world on fire, but it definitely filled all the criteria. And again, this is L2. These guys are our beginners. They're learning. And yeah, I think I'd be at least 10 roof slaps.
Yeah, yep. 10 roof slaps per bonnet. Here we go. Another battle here, R32 versus the 180. Harry Sneesby in the chase there. Doing a great job to keep up with that lead car.
And I think that might be Jock Manser, Kai. I'm just going to take a take a guess. It just...
Yeah, so I don't think it's been sent through, but I think you've done a really good job of guessing that one. As you go nice and wide through the horseshoe once again. That's a great first run from both drivers. Here we go. We've got the BA boys coming back around. They swapped it up. Red versus blue. Dino now in the lead. How many roof slaps are we thinking here, boys?
I'm at least 5. I'm committed to 5 roof slaps. Let's see if Dino can produce the brilliance that Dominic did. No. Gets the party started. There we go. I'm just going to say, gets the party started. Was a bit slow to wind onto lock there. Normally I'm very harsh and critical, but I feel obliged not to be so harsh and critical on our L2 drivers. But this is a nice, tidy, kosher run and should do well on the quali as long as I don't do the commentator thing. And there it is. There it is. All right, boys, I'm clocking off.
Been nice.
I'm clocking off. Sorry, Dino, that was my bad.
Double.
Oh, no. Double donuts.
Yeah, the Mez double donut.
That was definitely, I teed that up something chronic. I'm sorry, mate.
And we can see here, scientifically, there has been no roof slaps, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is not roof slap worthy. I think that's actually go to the commentary box and slap someone. So
I think that lands as a headbang instead. Bash your head against the roll cage. Headbangs per minute.
Oh, here we go. We've gone from BA boys to Beamer boys. We've got Riley Grigg and Brad Beecham.
Burgundy brothers. Burgundy Beamers.
Doing a great job there in the lead. The chase car, a couple of straightens, trying to get back up on his door. Really good job here. As a commentator, and if you paint your cars the same colour and with no stickers on, I am not going to know who's who. So
it's either Riley or Brad, and one of them stuffed up.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so there we just hot word off the press. Riley was leading.
Yes. Now we have two OGs of the L2 series, some Glitter Gang girls. We've got Kimi Shiko and Bonnie Thomas with a brand new look in the K70. Kimi doing a great job there. Bonnie very wide in the chase, and she just straightens up just to keep herself off of the dirt. Kimi doing a great job out the front. Nice flowing lap. Bonnie is going to have to try and play catch up here. Doing a very, very good job. Kimi going very wide. Bonnie trying her best to keep up, but it's okay. She does claw back a little bit. Great clean run from Kim there.
Yeah, that was nice in the lead. Filled all the zones, hit the criteria nicely. Bonnie just didn't quite get the party started. I think that's what sort of caused the straighten up down the back there. And it's a commitment type of game. And you know, if you don't commit to it, it's going to stuff your run up down the run. Anywho, moving on to this second part of this battle, qualifying battle, sorry.
Yes. We do have Harry Sneesby leading now. Doing a great job. Great proximity there from the chase driver.
Yeah, Jock Manser tucking on in, and these guys had a great run earlier, so no surprises here as Jock winds on in. And there's a spin. The hand was out the window to let him know, but it's like, brother, put him on the wheel and maybe try to figure out this situation.
It was a good job to avoid that one there. No harm, no foul, as they say. But look, if you have got one hand off the wheel, it's not going to do much to say apologies if you are also colliding into each other.
That must be a bit of go-karting background there.
Yeah.
All right, back to the Burgundy brothers. They're not actually brothers. We've got Riley in the chase now, and that is Brad Beecham leading.
Coupe versus sedan on this one.
Doing a great job there. These guys obviously drive a lot together. I think there's four of these Burgundy BMWs getting around, or red ones. They seem to be multiplying.
That would get confusing in the pits when you try to get back into your own car, wouldn't it?
I think just the savings on paint would be good though. It'd be worth it.
Group buy on Burgundy,
yeah,
you reckon?
That's right. I need all the Burgundy red you've got.
They'd probably get paint by the drumload.
Yeah, by the 44 gallon.
All right, it's back with Bonnie and Kimi. This time Bonnie will be leading, Kimi will be in the chase. Bonnie will be wanting to redeem herself a little bit with a nice lead run here.
Great speed into turn one. Very wide. Kim doing a great job there. A little bit shallow there just to try and catch up. Bonnie's gone off again in the same spot, unfortunately, but doesn't look too bad. She's back and she's under drift as Kim takes over. We'll finish this lap.
And, you know, there's another thing to add here as well. That is the first outing for Bonnie's fresh new look Corolla. So I'm sure that adds a bit more skepticism when you're driving. You're a little bit more timid because you got this fresh car, you don't want to ruin it. And I think that's what's happening down there. And you mentioned yesterday, you know, you've driven this track, I haven't, but you mentioned yesterday the drivers, you want to lift off because you think you're going up, but you need to put that foot down, and that's kind of the opposite thing you're inclined to do when you're a little bit timid.
That's right.
Driving your fresh new vehicle.
Yeah, it is mind over matter down that turn one, and I know from experience, wrapping my car was the worst thing I ever did because it made me such a worse driver. I was scared to even put it on the trailer sometimes. But
Mind games.
Yes, that's right. As we've got another couple BMWs coming down now, we have Matthew Taylor and Daniel Colasacco doing a great job there. A lot of smoke from the chase driver.
Yeah, so Daniel doing solid in the lead, but Matthew Taylor letting it rip with the smoke in the background. And this is looking pretty zesty for a L2 qualifying battle. Matthew just dumps the wheel in the dirt and lags behind a little bit, but the boys are pulling the run together. They're not filling the clipping zone on the back end there, but that doesn't matter because we're commentating.
And with L2, if you're pulling it all the way around the track here, you managing to get through that full lap, that is a big, big tick in the box, especially for a lot of these drivers today in L2, who this is going to be their first time out. Some of them, super inexperienced with tandems, all of that sort of stuff. As we move on to our next lot of drivers here, we've got Kobe Juice in that white S13, and Bradley Percival in the green S13. S-chassis vibes here on the Bend Cardrome as they enter into the corner. First big long turn, see if Cody's got the juice to keep pushing it through. Bradley, unfortunately, just that little bit shallow behind as Cody ducks off into the dirt just a little bit. Bradley doing his best to catch back up, but he's pulling the angle, he's pulling the smoke. He just needs to be right up near where Cody is. Kobe, again, doing a really good job to recover through these last few corners. Not that great of a sort of team tandem sort of setup here as we're hoping for the battle qualifying. We need them nice and close to each other. Proximity is a big, big factor when it comes to judging criteria for our judges today. But as we say, for L2 right now, we want to see these guys at least just getting around the bends, getting up against each other's doors and holding some good speed. As Matt Taylor in the black E46 and Daniel in the blue E36 come back around again onto the straight, swing around in that black E46 with Matthew Taylor in the lead, pushing it through into the out. Oh, too far out into the dirt, unfortunately, as Daniel manages to push himself through. He'll jump in front. And that chase driver then becomes the lead as Matthew Taylor in that black E46 recovers, tries to push his way back into contention here. He's pulling out some smoke, pushing his way through, holding some big angle, but that blue E36 of Daniel Colasacco, unfortunately, too far in front.
Yeah, it was a good job to not hit the lead driver as he's going off. They do carry a lot of speed through that corner. So yeah, good by all, especially for L2. As we've got Kobe coming around again with Bradley Percival in the green S13. Kobe is a young man. Don't quote me. I think he's only about 15, 16. I'm not quite sure, but doing a great job here. Nice entry. And a block up. Unfortunate lock up in there by Brad, but Kobe will come through and try and finish the lap. He'll get himself back under drift to try and get as many points as he can, and he's gone.
Unfortunately, both drivers coming off there. Bradley, of course, taking the rallycross route here. And, yeah, Kobe just ducking in behind some of our spectators who have a fantastic view of all the drifting action here. But obviously that's just tucked in behind the little hill here from our commentators' booth. Both drivers just doing their best to get around the circuit now and try and reclaim as many missed points as possible. Trying to get through the circuit here. As you say, Kobe Juice in the white S13 there, very young talent. We do have drivers ranging all the way from being able to even apply for their L plates, which is wild, getting into motorsport, getting into drifting, all the way through to some seasoned veterans who we'll see in the L1 competition. For those playing at home, watching the live stream, our L2 drivers, again, the rookie competition, if you will. They're younger, they're maybe less experienced. This is their first sort of entry and foray into competition drifting compared to our L1 drivers, some of the best drivers, not just in South Australia, but in the whole country, and our invitational driver as well, coming all the way from New Zealand. Some of the best drivers that we can possibly bring for you here at Drifting SA State Series Round 1, presented by Dory Wheels. As we see a next lot of drivers, Ben Phillips in the pink 180SX, and David Barnes in a jade-coloured E46. slowly working their way around before they hit the straight, hit that speed trap. They both want to be coming in nice and close, giving each other good proximity, and then absolutely thundering down that gas on the straight here as we send them on their way, light it up into the first corner. Nice close to the wall here from that pink pink 180SX rather, but just that little bit too much, carrying it off into the dirt. And David Barnes in the Jade E46, unfortunately, not able to keep it on the track as well. Might have been thrown off a little bit there by Ben in that 180. It's got the front all sorted, all good. But yeah, that chase then in the BMW becomes the lead. They're both doing their best to just work their way around the track now.
Yep, it's all about maximum points for what you can get. So if you do have an off, okay, it won't give you a 10, obviously, but you can still score points. Even if you get a couple corners in, you will score something. So like yesterday, you know, the bottom score, forget about it. The top score gets doubled. So you've always got one run. If that's your one bad run, don't worry about it. It won't affect you in the long run.
And that's a big component of this battle qualifying as well. Remember, they are working together. It's not your typical sort of battle scenario just out of the gate, nor is it a solo run qualifying that you might see in other competitions. These guys are working together, as we see here.
Yeah, it's
flying solo.
Just as you say, solo.
I know.
There's a Falcon by himself, so good little WADA, gets himself out onto the wall. Bit of a straight in, but that's okay. Reinitiates. Not too bad. Pretty wide where it needs to be. Could have been a little bit wider, kept it a bit longer, but this is L2. We're not racing for sheep stations per se.
We're drifting for sheep stations.
Drifting for sheep stations. Great, nice and flowing. Gets that outer clip there. Does a really good job around the horseshoe there. Nice and wide. Can he hang on to it? Yes, he can. Well done.
Nice to see a old long Falcon holding those sort of lines. Same kind of Falcon that I learned to drive in, and it's safe to say, I'm doing that in my old family hauler back in the day. It was 3-speed, 4-speed, something like that. Yeah, and tell you what, once it hit 300,000 kilometres and was sucking in water like you would not believe.
Did a head gasket?
Absolutely, you know it did.
Yes.
And look, I got to tell you, having to top it up with coolant after every single time you drove it got very old very quick. It certainly wasn't as much of a performance machine as some of the Falcons out here today.
Can't pick up chicks when you got to stop at every service station to put coolant in it. So, sorry Falcon, you got to go. As we go back, we're going to swap these cars around now. We're going to have Ben Phillips chasing in the 180SX with Dave Barnes in the Millennium Jade E46 leading. Let's see what these guys can do. These guys both had an off in their first battle. So they'll both be wanting to get maximum points here. They've got to work together now. Try and work together to get maximum points to get themselves up on the leaderboard. As they come and initiate, a nice little flick into turn one there. Chase driver Ben, just a little dawdle or something, I don't know. A little bit of a straight in, but he gets back into it. Great mimicking now. Oh, as E46 just goes a little bit too deep, doesn't get out of the gas. Stewie's going to lose his mind. Gives Ben a chance to get up onto the door. As they come around the horseshoe now, a little bit shallow from the lead, but still Ben doing a great job in the chase to get up nice and close as he then spins out. But that's okay, it was after the finish line, so it doesn't count. Now we have another solo coming. The Falcon is back. He's filled up the coolant. And he's going to come in. He's taking the chase line now. The first one was his lead. Now he'll do the chase. Oh, that was a massive axle tramp there. The whole back of the diff looks like it just fell out of the car and then went back into it.
There's Daniel Ferguson here in the Falcon, who we were just talking about head gaskets. We didn't talk about the axle tramp happening in this sort of car.
Yeah, the whole car just jumped 2 foot in the air, it looked like. That was not good.
Again, definitely not something I experienced in the family hauler back in the day, but no. I wasn't trying to slide that thing around a racetrack at 150 k's an hour.
I think he put the clutch in, gave it a clutch kick, and the diff said, absolutely not.
All right, boys, that was our L2 battle qualifying. We're still going to come back. We've still got a bit more battle qualifying to do, but we're moving on to L1, the big dogs, the pro towns. And coming out the gate, we're going to have Tate Lindstrom. He's going to be on a bit of a high. He was yesterday's Drift Collective winner. And that driver next to him in the S13, Joel Donegan, he managed to get 4th place. So we've got some top drivers here for our first L1 qualifying battle. Dory Wheels Drifting SA 2026 State Series. And here we go. Joel's going to be leading, Tate's going to be chasing, and both of them are going to be working together to put on the best run. Joel starts the party right alongside the wall. Tate taking that same line. Oh, they both go deep and wipe out.
Yep, still in Drift Collective mode from yesterday. Joel just going, it's a little bit of angle and also into the dirt, and I think Tate knew what was going to happen, so they will wait for each other and reinitiate. Joel and Tate. Tate has just looked like he's just woken up from his nap from yesterday and just resumed life. A great little dive in there on Joel as they come around the horseshoe now. Tate getting right up in there, trying to get maximum points. Joel doing a great job there.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can clearly see we do not need the sound effects board here for the live stream when we have a mez.
Yeah, I'll join in. And this looks like one of our Ride with the Pros, boys. If you're here spectating, because it's probably going to be a bit hard to achieve if you're at home, but you can go down, see the guys in the Drifting SA tent, and get yourself a passenger ride. Ride with a Pro experience, heading towards a wall at a significant rate of kilometres. It's a surefire way to get your day started. Get the adrenaline flowing, and most of all those drivers, good dudes as well. So great conversation to be had in the start line as Daniel Pryor leading the train there.
Yeah, John Simeon, second car in, Tim Greaves, and obviously Jared Klingberg. How could you not know him? Doing a great job there. So if you'd like to go for a nice little Sunday drive, don't worry if you're only wearing shirts and t-shirts. We've got long pants, long sleeves, we've got helmets, and we've got insane race cars just for you.
You got no excuse to get amongst it.
As we look at our next battle now, that looks like a Troy Lipczynski and a Trent Forrester. So Trent drove yesterday in the Drift Collective, was driving very hard. Then the best of the rest session was doing absolute backies. As Troy's in the lead now, Trent doing a really good job. That's a great entry by Troy, nice and wide. Trent doing a great job there to keep up with him. Troy's just absolutely smoking it, and Trent a little bit too shallow, taking out the tyres as he's tried to close the gap there. Doesn't faze him whatsoever. Right back on him. It's Troy now. Great lap. He's hitting all the zones. A little bit slow there into the horseshoe, which gives Trent an opportunity to get back up on the door.
Yes, solid lead run by Troy there, but he's a bit of a seasoned campaigner. You know, he's been around for a hot minute, and he's been doing a lot of laps yesterday in a non-competition setting.
Yes, yeah.
Nice way to ease into the weekend.
Yeah, he was doing a lot of expression sessions with Ricky yesterday. So, and they also did some pro rides as well to help the guys out. There was a lot of pro rides yesterday, so as we see them come through again, switching it up a little bit, giving the passengers one hell of a ride.
It's been a massive weekend here in South Australia for drifting. We had the nighttime drifting on the Friday. We had the Drift Collective all of yesterday, and as mentioned, expression sessions throughout the day, and then having round one today. Tomorrow, public holiday here in South Australia, so some of these drivers might actually get to put up their feet. Tate might actually have a nap after all of this. And yeah, if you haven't been down to the Bend, what have you been doing? As we can see here, Tate coming back down the straight here with Joel, ready for their next lineup. Tate in the lead. Both drivers holding a big entry and holding it nice and close to each other, both trying to make up for that spin out that they had in that first run where Tate was in the chase. Good proximity, trying their best to stick into the outer zones.
Wow.
Really good job. Big smoke show from Tate. Joel's doing his best to keep up with him. Ducking into that last corner. Really great proximity from these drivers. Love to see that. Good way to end that run.
Yeah, definitely both drivers getting high points on that one. You know, just a reminder, it is qualifying battles. Both of these drivers receive a score out of 10 individually as we see Trent And
Massive
Troy,
throw.
absolutely throwing down. Trent is fierce in that Falcon, and finally looks like strung it together there as Troy is absolutely emulating. That is absolutely unreal work in the chase by Troy.
Where has this
as we
been?
say, classic commentator line, can't do it without a great lead line, and Trent is absolutely filling the zones, and Troy, there it is, wiping the bumper on transition. I don't think Troy will be too chuffed with that. He likes keeping that car tidy and clean, but he's going to be chuffed with the transition.
He's loving that. We got roof slaps and we got the shuckers. Troy looks very happy until he realises half his bar is on the horseshoe, but that was incredible. He was glued to him, absolutely glued.
Yeah, and Trent did that great lead for Troy to get right up in there. And this is qualifying battles, boys. This is drivers working together. They haven't even stepped on the loud pedal of competition mentality. So, unreal stuff.
How lucky are we? Just an absolute weekend.
Well, to be honest, mate, we're here, we're healthy, the sun is shining, the crowd is here cheering on the inside. And yeah, we are super lucky to be here experiencing the Dory Wheels Drifting SA Round 1 State Series. There is our start line. Bruiser, he's going to be telling the boys, oi, go.
In exactly that tone as well, just
it.
pause.
Yeah, you got to keep these drivers on edge. You can't be too happy on the start line.
As we're just going to grab Troy's bumper off the inside there. Great job by our fireys. Thank you very much. They've been busy bees this morning.
Bit of memorabilia for the ride home. As we see, that looks like Shea. No, Ponsby. No, am I making that up? There we go.
Ponsby, yeah, that
it
is.
It is Shea Ponsby.
Yeah.
I did see that big grin, but we do have a few big grin operators there. And speaking of big grin, Will Argoon, he's going to be chasing Shea Ponsby, and it's grins galore. It's smiles for miles. And I'm looking forward to this quali battle.
Yeah, this will be great. Shea's in the lead. Will Argoon in the chase. Absolutely on top of each other already. As Will just tucks himself in really early, wipes a little bit of speed off. Shea a little bit shallow in there, but Will was already out of the picture by that point as they come around now.
Big mechanical hit from Will.
Yeah.
So I was in the pits earlier and hanging around Will Argoon and Huey and the Mount Gambier crew because it's kind of fun to do. And Will was having problems with the alternator. It was there was some gremlins there, so
Hadn't completely left the chat just yet, but
it was on its way.
Yeah.
So I dare say it might have something to do with that. Will Argoon definitely is not one to pull out of a drift.
no, and especially with how aggressive he was driving yesterday, it was absolutely incredible to see as part of Drift Collective. You could see in that first run-up with Shea there, unfortunately, he just managed to sort of lose something. If it was power, a little bit of speed, pulled out a little bit in that end of the first corner there. Shea just pushing on through, and almost immediately afterwards, Will is shutting it down. So we hope that car is going to be okay. Looks like he's coming into the pits as we see our next run.
Scott Massari taking on Shea Russell. Shea in the lead. Scott chasing. Scott won the big entry award yesterday, so he's going to come out swinging as well. He was one of our more consistent operators, but just got caught out in the top 4 against Tate Lindstrom, or top 8 maybe even. My memory might be serving me wrong. So I dare say he's going to come back with a bit of bite today. But Shea Russell was also up there doing nice, clean lead laps. There's the roof slap.
There we go. We're back. We are back. Yeah, Shea was amazing yesterday too. Just like consistent and from both of these drivers, so it's good to get this matchup early and spoil us. So as we see a few more cars coming out, we'll make sure Goonie is off the track and safe. Shea is still sitting there.
I think, yeah, out of those two cars from just before, Scott Massari was doing the most insane entries into that first corner. Massive, big entries. So they're coming around back again through in the slightly different sort of entry setup for these L1 drivers so they can max out on the speed down the straight. Here we go. Here comes Massari. Big angle. Here it comes. Throwing it in right up against the wall there. Oh, the tiniest little straighten. But that Seffi does a great job of holding it tight. Oh, and he's wiped it out just a little bit there as Massari comes around the bend.
Yeah, Shea unfortunately just didn't have room to move there with that big correction by Scott Massari. So judges will take that in all accordance, of course. You know, they do have brains, they are logical operators, they are seasoned vets, so they can see, you know, if a driver's been impeded. But finishing the run awesome is Scott's got the hand out going, hey, slow it down, slow it down. I think something's going on here.
Yeah, as we've got our next battle coming up now, it's Bo Gagliardi versus, it could be Houston. I'm not sure. Yeah, Houston Sackers, yeah. Bo, obviously, he borrowed a car today. This is actually his missus' 180 after he broke his Cressida. So thank you to the wife, I would be saying. As they come through now into the horseshoe, Houston doing a great job. Comes second yesterday. Bo, nice little dive into the horseshoe. Gets right up on him early. Houston doing a great job to give him enough room as Bo tries and pushes him around that corner there. Great job.
Great drone footage on that one there as well.
How lucky are we to get this at the Dory Wheels Drifting SA Round 1? The live stream setup is absolutely off the charts. We got drones. We got multiple camera angles. We got roving mics.
We got replays.
We got Callum and Kai in the booth spitting straight fire. And we've got Hunter Carey and the Keep It Read 8.6 on the line. Going to be going up against that white Sylvia that was on the bad list. Sort of dropped in the dirt a few times in practice, had to go out there with a broom. If you're not aware, with Drifting SA, we've got a bit of a list. If you're in practice and you're dropping dirt, you're getting out there with a broom. So
Harry Whitehead, that one in the S chassis, in the 8.6. Hunter Carey, one of our youngest competitors, jumping up into L1 in that meaty powered 8.6 and Keep It Read sponsored vehicle. Both drivers slamming it down the straight, high speed entry from Whitehead in the S chassis, pulling it nice and fast through the corner. That 8.6, nice and nimble though, trying to stay as close as he possibly can to the door of that white Sylvia. Coming in nice and tight. Oh, they can be pushed out a little bit too far, and the white Sylvia just taps the dirt. 8.6 a little bit shallow to make sure he's giving that Sylvia plenty of space, but then manages to tuck back in nice and close into the last corner there. Nice proximity as they end the run.
Yeah, not a bad run there. Harry throwing down, I would say, a little bit offline in parts here and there. Hunter doing the best in the chase. But one thing I absolutely love, boys, is that inner wheel getting picked up on entry from Harry Whitehead's Sylvia. Anytime you see that little inner wheel lift, that's a driver pushing that car to the limit.
Yeah, it's great to see Harry back as well. I haven't seen him for a little while. Used to be an L2 competitor back in the day. Now he's taking his time and he's come back. L1 doing a great job. As our next battle is coming, we've got Bo in the lead now. Houston Sackers in the back. Great entry by Bo. Houston is right there with him. Nice and wide as they go through. Proximity is really, really good from the chase driver there. As Bo goes wide to give Houston as much room as he needs to get up on that door. As they transition now, Houston almost doing just a split second earlier to try and catch Bo. Will we see a dive here? Yes, we will. Bo doing a great job in the front, giving Houston all he needs to put on a great chase run. Remember, these guys aren't battling each other yet. They're helping each other get points. They've just done that. Well done.
Roof laps per minute there.
At least 10. At least 10, boys. Bo Gagliardi was hyped and completely understandable. Great to see Will Argoon back on the start line with Shea Ponsby. We saw him pull out a drift in their first part of the battle, so maybe an easy enough fix, and let's hope we get this full run happening. Will Argoon in the big wagon, the Walter. He'll be leading. Shea Ponsby in the Skyline chasing. Here we go. Hold on to your fringe, ladies and gentlemen, because there goes the big Falcon up against the wall. Gets it out nice and deep. Shea is still there. He's hanging on, and we're grooving here. Will is filling the zones. Shea's coming in hot. Is he going to wait for the transition? Yeah, about 2 business days there he had to wait, but he got it done. Flicks it back, and you've got to watch the big swing on that wagon. It's coming in hot and heavy, but this is a great kosher run, if I might put the commentator curse before they finish a run.
Like
and I kind of did. Shea Ponsby has pulled out a drift there. I'm not sure if he was just like, Will, that's too slow, brother. Which I don't think so.
The amount of inertia in that wagon is absolutely insane. As that big entry into the first corner, you can just see this hulking great big mass being thrown around the track. And if you're Shea in that Skyline, you are just hoping for the absolute best of staying back just enough to give him some room, as you said, holding back just a bit for that transition as we see our drivers come back through again. Hunter Carey, Harry Whitehead in the S15. Big swing. Oh, can he hold it? No, not quite, unfortunately. It looks like their Hunter in the 8.6 went full send, but forgot to lick the stamp. And unfortunately, he just pulled a little bit too much angle there. Harry Whitehead's backed out completely now.
Yeah, if you kind of look at that right rear wheel, it looks a bit out of whack, and he's going straight back to the pits. So say hi to the media team there. They're getting a good shot of that rear wheel. Definitely D-beat it.
Look like, yeah, that's definitely a D-beat on entry, unfortunately, for Harry there. But now, well, here we go. Look at the replay here. We'll just make sure there's no contact and see if we can see where the tyre D-beated. Massive throw.
Yeah, I think you're going to see Harry just go off here.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't.
There was a little tiny touch there, yep. So that might have been the cause of it. But the battle here already.
Magic leading there, and he's gone deep. He's also going to dabble in some dirt, but holds on, keeps the loud pedal into it.
That's what you got to do. There's a great job there. As he just goes off and just drops one wheel as he comes around. Chase driver doing a really good job.
Yeah, Sam Fowler in the chase getting, whoa! And he zigged when he should have zagged.
Yes.
He went for the kill, but Mark Maddock was getting off the loud pedal to do the transition, and yeah, just a bit too keen from Sam Fowler, but it's exciting. I'd rather a driver do that than sit right back.
Yeah, it's just a bit of mistiming as well. That's a really great spot to try and jump on. But yeah, just didn't get it right that time.
And I think as well, that massive wide entry to that first corner there from, I believe that was Mark, that was massively wide. He held that outer line for that whole zone. That's a really hard one to follow, and with both drivers needing to work together at this stage of the game, maybe slightly disadvantaged as compared there in Sam Fowler. But like we said, then later in that run, just that little bit too keen, getting in tight, over-rotated, unfortunately. We want to see these drivers working together, but driving that level of hardness, hitting those big angles, hitting those outer clip zones, and going full send.
Now, on the line, it looks like we have Tom Hemmings in the backup Safiro, and it could be Ben Brentnell, but I kind of want to say it might be Sam Mudge. No, it is Ben Brentnell. Oh, there we go. Well, Sam did say he would sub out, and Ben is all in. So Ben in the Murray River Motorsport S13, Tom Hemmings in the Safiro, and our start line in the Ride Style T-shirt there, looking very gorgeous. Look at the mic stance there. That's a man who's clear in communicating.
We'll give you guys a room after this, Ness.
Yeah. Trying to make moves on the live stream.
Careless Whisper plays in the background.
All right, we're having fun here. We've got our cameraman getting that POV. Tom Hemmings just wondering if he left the oven on.
Yeah, I walked past Hemmings' car today, and as he was driving out, I said, your tyre's flat. He goes, what? And then the other tyre on the other side, on the front, that was flat. So he goes, I was driving fine. I'm like, well, that just goes to show you how good of a driver you are.
I thought it was gripped up.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to have Ben leading, Tom in the chase. Ben didn't get too much seat time yesterday, but enough to get a wriggle on there. Oh, on close on entry. Tom Hemmings might have made some contact. I couldn't quite see, but it was definitely nice and close. But Ben just kept the loud pedal into it. That's that Murray River Motorsport mentality. Just stay into it, brother. And this is all looking pretty kosher. Tom just dropped right back there. I think that started when he was right on the door and had to pull up galore. This is, yeah, pretty tidy from Ben. Didn't quite fill all the zones, but made it through. And Tom Hemmings was absolutely close on the door. I'm going to be excited by that replay, boys.
Tom, I think Tom might have gotten a bit too excited from you talking there, Mez. He tried to sit in Ben's lap, unfortunately, in that one there.
I thought maybe he was like, I did leave the oven on. I've got to go in hot. So here we go. Ben gets the party started with a handbrake pull. Tom just looks like he might have made contact there, but it didn't look like he did.
No, it didn't look too bad at all, actually. It looks like he just pulled it up just in time. As you just see, he just goes a little bit shallow in there and jumps the tyre. That would have left a little bit of room and just tried to get it back.
Well, you weren't lying. That is some exciting driving and qualifying battles, boys. We're only in qualifying.
This is insane.
We haven't even started duking it out yet.
This goes to show what kind of day we're going to have today here, guys. Really, really good. As what have we got in the line now?
Well, we've got 2 cars.
That's good.
No, 2 cars driven by Sam Fowler and Mark Matic. Sam's going to be leading this time. Mark had that big, massive entry last one, and he held onto it. Sam had that little stab on transition and kind of pulled up. So we're going to see Sam throwing down, I reckon. Gets the party start right alongside the wall, following Mark's lead run as well. He's gone nice deep out to the wall, and Mark's right there, following in nice and close as well. Boys, this is beautiful.
This is amazing. He is just right on him the whole way through. As Matic, well, dropped a wheel in the lead, but Matic behind in the chase. He's trying to get close.
That's caused Mark to bog down, unfortunately, towards the end of that run there. Seeing that wall tap from Sam this early in the day, you can only imagine if he progresses what he will be bringing to the table, along with Mark earlier, like we said in that previous run, holding probably the widest line that we've seen so far today and yesterday into that first corner.
Definitely right, Callum. Usually when you see the drivers out there, we've been seeing wash off straight into the dirt, but Mark was like, mate, I've already washed this car once today, I'm not doing it again. As we just see Mark just trimming the line a little bit more shallow just to get on door there, but we'll allow it. Again, we're not the judges, that's why we'll allow it. We don't have to judge on it.
Sam Fowler did a great job there. As we've got our next battle coming up, we've got Hemmings and Ben swapping it around. So you see Tom Hemmings in the lead, Ben Brentnell in the chase.
And is Ben going to return serve and dive on in on Tom's grill? Oh, Tom, nice and deep. And yeah, Ben's just trimmed the line a little bit to get on door, but it's made for a spectacle. Oh, there we go. A little bumper rub, but Ben's had to back off and then start again as he was like, oh, I probably shouldn't stay into it there.
Yeah, great work by Tom to not spin out. You could easily just let the car over-rotate. He's held on. They've gotten back into it. Ben is trying to dive up in. Tom is already excited. Tom on the limiter.
Look at that. That's 28 roof slaps. My God. And look, the head nod and everything. He is pumped.
He's got the tunes on him there and he's bopping away. As he does the bowl as well, just to prove a point.
What tunes do you think he's running, boys? What are we? Are we talking like a AC/DC types or Metallica? Like, give me fuel, give me fire. Or, you know, are we thinking more Tupac, a bit more heavy hitter?
I feel like with an entry like this, he's rocking some drum and bass or something real hard and heavy, coming in nice and tight against the walls we see on the instant replay.
I'm going to go absolutely left field. Shooting Stars by Bag Raiders.
Oh, yeah.
He's off and about. He's dreamy vibes out on the track.
And you love to see the enthusiasm from the drivers. They're hyped. We're hyped. Dory Wheels, Drifting SA, round 1. This is L1 qualifying battles. This is 38 roof slaps per minute by Tom Hemmings in full flight. Oh, he's already got the head nod going. Tom is enjoying himself. We love to see it. Daniel Hollands pulled off to the side there. Hopefully he's all kosher, but it does look like our Blackwood Hire tipper's heading on down.
The tipper of sadness is on its way, unfortunately. As we might have our first little grudge match, I think this might be David Hunter and Scott Roberts on the line. These guys did battle in the top 8. It was a top 8 or top 16 yesterday. Scott Roberts not getting away with it. David Hunter going through.
And these guys, you know, it's qualifying battle. So yesterday the battle was off the charts. They went one more time, and now this is a qualifying battle. So surely we're going to see absolute door-to-door, wall-to-wall from these two absolute weapons. David Hunter, our guest driver, starts the party. Scott Roberts in the chase says, hey, let's do this. And David is off deep. Scott's like, that's not the line, brother. Up the inside.
This is the line. As Dave rejoins the track, Scotty Roberts, absolutely no worries whatsoever as he comes through. That big V8 screaming as David tries to catch up with him. Scotty's just fat arming it one-handed around the horseshoe. I've got this, bud.
And Scott was, you know, he went out against a great driver in Dave there, but he wants redemption. He's going to come out swinging today, I reckon. So good, tidy chase run from there. Unfortunately, David just went off, and that's not going to be great for his score. Look at these D-speed wheels. Matt Harvey.
Matt Harvey absolutely stoked from driving yesterday in Drift Collective, and one man who'll be super stoked, so we just quickly watch the replay here of that last run. David just dipping out into the dirt, going the scenic route here. He's made it to South Australia,
We've just had the pro rides come up. They're saying that if you want to go for a ride, do it now because they have room and they are ready to take you for a ride. So if anyone wants to go for a pro ride, get thrown at the door, get thrown at the wall at 150 kilometers an hour and scream, please come and see Gabby, come and see the guys, go for a ride. As our next battle is Dan Hollins and Matt Harvey.
A man who will be so stoked to be back out there. Daniel Hollins following Matt Harvey, who's going to be in the lead on this one here. Matt bearing no prisoners, full send down the straight. What's happening with Daniel? He's stoked to be here, but is he fully here as Matt Harvey comes around the bend? Daniel's doing his best, but he's shut it down.
Yeah, that's got to be a car issue. You don't it's qualifying battles, so there's no games or anything. Both drivers want to work together, and you could tell by that 60-kilometer front straight speed level that probably not going to work out for you, brother.
Harvey just on the line the whole way around, doesn't matter. Commentator curse, sorry Harvey, but yeah, Holland's behind him, 3 business days behind. We'll hope that his car's okay. And hopefully he can get some good laps and score some good points.
Yeah, we did see Daniel on the side of the track before, so definitely something going on with that car, and he's got the hazards on. All right, part 2 of our qualifying battle. Scott Roberts is going to lead this one. David Hunter, our D1NZ guest driver in the drifting SA180, he's going to be in the chase, and he's going to have to pull something out because he would have got a 0 for that first one after diving in some dirt. Scott Roberts.
Great on the entry there. Dave just behind him, trims the line a little bit, keeps on the track this time. But Scotty, not many corrections at all, just making his way around as David just almost hits that tyre on the inside as he comes through in the chase, trying to catch up to Scotty again. But Scotty, a lot of speed, has a big little dive, gets a little bit of proximity back, transitions early, gets right on him.
David doing a really good job that time around. You've got to remember, not only is he coming from overseas for this event, he's in a borrowed car. He also spent yesterday half of his time in a completely different car again. So not only is he learning the track, learning the cars as well, learning his competitors. Very tricky there for David Hunter, but a great run from Scott Roberts, as expected, boys.
Yeah, look, I'm going to be harsh. I don't think it was his best one. No, if I'm honest, the entry, he was off the wall a little bit and came in a lot sooner than we've seen Scott Roberts run. So I don't think he's going to be too stoked with that. And this is L1, Drifting SA, Dory Wills. No petition awards here. Here we go, Caleb Sheehan. He's been having car issues all morning, so I dare say this is a surefire way to have another mechanical by sending it off. But I dare say that was a mechanical lap.
Oh,
and he is deep. Yes. And that is, that's a recovery. That is. I think that's us taking a break for the next 5 minutes, boys.
Oh, that's a wheel is gone.
That's Gonski's.
Absolutely.
He's gonna be wondering what the hell's going on there now.
Driving on triangle tyres.
He goes, I thought I had wheel, turned around, went one wheel rotation and it didn't. All right, so
deep stuff.
That is a great advertisement, Bass Strait Transport.
Not by that one, though.
Well, I mean, he's going to need that car transported somehow. So great stuff there. But Caleb Sheehan, our 2024 Drift League champion, and he's been through adversity. It is Hollywood storyline stuff, and apologies. Things are getting loud up here. If you can hear the background stuff, I do know the vocals come through, and but sometimes there's a lot of people up here, and it gets excited. And
how can you not be excited, man?
That's exactly right. But I tell you, who's not excited? Caleb Sheehan. That's parts needs to be fixed, and Aaron's gone. Hey, mate, you're missing half a wheel. You're missing half a wheel. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, mate. She's gone.
Yeah, this is, we'll get to see the one of Stewie's creations now. I reckon they will get the trebuchet out.
The trebuchet Timmy. So, yes. I mean, that is quite a contraption. There it is. Wow, what a bit.
I think we're going to let these boys recover this vehicle. We'll be back with you just in a moment. Dory Wheels Drifting SA live stream.
SA State Series with our Drift Collective winner from yesterday, Tate Lindstrom. How are you feeling after last night?
Bloody tired, but I think I made plenty of notes of that throughout the live stream. But yeah, so yeah, great day yesterday. I'm looking forward to today.
Big congratulations for the win. You've had a busy few weeks. You were driving at Adelaide Motorsport Festival, putting on a very impressive display for everyone last week. Now you were here yesterday competing and won. Now what are you hoping to achieve today?
Naps.
Naps, it's a bit like that. So this is Smokey. Tell us a bit about Smokey so that people understand that you're a BMW driver. You've got a bit of a special setup for your one-arm issue.
Yeah, so obviously E46 BMW, LS supercharged, makes about 430 kilowatts. It's got a bit of a unique handbrake setup that you push forward rather than pull back, and then you've got a sequential shifter there so that I can shift the car and do all the things that I have to out on track.
You're honestly proving you don't need two arms to be a very successful drifter. It's amazing what you do, and you do it so well. So we are going to be excited to see how you go today. Are there any drivers that you think are going to be up there in today that you're like, oh, I've got to make sure I do lots of practice and beat them?
I mean, I think I'm parked right next to him, but, you know, I won't let him know that.
Shh. All right, well, have fun today. It was so great to see you get a podium, and keep up the amazing work.
Thank you.
Okay, we're just doing a bit of audio testing, so what better time to get on the mics and absolutely spew nonsense. Of course, we are right in the thick of our battle qualifying. L2 battle qualifying still to go out for their second quali, as well as L1. We've got 3 rounds of this battle qualifying, and yeah, the drivers really get their money's worth of track time. No excuses there. And then after the quali, we get straight into some actual battles, and that's when the real deal happens, Kai. That's when you sort the girls and boys from the men and women.
Yeah, the big dogs come out to play when that happens. But we've still got a few more to go first. Yeah, we've still got a little bit more working to do before we get there. Hopefully we can get back out on the track pretty soon, but it looks like the spectators aren't minding the little bit of a break from the action.
It's a nice time to go see the food trucks, get yourself sorted, and of course maybe get yourself signed up for a Drifting SA Pro ride. That's of course still available. Kai, so far, who is your pick? Of course, we saw Tate Lindstrom win Drift Collective yesterday. Houston Sackers second. Matt Harvey third, Joel Donegan fourth. Are we going to see the similar operators, or are we going to see your Shea Ponsbys, your Will Argoons, come back with some redemption? There's definitely a lot of Willmen that could take it out of the Dory Wills round one state series, L1.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Matt Harvey, and just from the first lap, just instantly just back on like a light switch. Same with Tate. Houston Sackers yesterday really impressed me with that second wasn't it? And I think he's got a taste of success now, a little bit more success. And he's saying, yep, I am ready. Some of these L2 drivers as well, they've really impressed me from the get-go. The level every year, I know we say it, I know it's cliche, but every year it does get better and better and better. And as we've lost some of the OGs of the drift series in L1, like your Campaigns and your Scotty Millers all taking a break, your Greenhills and Carl Scotts and everything, the newer guys are coming up and just bringing it, like your Will Argoons, etc.
Yeah, definitely. There's space there to claim the title as an absolute weapon. And, as you were saying, it is cliche, but, you think about it. If you just get into drifting and they're the top guys, you know exactly what you're going to do. And so immediately you learn quicker. When we started, the driving style is completely different, but you build up to that level quicker than what the previous generation did. So, the evolution of drifting and just how it's going, it's getting pretty exciting, and it's getting pretty hard for our judges to
for sure.
Deliberate.
Yeah, yes.
to use the token word.
Yes. Yeah, we're allowed 3 per hour, yeah. I hope. There's some people that have entered L2 and just absolutely smashed it in the first round, and then in second round they just jump straight to L1 they're not winning, but they're top 8s, top 4s straight away. Like, that's how good the drifting is in South Australia now, is that there's so many people to learn from, there's so much track time, and there's so much opportunities.
Well, that's exactly it, and you just keep working on your skill level and you'll get there. Speaking of skill level, this one's extremely high. Matt Harvey, he's just on a solo run, gets out nice to the wall. To be honest, this is going to sound so bad, but I'm so used to Matt Harvey just absolutely killing runs that it just kind of looks normal now. Yeah, you just get spoiled that much and you're just used to it. It's more when he makes a mistake you get worried. Look, the tyre right on the line of the bitumen, just perfectly lap after lap. It's almost just unfair, and I hate it. Absolute lovely guy, Matt Harvey, and the whole family. A real family type of operation. They put a lot of R&D into that car, and they've definitely got it hooked up and singing. Okay, looks like we've got some fellow bruisers on the line. Yes, this is Cody Obbs, and this is Jaden Holton. Jaden Holton, a brand new R32 there. He unfortunately didn't get much practice in. He did snap a stub axle, so that's why my hands are black, because I helped him, and I want my credit. So Cody, Cody in the lead, Jaden in the chase. Battle qualifying, here we go. Cody gets the party started. Great job there by Cody. Is Jaden just a little bit shallow there, but gets right up on his door. A few little clutch kicks to keep him going as they come around now. And yeah, Jaden's just kind of found himself on that shallower line, and that means then you've got to hold off on the accelerator. It makes the car a little bit twitchy, but he's handling it fine. And Cody just absolutely swinging that Falcon around, and that was a pretty sweet lead lap by Cody Obbs. Really nice lead lap there, the big AU getting around. Jaden just having to clutch kick a few times, a lot of handbrake clutch kick, just because he did get up a little bit too close there, but did a really good job considering. As we see Blake Abaya in the roof-chopped S13 Sylvia. He's got the dreads out flowing, and he was absolutely ripping and tearing yesterday. So had a few mechanical issues, got them sorted, but he's just one chill Victorian, and he's here to throw down. And we absolutely love watching him get the hair in the air. This is going to be great. Didn't get very close to the wall, but they're very, very fast. There's a lot of mid-track there as he gets through into turn 2. Yep, completely not on the line whatsoever, Kai. Try to be nice. We did. Yep. No, stick the knife in. Let Blake know. That's right, yep. He had a 20-minute sermon about how to say his last name. Ebaya. Ebaya. Ebaya? Ebaya. and winds on the lock there just into our final section. Gets nice and deep there. That'll pick him up some points. And yeah, just the start of that run, he was completely not on the line.
It wasn't as shallow. It was shallow. It wasn't as deep as what the judges do want. They really do want that outside line to be filled as much as they can. A lot of power, a lot of smoke. As we just look at Jaden again.
Looking at Jaden Holton in the eyes, and there's nothing like a driver who's just like, what the hell is going on? Why is there a camera here?
Who are these crazy people?
Why is this thing in my face? I'm trying to concentrate.
Why can I hear my name?
I've got to qualify, and he's doing it with Cody Ops. So this time it will be Jaden in the lead, Cody in the chase. And it was quite a nice run last one.
Wasn't too bad. Yeah, well, good stuff. Keen to see what he does in the lead now. Cody right up on him on the initiation there, using the speed gate really well. As Jaden, he comes out still in that mid line, could have been a little bit deeper, but doesn't bother Cody whatsoever as he comes up. As they're coming around now, Cody will be trying to get as close as he can, so when they do transition here, he'll try and jump on exactly like that. Jaden really nice and throwing to give Cody that opportunity. As he goes wide, Cody really up close, trying to get that proximity together. Really good run.
Yeah, that was nice from both drivers there, and Jaden definitely improved with the lead run. And yeah, that just, as we were saying, he just caught himself a bit choked up in the chase, and then you're forever choked up because you're just not on the right line you want to be on.
Yep.
As we see Blake Abaya, he's going to want to improve on this one, and yeah, he went a little bit shallow last lap, but dare say he's going to absolutely rip and tear as he takes the chase line, throws it out towards the wall.
Nice little clutch
and
there.
I dare say that's going mid-track again. Oh, gets it deeper a little bit this time, but it's still a bit of an awkward line, but he makes it work.
That was a lot better than the first run as well. So just a nice drag against the wall. Got closer to the wall, got a little bit further out. So he is learning, he is adjusting as he comes through now into the horseshoe. Nice angle, nice snap, nice and wide. He will get some pretty decent points for this run. He just needs to be a little bit wider there, which he does. Taps it over there. Well done.
Yeah, Blake Abaya improving on that first run. And yeah, that has got to be a treat to have the melon out in the wind there, that's for sure.
The air conditioning. There'd be no roof slaps with that one. There would be head slaps.
Yeah.
So no CTE, please, Blake.
Okay.
As
trying to figure.
Yes, this is, I'd like to say David Trurin. Kane Lachlan, sorry. It's just a mechanical, so we won't worry too much. He's just going to warm the tyres up. He's going to make sure that that car is dialed in as he gets ready.
Okay.
Right, we've got L2 back. L2 are back out there, ready to rock. We've got Rylan Snell, Jace Herman.
That's it, James Herman in the R33, Rylan Snell in the Falcon, and Rylan was putting down some real consistent runs before, which was great to see, and sort of no surprise.
Yeah, really, with the pedigree that he comes from, Jack Snell, Ben Snell, some of the best drifters in South Australia for a long, long time.
Only
Rylan's
a young fella too,
yeah,
right?
He's young. He's going to try and make him proud here. He does the speed gate really well. As James initiates, Rylan lets him go a little bit, but he's going to try and jump back in onto his door. Lots of smoke coming. Oh, and there's a straighten. It looks like something fell off the car there. I don't know if there was contact, but as he reinitiates, Rylan's going to try and get right back on him. A lot of angle out of the lead really early.
Yeah, James Herman just getting a little bit squirrely there, but Rylan's handling it well, and yeah, it definitely won't reflect in his marks of this qualifying battle. So
just remember, this is L2, so these guys are not L1. They aren't getting judged as harshly. So, yeah, smiles for days, I think.
We still might judge them just as harshly, but the actual judges that are, involved in there, and I wonder whose front bumper that belongs to. Okay, if we could just have the kids that are sitting on the wall there. Yeah, thanks, legends. I actually thought they listened to me, but they just wanted to get...
They just wanted a high five.
Yeah, they wanted a high five.
Yeah.
Just a reminder to everyone that is along the pit's straight wall, you cannot be sitting on the wall.
It
All
is
right, cheers.
Yeah, it is a insurance issue. So, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do the drifting if you're on the wall. So, please get off. because we would hate to see something go wrong. As we see Rylan and James come around again, Rylan is going to be leading this time. James is going to be trying his absolute best to get maximum points after the straighten in the lead.
And I love that Jackson is down there keeping a keen eye, and here we go. It'll be Rylan's turn to lead. And I'm looking forward to this one. Rylan gets it out, starts it nice and deep, and is he going to hold around the sweeper? He is. James Herman is diving on up as well. This is looking nice from both drivers. Rylan getting deep into that second one. Oh, a little bit of a brush there by James, but it's L2. We're not going to mark it. Look at that, James winding on the lock. Rylan getting right out there, which is a little dabble in the dirt. Can he hold on to it? Oh, and that was just a little bit too wide there from Rylan. Got it in the dirt, and that was all she wrote. But right up until there, it was a nice, consistent, clean drive.
Yeah, it was very clean. It just looked like a bit of maybe a lazy transition, or maybe a little bit too much lock. But I'm sure Jack will tell him how he's gone wrong. So I can see the hand signals are already coming out right now. So as we've got Cameron Lopretti, this man. So in the driver's notes, he's supposed to put, how you if you're good at driving, or your past achievements and stuff like that. I do believe Cameron Lopretti has put 60 kilo on the is it decline or incline? Incline dumbbell press, 60 kilos, 13 reps. He is absolutely ripped, and I'm jealous of him.
That is something impressive to be able to put out into the world, though.
He could rip that steering wheel off that car if he wanted to.
We were then saying we want to know your hand grip strength as well, because then you run the risk potentially of ripping the handbrake entirely out of the vehicle.
That's right.
Which would obviously be a pretty big safety hazard.
That's right. So he's coming in now. Kimi Chico in the chase as well, using that speed gate really well. Cameron Lopretti, as they initiate into turn one, Cam doing a good job there. Kimi doing a wash. He's just washed off a little tiny bit of speed, but kept a really good angle. Cam coming through now. Kimi's trying to catch up. Cam's doing a really good job trying to get to those outside zones. As he gets into this small transition, Kimi does her best. Gets a lot of, there's a little bit of a straighten there, unfortunately. She's going to reinitiate. Cam goes wide and finishes the run. Very nice.
Yeah. L2.
L2, that's
representing, throwing down.
That's what they're here for.
Very cool to see. And that looks like we have a Jock Manser on the start line there. Going to be taking on the lovely, clean, white Sylvia of Kobe Deuce.
Yes. Young gun, Kobe Deuce. It's great to see our young drivers out today. 15, 16 years old, and you can jump behind a race car. Can't drive on the street.
No.
You can definitely drop some massive skids out here at the Bend Cardrome.
But it's a great way for our just like a great life, improver,
Exactly.
because you are a solid driver by the time you get moving and a grooving. All right, our L2, Jock and Kobe making their way through, and this should be pretty sweet. Jock threw down a pretty solid quali battle previous one, and I don't want to talk too much nonsense, but I don't think Kobe did good. Anywho, Jock gets the party started, gets out nice to that wall, goes in wide on the sweeper and keeps it going. Kobe's dropped back a little bit. He did not start as the same speed as Jock, so it's playing catch up from the get-go. It's a big dose of understeer from Kobe. But looks like Jock Manser is got it all under wraps, but I really don't want to commentate or curse him, so we're just going to move on. Yes, hold it, son. Hold it.
Yeah, let the tyres do the talking. He's done a good job to keep that going on. Kobe just looks straight and in the chase, but not too bad from the lead. That should be some good points.
Yeah, that was a great lead by Jock Manser. Unfortunately, Kobe Deuce just couldn't quite get into the groove there. And this is what we're talking about with when you're starting your entry, it starts the rest of your run. It really does. And I mean, that's why these guys are in L2. They're learning, they're growing, and we're going to definitely see improvement on that.
That's right, as we see Kimi and Cam coming around again for the second time. Kimi will be in the lead this time. Cam in the chase as they slowly make their way around. Cam's really got to use this speed gate to his advantage, something he's actually pretty good at. As Kimi comes onto the straight now, flat out. Not a bad initiation at all, a bit mid-track, but Cam doing a good job trying to keep up. A lot of speed through there as Kimi comes out. around the corner. Ken doing a good job. Just trying to play catch-up, unfortunately. We'll see if he can get the dive on in on this transition. Oh, it slows up a little bit. It looked like Kimmy might have almost... Yeah, I've done it.
Very wide there for Kimmy.
Commentator curse again. She's just gone a little bit too wide there.
Again, real tricky because obviously when you're in that lead run, you want to be able to give that chase driver plenty of space so they can be right up against your door, given close proximity. Push yourself too far out and you start dipping into the dirt, start struggling to push your power through the bends here. So we see that next lineup here again, Kobe Juice and Jock Manser. Kobe, he's going to be taking the lead on this one. So we'll see if he can make up for that last run there. Want to see high speed entry into this first big bend. Holding that speed with Jock coming up behind. Hopefully can keep close proximity here to Kobe as they send it down the line. Full flat throttle. Off we go into the first corner. Jock holding close proximity. Too close. He's got contact with Kobe. Kobe, unfortunately, pulls it way too shallow then. Jock had nowhere to go. Big straightens from Kobe, unfortunately. Jock is doing his best now to recover, get back into his drift, but he's giving Kobe plenty of space as well. So unfortunately, it looks like, yeah, Kobe just couldn't pull it through that first corner. And Jock, yeah, just had absolutely nowhere to go. They'll round out this run here. But, yeah, unfortunately, not working together on that one, which is what we need here in the battle quals. We need to see the drivers working together and ideally both able to progress if they can score highly enough. Hopefully the earlier runs from Kobe will be good, but you can see in the instant replay that contact there, yeah, Jock just had absolutely nowhere to go, but Kobe was going right deep into the inside, not able to hold a drift through that whole first corner. So, you know, with Jock able to quickly then try and catch back up, yeah, Kobe's just holding him up, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it was just misjudged the speed as well, unfortunately. So, or washed off too much speed, and like you said, had nowhere to go. But as we get our next battle on the way, Falcon versus R31, Ethan Dine and Ethan Forster. Ethan is leading Ethan, and I'm pretty sure Ethan is going to get some good points on this one.
Some E-squared action here, boys. Let's go.
As the big EF of Ethan gets followed by the 31 of Ethan. Oh, a little hit on the wall or a bum drag maybe. I'm not quite sure from here, but not a bad job. It looks like the 31s are straightened as the Falcons come off and just jumped himself back onto the track, giving the 31 some time to catch up. And coming around now with the Falcon just floating around. The 31 trying its best to play catch up, but hopefully they can get some proximity on the last corner to get some points.
And Ethan in the skyline gave him plenty of room to recover there, which is good. It meant that they could complete the run. But yeah, that Falcon, big heavy car, just drifted that little bit too far out into the dirt. Our next two drivers have left the start line here. As we can see, we've got Ryan Powney and Riley Grigg here. Skyline versus BMW, JDM versus Euro as they come around the corner here.
Hopefully Powney can do some good work here. He deserves it after helping out the S14 before. As Powney comes down the straight in the lead, Riley Grigg in the chase. Not a bad initiation from both drivers. Ryan doing a really good job out there to carry a lot of speed through, get Riley right and up and close if he wants to be. As they come around the turn two now, into the sweeping. Right, Powney doing a great job just to give him enough room, get all the outside clipping points hit, and then coming around the horseshoe now to give Riley the best chance to get together and get some maximum points.
Very good karma there from Powney.
It is a very smooth run. And we've got some we've got some roof slaps as well. The roof slaps are back. Commentators are happy.
Beautiful stuff from both those two drivers there. As we say, some good karma from Powney. Lended a hand before with that incident we had earlier today. The drivers back underway again.
Ethan and Ethan's.
E-squared, let's hit it. As they come around the corners. For our L2 drivers, they are taking a slightly different entry down the straight here. Slightly slower as they come around the bends here. Whereas our L1 drivers, they go full send down the straight as hard as they can. And we see them enter in now. Ethan's taking the lead against Ethan. Down the straight, Skyline versus Aussie Power. Here we go. right up close, nicely done. Let's see if they can hold it through this whole bend. This has been the touch point for L2 today. Can they make it the whole way through this massive sweeping corner? It tightens up a lot more than you'd expect as they swing back around into the second bend. Oh, that Skyline, big swing around, but he manages to save it, hold it. Coming into this next horseshoe section, the Falcon right up against his door.
Wow,
He's doing his best,
Look at the axle
but he's got
tram.
mad
Bunny
axle
hopping.
tram. He's brought out the Pimp My Ride hydraulic system. He's bouncing around, he's spinning around. This is not Summernats, this is Dory Wheels Drifting SA. Massive, massive jumping around from that Falcon.
This is Kylie Minogue spinning around, bit of jump around. That is a lot of axle tramp. I don't know what is going on there. As we've got our next battle, we've got Riley Grigg and we've got Ryan Powney. Obviously swapping lead and chase. Yeah, so just remember that these guys are still not battling each other. They are battling the judges. They're trying to work together to get maximum points. So you do see a lot of drivers having a chat with each other before they jump into that first turn. Riley Grigg, a lot of great speed through there. Ronnie doing a good job to catch up. Riley going nice and wide down there, nice and flowing, giving Powney every opportunity he wants to try and get up close. Great transitions at right now. A bit of a straighten at the start there, but then, Powney does good to hang on. Does a really good transition a bit earlier, trying to get onto Riley's door. Unfortunately, just doesn't get close enough.
Giving plenty of space there, which, look, for those last couple of runs we've seen there, drivers working really well together, which is what we want to see with the battle quals here. We don't want to see too much violence. We don't want to see punch-ups afterwards. We want to see good quality driving, hitting those clipping points and working together so that both drivers can progress through to the next round.
Yeah, at the moment, we've got another battle already. We've got Cutler 180s, very different stylings. Another big wang. We've got Harry Sneesby and Ben Phillips. Ben in the lead. Bit of a slow chase there. I don't know if the car conked out or not, but doesn't seem to affect him now. He's on the loud pedal. That is a great initiation on the lead there. Sneesby doing a really good job to try and catch up to Ben. And a nice little dive, just gets the nose in. Nice and wide from the lead there, so Sneesby can try and do it again as they both transition now into the sweeper. Nice little dive. Whoa, almost. There was a little bit of a dirt drop there, a bit of a straighten in the chase. Just trying to get, there's a spinneroonie. That was good to get no contact there. It looks like they're having a little kiss. They'll spin around and they'll try it again. Waiting for the 180s to get off as we're going to send another battle, another Glitter Gang battle. We've got Ricky Lee Lipchinski, Bonnie Thomas, and a brand new Stick It Up KE70. Looking absolutely incredible as it's scrubbing the tyres, getting some warmth into them. Ricky had a great battle beforehand. She'll be looking to get maximum points now. As Bonnie comes onto the straight, Ricky trying to use that speed gate to her advantage. A nice fast entry from Bonnie. A bit wide there. She goes off again, unfortunately. Hopefully the car's okay as Ricky just slides on through and she will try. It will keep this run going to try and get maximum points. So she needs to hit these outside clips. Needs a really nice, smooth, clean transition here with not much correction. Nice angle there. Looks like just a little bit early into the bowl there, but Bonnie doing a good job to try and hit her lines where she has to as well and trying to get some points out of this run. So the next battle might be Sneesby and Phillips again. Is that who's on the line? I'm not quite sure. Yep, that looks like them. Couple of 180s. They had almost had a little bit of a kiss on the horseshoe before, so hopefully we can keep these cars sideways and scoring as many points as we can. as they leave the line now. Sneesby in the lead. Phillips in the chase. They will come around slow. The idea is that we don't want the L2 drivers to be entering at 150, 160 like the L1 drivers do. We want to give them the opportunity to, feel the rush, but maybe just not in top cog. As they come around now into the straight, using the speed gate in the chase really well there, Phillips is. Sneesby coming in, hucks it in. Not very close to the wall. A bit of a late transition, well, a late entry, I should say, in the chase.
Yeah, Ben Phillips giving plenty of space, but maybe just that bit too much through the speed trap there, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looked like he was doing okay with it, but then he just misjudged it there as they transition now into the horseshoe. Going to try and his best to get up on the door, and he does, just by going a little bit shallower, carrying a little bit more speed, just to try and get close to get some points.
And all things considered for both drivers there, given that, again, this is still the L2. It was a good run from both of them, both nice and clean, not doing too much of dirt dropping or anything like that. Definitely no contact from both drivers. Just unfortunately that little bit of a gap at the start, which again, when you're fresh to competitions or you're in this L2 category, that's kind of to be expected here. So we see our next two drivers here. We see Ricky Lee and Bonnie going back around again. Bonnie, unfortunately, having a few offs, a few moments here in this brand new setup of a car here in the AE71. We'll hopefully see her come around nice and clean up against Ricky Lee in the white Nissan Still 80 with a very cool graphic on the side. Ricky Lee powering it down the straight, coming in close to the wall there. Beautiful to see. You see both drivers coming around. Unfortunately, Bonnie ducking out just a bit too far again, tapping dirt just a bit, but Ricky Lee consistent through that first corner. Nicely done. She pushes on through, gives it some power. A little bit shallow there, but pushes it to the third outer clip zone, corner 3. Swings it back around into the horseshoe. Bonnie doing her best to catch back up here. Ricky Lee looks like she's going a little bit slow, allowing Bonnie to catch back up just enough as they round out the course here.
Yeah, Bonnie's car looks a little bit twitchy in coming to turn 1, and I'm not sure, it could be an alignment issue or like a caster or a tire. I don't know. I think, she's been driving that car for a long time, and she usually is up pretty solid, but, it's even if you just give your car a paint job sometimes, it does change something that...
It's the psychology of it, isn't it? It's like
magic.
Walking out in a brand new car, leaving the dealership, and the second you drive out there, someone that gives you a little bit of a scrape in the car park, you are going to be fuming.
That is it, yeah. It takes a little bit of time. So, yeah, hopefully, as the day goes on, hopefully she gets some more seat time and work it out. As we see Corey's 370Z, he's lost the back bar. I think that happened yesterday, maybe in practice. But he's waiting. He's going to be up against Bradley Percival in the green S13. The big air filter or blower hanging out of it, so it must be V8 powered. So the big V8 of the S13 versus the non-turbo 370. Still a torquey motor though.
Yeah, had some good yarns with Corey at Locktoberfest last year. Nice dude. It'd be great to see him do well today, especially up against Bradley Percival in this big powered Nissan Silvia. The green machine coming down the straight. Big send. Ooh, a bit of a slow sort of transition into the corner. Corey doing his best to keep up in the white Z. Big straight, and unfortunately with the green S chassis pushing ahead here. Bradley doing his best to swing that Silvia around, put the power down, give us a smoke show. And Corey doing his best now to catch up, but big straightens as he does so, trying to come and go, doesn't know where he is, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just a few straightens. Unfortunately, he's trying to get up on the door, so winding the angle off to try and jump back on, but then you've got to reinitiate the drift, so just really want to be under drift the whole time.
That's it, and Kai, when you're in that chase position, you can see that gap, you're trying to shut it down. You've got really those two options there. Do I keep doing what I'm doing, hold the angle? Can I put my foot down, catch back up, knowing that you're going to compromise the angle?
Yeah, that's right, and you also compromise the angle. You've got to also remember that the car in front of you is in a different part of the corner. So as you could be speeding up through the corner while they're trying to slow down in the corner, and that is a death gap.
Absolutely.
And I've been there many times. So as we see our next battle, we've got an E36. E36, yeah, that's the one. And the purple V35. We're just trying to work it out now on the screen. But it's either Riley or one of Riley's friends. As they're coming in now. The Burgundy E36 doing a really good entry there. Nice little flick. The chase, it straightens up a little tiny bit, but it looks like he's just trying to reinitiate, but doesn't get around. The E36, he's not too bothered whatsoever. Mid-track there, coming into the horseshoe now. We'll see he hits that out of clip. Transitions a little bit early. Ooh, bit of mid-track there. We'd like to see them a little bit wider as the skyline comes around. Up there. So we here have another battle ready to go. Oh no, Renee's changed her mind. We're going to see a pro ride instead. Drifting SA, of course, the pro rides. If you'd want to go for a ride with a pro, they get to do the L1 layout the whole time. So 150, 160 k's an hour, up against the wall. Absolutely some of Australia's best drivers. Dan Pryor, been around since God made dirt. Ben Candy, Tim Greaves, Jared Klingberg as they're coming through now. Absolutely adrenaline-fueled fun right there. So go see Gabby at the tent in front of admin. Like I said, if you need a shirt, we've got shirts. If you need pants, we've got pants. We'll give you a helmet as well. We'll give you a little wristband, and you can jump in. As we see our next battle, here we go. Corey and Brad going around again. Looks like Corey will be in the lead, Brad in the chase. Sylvia's using that speed gate to its advantage. Obviously, he got a lot more power than the 370 as they come in now to turn one. Nice and wide, flowing. A little bit of a dirt drop through there, but not too bad. He keeps it on the tarmac, I should say, bitumen. As the S13 comes around now, opened up a little bit of a gap on him, which is surprising, knowing that the power difference. But Corey doing a really good job in the front here, just hitting those zones, nice free flowing. As the S13 comes up now, tries to get up on his door for the last corner. Corey going really wide, giving him the opportunity to get up on there. He just washes out a little bit and they come around. And
when it comes to the car setup, as you say, there's probably going to be a big power difference between those two cars, but with the Z, your priority then is going to be on speed through the corners versus in that green S13 there. You are putting your foot down. Hello there. You are putting your foot down, giving it the gas, and it can actually be a little bit more of a bit of a tricky one to handle. As we see back up on the lineup again, we have had it confirmed.
Yes,
it's Jordan McCree behind the purpley pink V35. Can confirm it is his sister's vehicle.
Yes.
Hence the paint job. It's potentially not what Jordan would have preferred, but you would rather be out on the track than crying in your own BMW, wouldn't you, mate?
Yeah, Jordan McCree, he actually, his blue BMW is the loudest car I've ever heard of in my life, and it will actually smash eardrums. So it's good to see that he's driving a car with a muffler, well, I hope. As they come down the straight now, nice little WADA to get things started. Round turn one, nice and wide there. Doing pretty good to keep the speed going through, and commentator cursed. And they've bogged him. Unfortunate. That is obviously, there's a bit of a runoff there with a bit of concrete, so he's just put the front of the car into the concrete to jump back onto the track as they jump back into it now, trying to score as many points as they can.
Jordan's sister is going to be absolutely livid like right now.
The tail light just fell off or something like that. She got cleaned up by the chase car. But
Brad collecting something along the way there. Oh, and he's lost it again.
Brad doing a good job.
I do
him off the track.
I do not want to be at the McCreek family dinner tonight on Sunday. Unfortunately, sending that car of his sister's off the track twice there. Bit of a dirt drop, which then unfortunately recalls that over rotation. And Brad doing a good job to save it there, make sure there was no contact.
The lamb roast is cancelled, sorry.
That is all she wrote.
We've got the pro rides coming around now. Like I said, come have a ride. Come get some adrenaline in you. As I come down the main straight now, 150, 160 k's an hour. Jared Klingberg, Tim Greaves, Ben Candy, Dan Pryor.
It's
And John Simeon standing right behind me.
It's fair to say these guys are truly some of the best drivers here in SA. They're not doing the competition, some of these guys. They are just here for the vibes, and boy, oh boy, are they bringing it here. Jared Klimberg in that beautiful TRD retro spec Corolla Wags, and that Momentum Motorsports S13, the blue wrap shining in this beautiful South Australian sun. It is a curler of a day, not a cloud in the sky. For the Dory Wheels drifting SA Round 1 State Series, we love to see it, Kai.
Yeah, absolutely great drone shots too as well from Rural RT Solutions, doing a great job helping us out this weekend. Some of the footage is coming through is incredible. As we come see another battle, we've got Jack Wilson in the lead, Joel Spagnolio in the purple R32 in the chase. The E46, I don't know, what would you call that one? A bit of a slow entry into there, but doing pretty good to keep the speed going through. Joel Spagnolio doing a pretty good job in the chase, just trying to catch up to that E46 to try and emulate to get maximum points as they come through now into the horseshoe. Nice little dive up by Joel. Had a little bit of a straight and a reinitiate, but he gives it a clutch kick and then jumps right back and trying to catch that door of the E46 as they go over the line.
Jack holding a lot of handbrake as he came into the horseshoe there. The rear wheels, you can see, were completely locked up as Joel dived back in on the inside, which again, in this battle quali phase, where these two drivers need to be working together to score as many points as possible and progress through to the next round, maybe not such a bad thing. They back up on each other's doors there, so very much working together, which we love to see. You can see here on the live stream, our pro drivers copping some beautiful high fives from kids. This is, of course, family fun here at Drifting SA, presented by Dory Wheels. L2 has gone for the next lot of drivers here. So we can see here our BMW versus BMW vibes, Daniel and David, double D.
Oh, get some double Ds with the double Bs. Couple of BMWs as they're coming down now. Like I said, they are using that modified run-up, the L2 run-up. As they're coming onto the straight now, the Millennium Jade E46 gapping the E36 just a little tiny bit. As they're coming through now. Nice wide line there. Really consistent through there lately today as well. That's a big flick in the chase, but he hangs on to it. Very early transition, but does actually get away with it as they come through now into the horseshoe. Some decent angle and a big flick, and then right up there, a bit of a straight, and yeah, he did lose a bit of speed there, so he's had to give it a radar and get back on.
Yeah, Daniel struggling a little bit there in that chase run. We saw plenty of speed from David, a real tight, clean run, but maybe not quite giving Daniel that room. Daniel struggling to sort of dive back in there, but given, again, L2 spec, pretty good run from both the drivers. We're not seeing them dive off and take the scenic route around the first corner there. They both managed to pull through all right, which is good to see. So we see our next lineup again, Joel Spagnuolo in the purple and this in R32. Say it 10 times fast.
Yep.
Paired up with Jack Wilson in the silver BMW E46 as they come back down the straight. Joel's going to be leading this one, full send down the straight. Give it a right, give it a left, give it a big old right. Joel in the skyline, pushing it hard. And Jack in that BMW doing his best to duck up on the inside, keeping as close of a proximity as he can, swinging in through to the middle portion of our circuit. Nice and close to the clippy points. Bit of a dirt drop by both drivers as they come into the horseshoe. Holding good angle, but trying their best to kind of work together here. That BMW, big straighten up, just that little bit too shallow. Unfortunately, couldn't hold it through that bend.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bitzer, really. There were some good parts of it, but a lot of almost spins and a lot of slowing up and speeding up. So the judges will score that accordingly, and we'll move on.
We'll see that instant replay on the live stream right now. A big gap at the start here, that BMW doing its best to kind of try and catch back up, but it's sort of inside line, outside line, inside line, outside line, versus the skyline there of Joel's. Doing a pretty good job of holding a consistent line, but yeah, it just sort of looks like that last little bit there, big swing out as they entered into the horseshoe.
As we have Josh Sheriff and Kane Nash coming in. Oh, Sheriff with a probably 2 initiations there. I think he straightened up a little bit, but that gave Kane Nash a really good opportunity to get on his door. Kane's doing a really good job to keep that car so close to the lead driver as they transition now into the sweeper. Kane trying his best to keep up on him, and he is succeeding. He backs off just a little bit, just so he can get that transition to get on the door again, and he'll do it again, and he'll get it on the door. Josh giving him all of the room so he can get up on that door to get maximum points. That is a great run.
Awesome proximity for L2 spec. We love to see it. That 350Z in the lead run there, hucking it down, its rear tyres, holding on for dear life. So you can see Kane Nash in the black and pink BMW E36 doing a great job in the chase there, holding it nice and tight and close.
Yeah, that was really good. I think he'll score some pretty decent points for that, I hope. But what do we have here? We've got a BA and an AU Falcon. So we're back to Australia. This is the Ford Credit versus the, I don't know, what was it? Well, the Shell V-Power of the BA.
And you cannot get more Australian than Dino driving the red Ford BA here. Zach in the blue Ford AU. Zach Attack, Zach Ferguson, blue Ford versus red Ford, Dino.
Blue car versus red car.
Which one goes faster down the straight? Of course, it's going to usually be the red, but this time the blue car in the lead, hucks it left and right into the bend.
Dino taking a bit of a shallower line to try and get that proximity back, but it looks like he just had a little bit of a straight and a little bit of a ball, but gets back into it, doing a pretty good job to catch up to the side of that big AU Falcon. A bit of a handbrake there just to get him through into the next corner as Dino jumps up onto the door, and then he'll do it again, try and get up around that horseshoe, but it looks like he's just lost a little bit of speed, and he'll be chasing them around to the finish line.
You cannot get more Australian than that. Dino doing mad skids at the BA.
All I need is a VB and a pack of Winnie Blues, and I'm there.
Love to see it, absolutely love to see it. Hello there.
So we've got the Beamers are back. EDM boys. So the roles have been reversed. The 46 will be chasing this time.
David and Daniel.
Yes, the 2Ds, the double Ds, that's right, how could I forget?
Double Ds, double Bs, here
That's
we go.
right.
Euro spec ready to roll. Our L2 drivers ready to floor it down the straight here. E36, E46, who's going to be quicker down this straight here? They're working together, flooring it through the speed gate. Nice and close to each other as they enter the first corner. Good proximity to the wall, good proximity to each other.
Danny doing a great job there just to get it nice and wide and keep that speed going through, as he does drop a little bit of a wheel, but it doesn't bother him too much. As they're coming through now into the sweeper, we're going to see a really nice wide line through here as they transition. Oh, a massive dive, and he gets away with it to try and get some proximity back to get these points as he goes nice and wide.
David almost started losing it there, but he had to do his best to give it some speed, and as he ducks off a little bit too much speed.
He's picked some mushrooms.
Yeah, he did his best to straighten up just enough to give his car enough momentum to then throw into the horseshoe and bring it in back close and tight to proximity here up against Daniel in that blue E36. Next two drivers back underway again. Josh in the grey 350Z, Kane Nash in that lovely wrapped E36. This will be great compared to how they were in that last run. It was nice and consistent. They did a great job with each other, working together here in Battle Quali. We're all very, very keen to see how these two drivers come through this one.
Yeah, using the speed gate really well, and that's right, they are working together, and Kane did a really great job in the chase, so we'll see if Josh Sheriff can repay him the favour and give himself back, maximum points to both. But Kane just opening up the gap a little bit there, but nice wide line, carrying a nice flowing speed through there. Really wide, bit early. Hopefully he can keep under drift, and he does. Bit of a bum drag there just to get him through into the horseshoe. Josh Sheriff doing a great job to catch up, try and get on that door. It's gone nice and wide. Just hit that other. That is really, really good. That's 6 roof slaps. I'm pretty happy with that.
Absolutely. Roof slaps per minute for days for those two boys. Very good job for both. You see in the live stream here, our friend in the Falcon, sponsored by Alibaba, apparently. Love to see it.
Oh, Lord.
It's Chinese-sponsored AU Beauty, that one there?
Yeah, well, the metal will probably come from China in the first place to make the thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. Beast of a car, this one here. We've got Matthew Taylor in the black BMW E46, and looks like Oscar McPherson in his silver Ford BA.
Oh, yes. We had this battle before, didn't we? Was this, is this a continuation or is this going again? Who knows? But as they're coming onto the straight now, lost a little bit of time with that speed gate that the BMW did. The BA going to throw it in hard now. The BMW's doing a pretty good job to play catch-up as he just goes a little bit shallower, tries to get back on. Whoa, that is a wheel up in the air and a wheel off as well. And another one. He's lost the back bumper as well. He is farming for potatoes. But the Beam did a good job to not hit that bumper on the transition as well.
Matthew giving him enough space to not collect the bumper on his way through. The Beamer's front kidney grill's ready to gobble that thing up.
Once again, this is L2 and this is battle quali round, so they're not getting knocked out. Guys got to work together. There should be, or you can. The people they know who they're going to battle, so they can choose who they can battle. You can battle your mate, you can battle a stranger. It doesn't matter, but if you have a chat with them and say, hey, look, where are you going to be on this corner? What gear are you going to be in? What speed are you going to do? Are you aggressive at the snap, or are you a bit lazy arm with it? These are the things that you work together. And you'll get a higher score. So
that's it. As we see our next two drivers underway again, Aussie beauty here with Dominic Priest in the blue BA. Daniel Ferguson, we saw a great shot of those lovely shiny Dory wheels on his EF Falcon. We love to see that. Falcon v Falcon hitting it down the straight. Here we go. Blue BA in the lead, nice and tight against each other. Two hulking beasts of cars hulking around the first big corner here, doing their best to throw their cars around and keep close proximity, even though both of them are going to feel like submarines behind the driver's wheel here. The submarines here in South Australia on the track.
That is a nice, a little bit wide for Dom Priest there, but Dan Ferguson kind of knew that was going to happen, I think, and just gave him a little bit of space. Daniel Ferguson, he used that speed gate really well at the start there, and as they entered turn one, he was pretty much at his, it looked like from here, his front bumper was pretty much past the other back bumper of the BA, so really, really smart there. If you can get that sorted, the rest of the run is going to be a piece of cake.
And Daniel dialing in that extra little bit of angle just to make sure they didn't have contact. He could save it and continue to work together here in the battle quali phase, as we see Dino in the red Ford BA
doing a bit of forward driving before he gets onto the main straight there.
Zach Ferguson in the blue AU, red and blue, Ford and Ford. Here we go into the first bend. Dino pulling it hard as he dives in a little bit shallow into the corner. Let's hope he doesn't. He just tips it out that little bit too hard.
Bit too much speed through there, unfortunately, but it does pretty good to get back on the track straight away as they come now into the horseshoe. Nice little transition. Lead the chase car a little bit late. A little bit late to the party, and then absolutely makes a liar out of me as he gets almost some contact, but
the AU having a little bit of axle tramp to try and save that one there right at last second. That could have been nasty as they swung around and almost collected each other on the way through the horseshoe. Did a good job of saving that one as we send Oscar McPherson in the silver Ford at BA. He's looking a little bit slow coming down the straight here, so let's see if he can give it all gas, no brakes this time around up against Matthew Taylor in that BMW E46. The BMW of Matthew Taylor is going to be taking the lead on this one as well here, so let's hope he can floor it on his way through and give plenty of room for Oscar to gas it and catch up enough speed. They use the speed trap well. That BMW hucking it around, coming close to the wall. Oscar McPherson doing his best to hold himself close to that BMW.
Great line from Matt Taylor.
Perfect. He's doing a great job there, Matt, giving that Falcon plenty of space. Big straighten up from Matt Taylor, though.
Big straight and a big reinitiation, but hopefully it doesn't hurt him too much, because that entry was a really, really good entry. And like we see here now, wide around the horseshoe, giving the chase driver an opportunity to catch up. really, really good. I think just that one straight is going to hurt him, unfortunately.
You can see even on, we can see on the live stream as well, Oscar having that big Falcon, that BA, it's sort of not going to be as agile and whatnot with its steering input. So you can visibly see the car rotating on its axis, this big submarine thing hanging around the track, versus Matthew Taylor just looked nice and smooth in that E46, a much lighter car. Rear end perfect for drifting action here is our next two drivers. Dominic Priest again with Daniel Ferguson with those lovely Dory wheels on the Ford EF Falcon coming down the straight here. EF trying his best, giving it the absolute beams. Nice wide line into the first corner. EF pushing.
Look at that, yeah.
Close proximity has unfortunately sliced straight up there from Dominic, but holding the close proximity, the duck onto the inside line as well from Dominic. They're doing their best to work their way around the corners here. Nice wide line, close proximity, diving in there from Dominic, doing his best to hold up with the EF of Daniel Ferguson. Nice job there through the horseshoe, close proximity. Oh, but just that little bit too much to wash off Dominic Priest, unfortunately. Tricky one that, do you hold it in, do you keep the beams going, risk spinning out, or do you let out, and hey, that might even cause the over rotation. You've got to try and figure it out on the fly. These guys in L2 doing their absolute best as our next lot of cars enter out onto the track. We're watching the live replay of that one here on the live stream, that EF Falcon there of Daniel Ferguson.
You can see that Dominic Priest, you can see his arms absolutely flapping around in the, trying to get that car sideways about 3 times, unfortunately, but he still did a good job to keep the proximity as well, which was good.
It's interpretive dancing here, brought to you by Dory Wheels, Drifting SA, doing the Team America hand signals and whatnot.
That's the one. It's me. And like I think here as well, you know, he's probably kind of maybe choked himself up a little bit. It's one of those things. You either put the foot down and spin, or you don't and you straighten.
That's it. And we welcome Mez back into the commentary booth. Mez?
Yeah, sorry, boys. I just clocked off for a second and you guys were killing it. So I thought, why interrupt the harmony? But that was our L2 second round of battle qualifying. Now we're going to go to L1 battle qualifying, and it looks like we've got Ben Brentnell and Matt Harvey. Matt is going to be leading. Ben's going to be chasing. Ben had some car issues earlier yesterday, but borrowed it to Sam Mudge. They fixed it up, and away they went. Matt Harvey, clinical as ever, up against the wall and going deep, holds onto it, and yeah, you wouldn't expect anything less. Ben doing well to stay there. He did sort of get duped into that going deep, but he held on, realized what was happening, and pulled it up. Matt Harvey fills that wide zone absolutely beautifully, smoking. Ben's going to try to dive in here a little bit, and it's a little bit timmy from Ben, but we'll allow it. Matt Harvey wanted on there. That was a nice kosher run, boys, all through there. So, yeah, I'm quite happy, and I understand that you boys have clocked off, so I'll just be me. Be me, spitting on the hot mic for a bit, and that is completely fair, because I did just clock off and watch you guys do all the work.
No, it's fine. I just needed to stretch, man.
Rest those beautiful vocal cords.
Yeah.
You know, it's a long day here.
It is a long day, and yeah, we've got a lot of action on the way. As mentioned for the 38th time, and it's just so you get the point at home, this is only the qualifying battles. Our drivers each receive an individual score out of 10. They're working together as a team. Up next, it's Tom Hemmings and Cody Obst. And Cody is our L2 Drifting SA champion from last year. He stepped it up this year, a young fella, a go-getter, and an absolute steerer in a Falcon to boot. Here we go, 4-door Riggs getting on in. Cody Obst gets right out wide to the wall. Tom Hemmings is like, hey, I'm right here, brother. We're doing well. Keep going. And this is a great run here. Tom just emulating there, keeping the proximity up the whole way, waits for the transition and then dives back on in. Cody's keeping it nice and kosher out to that wide clipping zone on the transition here. Both drivers getting through nicely. Tom Hemmings is just going to wind on the lock and start to hunt for Cody's door as they exit out of the drift section. That was a great run from both drivers.
Yeah, that was great. Tom's just following around like he owed him money. He just could not get away from him. Yeah, but Cody, great lead run. Just where he had to be, he was, and they gave Tom the absolute, what's the word I'm looking for? The
absolute opportunity to get on door.
That's the one. Yeah, equal opportunities to get on the door and equal points, hopefully.
And look at that, Cody getting right out there. Not quite a wall scrape, but we'll allow it. And then, yeah, just running that sort of a little bit shallow, but gets out to the zone just there. And then Tom Hemmings is just emulating the whole time. So I dare say that'll score pretty well with both judges. Again, it didn't. Both judges, all three judges. We've got 3. Don't worry, we're keeping it. We're keeping it above board.
Judges thrice.
No, triple threat.
Yeah, great job there.
Yeah, that was cool. Not much to improve on there. Just filling the zones a little bit deeper is probably all you can do. All right, it's going to be Ben Brentnell, Murray River Motorsport, leading out Matt Harvey, Drift Collective 2025 champion. And look at this, Ben gets the party started a bit later than Matt Harvey's used to, but he's no stranger to having to make stuff work. Ben getting out nice and deep there, that's great.
Yeah, really good by Matt. It was a bit of a bauble for Matt. He had to get off the gas to get straight back on it, but that car had so much power and so much grip, did not matter whatsoever. So let Harvey get right back on top of Ben. As Ben comes out now, a massive flick, but hangs onto it. Maybe threw Matt Harvey off a little bit, but it didn't spin out, so it'd be interesting to see how the judges see.
Yeah, I reckon that was big time. We all reacted like, oh, that's going to be a spin, but Ben Brentnell just held it on lock and said, brother.
Yeah.
He did the Houston Sackers leaving the judge's booth yesterday.
Yes.
Slammed the door, watch this.
Yes, that's right. I told everyone that story.
And we'll tell it again.
Yeah, we'll tell it again.
It was a beautiful story.
Yeah. As we see a few more cars just coming out to warm up to get this L1 on the way. We've got Hemmings and Cody sitting on the line, just waiting. And they're off. So Hemmings in the lead, Cody in the chase. Hemmings did a great job in his chase run just before, so we'll see if Cody can do the same or if Hemmings is just going to blow him out the water. So as they come down now, absolutely flat out. Great little flick, very late into that from Hemmings, and he's right on the edge there doing a really good job. Lots of speed. Cody's trying his best to catch up, trying to get that proximity back, but Hemmings just says, no, I don't like it anymore, I'm out of here.
And yeah, Cody doing extremely well in the chase there. He just has to find himself not get locked into that catch up and then over rotate speed, but he handles that beautifully. He is no stranger to holding onto the wheel. And yeah, that was a great sort of run by both drivers. Tom was right out deep and sort of a really solid lead run there, and Cody just doing what he could in the chase. I think a significant sort of power difference there.
Yeah.
But still emulating well in the chase.
Doing really well, and even though Cody did lose a little bit of speed in turn 1, the dive in on the transition and then also onto the horseshoe was really well done. And because Hemmings was doing so much speed, it gave Cody the opportunity to really get up and up there. So good points all around, I hope.
Yeah, definitely. And just to clarify, because some heavy hitters at home, well, actually, that Falcon's really powerful.
Yeah.
I sort of meant more the grip, the drive, the setup.
100%, yeah. I mean, it goes on, just because you can make 1 million kilowatts doesn't mean you can get them all to the ground. So
Exactly.
There's different setups. And as we see our next battle here, we've got Scotty Roberts and Troy Lipczynski. Scotty Roberts very early, but a very long entry as Troy's just get right there behind him. Doing a really good job there. Scotty, consistent as always, did really good yesterday. Troy coming back in, doing a really good job. Absolutely trying to get on that door as soon as he can as they come in a little bit of a dive, but still not enough. Scotty's a little bit too far ahead, but Troy comes up now in the last corner, getting some good points.
Yeah, and Troy sporting the black eye there. Had a little stoush, but it was on transition. It was sexy. We'll allow it. And yeah, that was a great run in the chase by Troy Lipczynski there.
Yeah, real good. Yeah, he's hopefully he's on one today. So as we look here, now so it was not a bad transition by Scott. It could have been maybe a little bit later.
We're just looking for a little bit deeper there, I think, and I noticed that in his previous battle quali, but yesterday it was different. He was absolutely out wide on song, so maybe a bit of strategy at play. I know Scott is a weapon behind the wheel and a bit calculated, and I know he is coming for redemption.
He is, yeah. So, speaking to him today, and he was a little bit upset about the result, but he realised where he went wrong, and he said he's going to try and fix it today. So we'll see how we go.
You absolutely love to hear that, improving yourself. And next up, we've got Jamie Godfroy in the backup car. We've got
Two backup cars.
Gagliardi in the backup car. Team backup. And are they going to back it in? We sure hope so. Bo in the lead, gets it started along the wall. Not too much angle, but enough that's going to get him round. Jamie just diving in on a shallower line to try catch up. And it wasn't even that deep a line from Bo either. So both drivers just a little bit offline, but they're holding the drift nicely. They're getting out to this wider clipping zone. And now things are starting to look a little bit more online.
Yeah, a little bit there. Yeah, it was a little, like you said, Nez, it was a real, like a long drag along the wall and just didn't, I think it wiped too much speed off and just didn't get out to that line where they want the judges. And maybe that messed Jamie up a little bit. But yeah, I think as far as L1 goes, the proximity just wasn't there. So hopefully they can redeem that in the next battle.
Yeah, have a little discussion on the line and be like, hey, we need to go deeper or we need to do this. As we've mentioned, drivers working together in qualifying battle. Up next, we have the part 2, Scott Roberts, Troy Lipshinsky, and it will be Scott's turn to chase, Troy's turn to lead. We are just waiting for a little bit of action, a bit quick running across the track, and then our start line official will give them the thumbs up and they'll be good to go.
Yep.
And we've just got a mirror that we lost from the previous one. There we go, picked up, look at that. And yeah, he's going the distance. He's going for speed. Maybe not. Doesn't look like he's going for speed. He's tapered off there, but we'll allow it. He's out in the sun.
He's done a hammy. Sorry, mate. Thank you very much.
And you scored yourself a mirror. Go get that signed.
Yeah. Bring it up.
It's an airfield turn. Oh, wow.
Oh, you need that.
Yeah, that's kind of actually, give that one back. We need
How
that.
does an airfielder fall out? I don't understand.
Oh, that's the old hose clamps not being done up, isn't it?
True, that does happen.
All right.
That will happen.
Here we go. Second part, qualifying battle. Troy Lipshinsky in the lead. Scott Roberts in the chase. And us just mesmerized about the drift we're about to witness.
Oh, yeah. Big throw by Troy.
Whoa.
Really well done. Absolutely. He's lost the front bar maybe just from the inertia of throwing it in. Scotty Roberts right there. Does not matter to him at all as Troy comes around. Ricky's crying because she's got more fiberglassing to do, but Troy's right on the outside line there. Just drops one little wheel. Oh, Scotty off as well, but doesn't bother him either as they get into the transition around the last stint of the horseshoe, trying to get up on the door.
I was wondering how he was going to handle that switchback because he was right up there tight and he was a bit more closer than he wanted to be for the transition, but he just wedged it nicely up against the dirt and was like, I'm still here, Troy.
Yeah, that's it. I'm not going anywhere. Not.
It was like that Elton John, I'm still standing. And yeah, that was grouse. And there we see Jamie Godfrey just checking out the start line going, hey.
We knew this was going to be a good battle as well, but you just see literally the air just pushing against the bar has just said, no more, I'm done. But Troy wasn't done.
It was big angle on the entry there, but I mean, as we've seen earlier, that doesn't allow you to get a full sort of sweeping action.
Yeah.
But boy, does it get the crowd excited.
Oh, look, I'm excited.
I'm big Kev excited.
Yeah, Scotty just off the track completely.
Well, that's what I was talking about. He had to get some extra room there, and he wasn't going to find it on the tarmac.
No, he goes, I'm going to make my own track. There's nothing you can do about it. That's like we said, he's going to bring his A game, and he's done it. So we're just waiting now, getting a couple more cars out on the track. They're going to warm up. So we'll send Jamie Godfrey and Bo Gagliardi. Jamie in the lead now. Bo in the chase.
Qualifying battle of the borrowed car, or the backup cars. They're not borrowed.
Backup cars,
one's borrowed, one's backup.
One's the wife's car. Bo comes in now. Does a really good job. Like Jamie threw it in, but a little bit shallow there as well. Bo's doing a pretty good job to keep up close to him with its space that he's got, really. But Jamie Godfrey absolutely cheesing these tyres as they're coming around. Bo's right there on him. They're very, very close. Oh, just misjudged that. That was so close to being a really good transition there, but Bo makes it up by having a good transition there as they just get around the corner. But Jamie Godfrey, mid-track, unfortunately, it was a good, nice flowing lap, but it just wasn't hitting the points where they needed to be.
Yeah, and that could be as simple as a case like the Corolla is going to drive a lot more twitchier than his Silvia is set up for, and you throw it in big, and it's just going to sort of slingshot you back into grip levels. So maybe not as deep as he thought he was going to go, and then yeah, as you see there, extremely shallow.
Yeah, yeah, shallow. You can't have a car there if you're clipping the front tyres, unfortunately.
And Bo Gagliardi just overwhelmed with power here. You're on the door, you're on the power.
Yeah.
Hang on, brother, we got to transition at some stage.
And I think with that RB20 with the big power band as well, it's either yes or no. And he had yes selected, so...
Understandable.
Yeah, look, just a quick yes-no on the clutch, and then he got back in there, but not a bad job.
There we go. Hunter Carey Drift, 16 years old, from Victoria. A young up-and-comer, and one of a few we've got out here today across L1 and L2. He's going to be qualifying battle with Joel Donegan. Joel's going to be leading. He came fourth yesterday. Hunter's looking for a bit of redemption. He didn't quite drive how he would have liked.
No, it was a good drive, though, especially from a 16-year-old coming all this way. But as they're coming through now, Joel Donegan, he's just remembered yesterday. He's right back to where he was. Hunter's right there with him. As they come around now, Hunter would like probably be a little bit closer now as Joel just slightly drops his wheel. Hunter looks like he's stopped drifting, unfortunately. He's shut it down as Joel will finish the lap for maximum points. We hope it's not wrong with Hunter's car, though.
No, bit of a tough one to start chasing. I think Joel was just a little bit shallower than Hunter was hoping, and then it was just kind of like, well, I've got no room to move here.
Yeah.
But
it was a bit shallow there, unfortunately, but...
Then, as you said, just pulling completely out of the drift, however, I mean, that points to a bit of a car issue.
Yeah, you see right there, like Joel, I mean, not too bad against the wall, but it was very mid-track, unfortunately. And you look there, there's not much, you cannot put another car in there, unfortunately. So, yeah, Joel could have been a little bit wider. It looks like Hunter's he maybe dropped a wheel or something, and then he stopped drifting and he didn't try and attempt it again. So, hopefully everything's okay.
Or I wonder if it's a bit of a power move, a bit of, well, I can't chase that, so hopefully the judges will appease me. Anywho, Tate Lindstrom, he's going to be leading out. Harry, the dirt slanger, S15, and both drivers coming in hot, heavy. Tate right up against the wall. Harry going, yep, I can follow that. Hang on, I've got understeer issues.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, massive understeer there. Lucky didn't go off the track again. He was plowing potatoes a few times now, but keeps it on the tarmac. As Tate, obviously yesterday's winner, just an amazing job. Great transition. Harry getting right up in there on the transition as they do it one more time before the horseshoe. Tate going really wide there, doing what he's got to do. Bit of mid-track just to finish it off. Harry just giving him a little love tap saying, "G'day, mate, I'm still here."
And look at that. Harry's got the, it wasn't quite a roof slap, it was a little finger point of love. And yeah, it was good. And but Harry did kind of have that little bit of a understeer moment on the sweeper, which, as we said, that sweeper is so tough to get right. So
yeah,
big understeer there, but holds on to it and gets it going.
As we get some but
yeah,
by.
Tate Lindstrom absolutely filling the zone. I mean, no surprises from yesterday.
Yeah, really. I mean,
really.
He was on one yesterday, and why would shoot today and be any different? So. Yeah, Harry just, obviously with that little ball, and he did get up nice and close, trying to get some points out of it. But maybe not a roof slap, but yeah, just a couple of, one of these.
A little shooter McGavin.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah. One of those breeze, he says. So as we see the pro rides coming around now, Ben Candy, Jared Klingberg, John Simeon, Tim Greaves, and Dan Pryor. If you'd like to go for a ride, go down to the admin bench or the Pro Rides tent and strap yourself in. As we see Hunter and Joel coming down again. Hunter in the lead. Nice long initiation. Joel's right there with him. Oh, he's pulled off again, unfortunately. So that does seem to me that there could be some car issues. Joel is going to finish this lap, trying to get maximum points as he comes around now. We just hope that Hunter's okay.
Yeah, just sort of a similar thing that Harry just did in the run prior. A big dose of understeer there just after the entry, but unfortunately for Hunter, just couldn't quite hold on to it. And but yeah, we did also see him pull out the drift last run. So I'm not sure if car issues or just like, what's the point of finishing this run, when I've had a major sort of like that. But
yeah, he's coming straight to the pits, unfortunately. But
yeah, that points to car issue, doesn't it, boys?
Yep. It's not good to see, especially coming all this way. We do really appreciate the interstate drivers coming to support us.
He is, him and the family are in the midst of building a Big Dog Pro car, so they're hoping to get that one finished in a few months. So I'm sure he'll be excited to get into that. And look at the cool calm operator, Tate Lindstrom. There we go, and dabbling on the words. Let's focus on Harry, but because he's a dirt slanger and he's an exciting driver. And, well, Tate won yesterday, so this run's either going to be grouse or we're going to be commentating on it.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to commentate anyway. As Harry just throws it on. Really, really good there. That's probably the best entry Harry's done all day, but it is shallow again, unfortunately. But Tate doesn't mind. And commentator Curse, I'm sorry. But he keeps it on the track. Tate doesn't overtake him. He lets him get back in front. Continues the drift going on there. Harry's doing a pretty good job considering now. Tate's just going to hang back, make sure everything's okay, and then jump on him in that last horseshoe to try and get some maximum points.
Yeah, if this was 2008, Tate was going up the inside every day of the week there, getting the overtake, but no extra points for that. And yeah, Harry, exciting, held on to the entry, but then just super shallow, not going as deep as you'd like. And that's probably, you know, a case of that car being fairly gripped up.
That's a very early entry as well. Like if he just waited a little bit longer, they would have put the car further out, and he looks like he trimmed angle to not go on the inside, and then he's just thrown himself off the other side of the track.
Well, he took a sip of the potion and hit the three-wheel motion. That's what he did. But I mean, you want to see our drivers push, and that's exactly it. And let me tell you, if an extra 10 meters for us up here. Real easy to say. When you're there in the driver's seat, an extra 10 meters seems daunting, and you're like, I'm going to be joining the camera and the car park over there. But that's not the case, as we see one of our pro drivers, Tim Greaves, parked up. Passenger getting the full experience there. Would you like to experience drifting? Well, it involves heartbreak.
Yeah. Do you also want to involve the recovery team into the pro rides as well?
Yeah, that's all part of the experience.
Yeah, that's right. And just going back to what you said before about the 10-meter thing, you know, we're talking about it now. We've had 2 minutes to talk about it. When you're doing 150 kilometres an hour, 10 metres is like...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That happens real quick, real fast.
Yeah.
So I think we still have a couple more battles to get through for the L1 Q2 Battle Quali Dory Wheels Drifting SA Round 1 State Series. I can see Will Argoon on the line. And of course, we can't really send anyone until we clear these.
It's good to see the cars moving though. That was stuck there for a while. So unfortunately, those pro ride people got a bit more than what they bargained for. So I'm sure we'll give them another lap. It does look like, they're both moving and grooving and schmoving.
Okay, I can see Will Argoon and Matt Matic on the line. Mark Matic.
Mark
Maticic.
So the Russian Magic Mike.
If we keep saying it, you know, different ways long enough, one of his mates will come up here and tell us how to say it.
And they will probably punch us, but that's fine.
It's completely understandable.
Yeah, so we'll just get these pro rides in. We will wait for Tim to get off the track.
Yeah, he's driving off very slowly
very slowly, but everything's still on. I mean, it's got its bumpers, it's got its windows, it's got its wheels. What more can you ask for?
And there's Mark. He's opted for the motocross helmet type setup. A real...
like a Mad Max kind of, like Mad Max 1 road rage.
Real Robbie Madison type of guy.
I like that.
Just out here living the extreme life.
He's going to be going up against William Argoon by the looks of it there. Will Argoon obviously in that big Walter.
Yeah, an absolute exciting driver to watch, and I mean Mark as well. He pulled off one of that really grouse entry in one of the earlier battle qualies where big angle, big entry, held the speed and held it right around the sweeper, which is kind of rare today to get the whole package together. So
absolutely, yeah. Just still waiting for Tim. I think he's just taking his pro ride driver for a nice, lovely cruise on a Sunday. This is the dirt. These are the wheels, and these are the tyres.
Great shot of the asphalt there, and just shows you the bitumen we're working with here. The driver's reporting back that this track is a lot grippier than you actually think it is. So, I mean, that explains a lot of the action we're seeing after the entry, the understeers, the straighten-ups. That all comes part and parcel with a hot, grippy track.
The other thing is also with the offs that we're having when they're dragging the dirt back onto the track, unfortunately, it goes from being super grippy to then super slippery. But it looks like we're just cleaning up here, just getting ready.
Keeps our drivers on their toes, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
Okay. Always a good sign when they're holding the cans, getting the message. Oh, I reckon he's going to... There it is.
There it is.
Fire up.
You ready?
Will Argoon, he's going to be chasing. Mark Machik is going to be in the lead, throwing down, and I think we're in for an exciting one, and hopefully didn't do the typical commentator.
Yeah, no, hopefully not, but as Mark Machik comes down, Will's just right on him, using that speed gate really well. Really nice work there. Actually pretty late, which was really, really good. That gives Will a really good time to get right up on that door and get maximum points. You know, they aren't battling each other. They're trying to help each other score most points. So coming now into the horse tree. A massive dive from Will. Absolutely sends it and gets paid off right on that door really early. Will hold that line the whole way around. Well done.
Yeah, that was a super cool run from both fellas. If I was to be picky, Mark just kind of missed that sort of sweeper clip and then got the next ones just fine. But apart from that, everything else was pretty on board. As we said, Mark gets nice and deep here on the sweeper, and that allows a big wagon like Walter to come join in on the fun. So, yeah, both drivers throwing down there, and no surprises. It's L1, baby.
That's right, yeah, and I think like what we've been seeing before is other L1 drivers where they've been going wrong is just not getting deep enough. But Mark's like, no, watch this.
Indeed, and it looks like Houston Sackers is coming down with Sam Fowler in tow. Houston getting second yesterday at Drift Collective and absolutely ripping in. I don't think Sam Fowler expected him to be going that quick, but Houston is deep, holds the angle, and Sam's just trimming line a little bit to catch up, but he's doing it very suave, not too obvious, you know. He's going to catch up by the time they transition into the switchback.
Yeah. Houston doing an amazing job. We just said to Mark to do it, and then Houston, literally, like you said yesterday, watch this, and does it even better. So Sam will play catch-up, unfortunately, for the entire lap because he was not expecting that whatsoever. So great lap, great lead lap by Houston.
Yeah, Houston's looking to he's looking to get a welcome home party at Mount Gambier. You know, he's looking for them to line. He's looking for Scots to put on a spread.
He's going to get a special Cooper if he comes back with any more trophies, I think.
Little VIP Cubra, you reckon? With a gold
dimensions on it,
yeah, maybe like a gold #1 band on the side or something.
#1 Mount Gambier driver. And Will Argoon will be absolutely heartbroken.
Well, I was about to say, I think Will Argoon will come in swinging, and I'm not talking about Walter.
Here we go. We're talking about Walter right now as they're coming down the straight. Will Argoon in the lead, Mark Machik in the chase as Walter unsettles a little bit as he just throws it on that wall nice and long and hard as he gets that outside zone perfectly. Mark is just on him, with him, not letting him go. Walter is coming through now. Mark's right on him still as they transition almost at the exact same time. Mark just gives a little bit of jandle. He's going to try and give it a good old dive here, but just hits the dirt and unsettles the car, unfortunately, but will also slow down, so it gives Mark an opportunity to get back up onto the door as they come around now. That's a pretty good lap considering.
Yeah, we've got some fist pump action, so they're hyped. That is our pro rides, ladies and gentlemen. So, little replay here. I absolutely love the way Will Argoon enters all aggression and, as you said, long, hard, smooth. I thought we weren't talking drifting for a second, but here we are.
I was talking about Will. Sorry, got excited.
That is the Will Argoon and Mark Machik just doing a bit of line trimming to catch up and kind of found himself doing the Scott Roberts there. Just had to do a little dirt dabble to get on through, but I mean, I'm a huge fan. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Nothing wrong with a little bit of dirt play, and I think because Will also put a bit of angle on, gave him some time. But we're already going into the next battle. It's Houston in the chase, Sam in the lead. Nice little huck. Houston's a little bit trimming it there just to get onto him, and then there's a car and it is off, and it is Sam. Unfortunately, Houston was pushing but kept it on the track. As they're coming around now, Sam just rejoins us. Remember, they're still going to get scored, just not very well. Houston's going to come around, trying to get these outside zones.
Yeah, and that was a great entry by Sam Fowler at the start there. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite hold on around the sweeper. And, unfortunately, not the way you want to start your run, but hey, it's battle qualifying, and we're enjoying ourselves. So, big hug. Drives it out towards a wall, keeps it in here, but then just a moment of hesitation there as he was going off. and just didn't quite have the grip to make it round.
I'm going to say it again. I think he got off the accelerator.
Yeah, it did look like that. You could tell with the car body movement, and that's a shame for Sam. But anywho, up next we've got Trent in the Falcon, our guest driver, David Hunter, all the way from New Zealand. He's a D1NZ Championship Pro competitor, and you can tell he throws down. So Trent in the lead in the Falcon. He's also been driving super aggressive. Has had quite a few mistakes, which not to put that on him, it didn't look like he was doing that in practice, but maybe just the pressure of being in qualifying sort of plays a little bit. But he's doing grouse now, and David's right there with him the whole way along.
Yeah, David's doing a great job to get behind Trent. Trent obviously is hucking that big Falcon through, the big Barrett Turbo, but they almost get a little bit crossed up there. David will take a shallower line to try and get back up, just hops the curb to try and get back on the door, but that was a really good run. It was a really good entry as well.
Yeah, exciting stuff, and both drivers have been putting on a show all weekend, so it's always exciting to see exciting driving. And look at that, the big mighty Falcon putting down the power, gets it out sideways.
Just gets off the gas a little bit to let himself drift out, but then gets back on it to keep him on the track. A little bit of handbrake, could have been a little bit wider. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
but I
definitely.
Think it was pretty good. It wasn't bad. It wasn't terrible.
It's one of those ones where you feel like not being as harsh because you're like, I think that's the Falcon. Like once it's there, I think that's all it was written.
It's like set and forget.
Yeah,
really.
exactly. Yeah. So. Great to see both drivers out there making it through unscathed. Up next, it looks like we've got Shay Russell. He's going to be leading Blake Abaya in the chase. Shay Russell gets out right nice to the wall. Gets it on that midline that we've seen a lot of the drivers sort of do. So I'm just wondering if the grip levels are increased, or maybe the pressure of battle quali is throwing them off a little bit, or maybe just driving, with another driver that you're not quite sure of. But either way, both drivers are doing perfectly fine work here as they make their way through the course. Blake Abaya has been chasing Shay all the time and not leaving much of a gap. Shay's been setting a pretty solid line, and look at that, fist pumps, both fist pumps. Let's fist pump.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, so Blake was really good there. So through turn 2, just right on him, just no issues whatsoever. Shay putting a really good run on there as well, letting Blake just give him all the time in the world and all the room to get up there and get some points. As we wait now, we'll see the roles reversed with Trent and David.
Great to see that front bumper back on the drifting SA 180SX.
It's had a hard life this weekend.
It has.
So did a water pump straight away on the Saturday. So yeah, Dave had to jump in a few other cars and get some experience, and then finally got in the 180. It's had its bumpers blown off about 3 times.
I was going to say, ballsy to put the front bumper back on again.
Yeah, but it's got to do it for the gram, mate. As they're coming down, Dave's going to lead. Trent's in the chase. Dave unsettles the car. A little bit shallow there. It kind of maybe sent Trent the wrong way, but as he puts a tyre on the inside and then just pops the front tyre up on the outside as he's coming around. Trent's going to try and play catch up there. So not ideal, but they will try to finish this run. Nice little angle through there. Trent's going to dive in on Dave as they come around in another transition. Trent's going to get right up on the door of the DSA 180 and try and get a photo for the gram. There it is.
There it is. There's the money shot.
The dirt drop.
Bit of dirt turbo as well. And I'll tell you what I think happened there. Trent in the chase came in super hot and aggressive. And then I think he was kind of like, oh, I need to pull it up a bit here. I'm going in too fast. And when he's done that, that's when it's straightened up and you needed to be on power. It's just that little sort of split-second psych out that, I don't know much about Trent, but I can't imagine he's been driving as long and as competitive as D1NZ driver David Hunter. And
right.
It's just those little moments where the experienced driver knows we've got to stay into it, we've got to do it, and just there you have a little moment of panic and it unfolds.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. And it only takes one little moment, and then you messed up everything. Thanks for that, Powney. Anyway, so yeah, back to it. Yeah, so basically what happened is it looks like it come through, and instead of maybe it could have added like a little bit more lock to then put some, to then wipe some speed off to then keep himself behind the car. But unfortunately, this looks like he just dabbed the brake a little bit. It washed him out wide, and that's all she wrote. just had Ryan Powney come up and throw a battery terminal at me for a V35. So he's fighting fires and he's giving fuses. So thanks, Powney.
He's given more of that good karma today, Powney. Well done.
Okay, boys, we have Blake Bayer. He's going to be leading this time. Shay Russell in the chase, and just hugging that purple tyre. Gets the initiation start nicely. Blake alongside the wall. Shay right there with him. Both drivers getting out. Blake was getting out there. Shay's just had to trim back a little bit so he can stay in the chase there. Nice and kosher. Blake gets out deep on that second zone. Third zone's nice and deep here. Shay's emulating nicely. This is a great run so far from both boys. And we just, a little stab there from Shay into the little final hairpin section, and that was suave material. Very cool stuff.
S13 doing plenty there up against the Seffi, and that Seffi off Shays has been doing beautifully yesterday and today. Same with Blake as well. Both competed yesterday in the Drift Collective, as we see in the replay here. A great initiation from both drivers. Good proximity at the start. The Seffi dived in just that little bit shallower, but it allowed him to, come back up against that S13, give a little bit more proximity later as they sweep back around again, and just holding onto that outer line there. Pretty good job from both drivers. And then, as Mez mentioned before, that last minute dive into the horseshoe kept that proximity nice and tight. Really good job. And again, still in battle quali, so they got to be working together here, Mez.
Yeah, that's exactly it. A real nice kosher run. If you want to be real hardcore, right down to the nitty gritty. Blake did have a little sort of bobble around the sweeper, but I mean, if that's as bad as it gets, pretty damn good. And on the line, I can see Scott Massari, and it looks like Jamie Godfroy next to him. I think we've got Scott down as a bit of a bye run in the battle quali here, but maybe Jamie's just tagged along for good fun, or maybe they both need to do another run. Anywho, it is battle qualifying, so these drivers are working together. Scott Massari is going to be in the lead. Jamie Godfroy is going to be in the chase, and Scott won the biggest entry yesterday, and he's still absolutely on song there. Right out deep, right on the dirt line there, but holds it in, but suckered Jamie in the process. So, yeah, not the most ideal, not the tidiest line from Scott Massari there. He would have liked to have it to angle a little bit sooner, and that way he would have got round there without dishing in the dirt. Jamie Godfroy's got looks like a little bit of a indicator or something's just come loose off the car, and it's sat right next to our tyres. Oh yeah, it's probably his air filter again, isn't it? So that thing is blowing and sucking some air.
But it's all good. It managed to duck its way in behind the tyre barriers, behind that clipping zone there. As we can see on the replay, the active error of Matt Sassari as well, still kicking on with that bonnet flapping around. Held super wide, but unfortunately just dragged Trent out with him. Sassari managed to recover and pull it back onto the tarmac. Unfortunately, yeah, just led him astray.
Yeah, and you know, the judges will note that, so Jamie won't, have any marks against, but he is going to be an air filter short.
Doesn't help if you're diving off into the dirt. You kind of need that air filter, hey?
It does help. All right, here we have Jaden Holton with the big wing. Gets it out nice and sideways. Very shallow, but gets out deep to that zone. And this is just a solo run, so we'll be marked just the same as everyone else.
You can hear that motor sing all the way from the commentary box here, nice and loud, and that humongous rear wing glistening in the sun. A perfect day here at the Bend Kartdrome, not a cloud in the sky, with Dory Wheels Drifting SA round one.
Yeah, if we don't look at the first part of the entry, that was a pretty tidy run there from Jaden Holton, but unfortunately we do look at the whole run and it was extremely shallow there, so Jaden will want to improve on that. Look at the absolute bruiser, Scott Massari. That race rig was very tidy. The whole Manic Racing crew have they've got a fleet of these yellow cars, and as you witnessed, Locktoberfest, quite suave.
And it was awesome chatting with the boys earlier this morning, complimenting them, and particularly Sassari on those big entries into the first corner here. Of course, won the big entry yesterday, and he said, mate, I'm going to be doing it all day again today. And sure enough, true to his word. Here we are, but we've got to make sure as well, still in this battle qualifying rather, that he is working together with his competing driver. He'll be in the chase position this time around, Sassari, so let's see if he can still be pulling that big angle in as they head on around the straight. L1, meaning they are going full throttle, max speed entry into the corner here. Right up against the wall. Good job from both drivers. Sassari doing his best to dive in up close to that tiny little Corolla with the staunch ass front wheels here. He's kicking it out, pushing it, giving it some smoke. Sassari coming in nice and tight and close, holding that line up against it. Almost a little bit of a touch and go there from Sassari, doing his best to follow along, sort of swing around behind that Corolla there, doing their best, entering into the horseshoe nice and close. Not too bad on that one, Mez. Thoughts?
No, not too bad. Jamie just a bit shallow on that first sort of line there, but everything else was nice and tidy. And Scott was bobbling in the chase behind, but you know that's when you're following a shallow sort of line. That's sort of what happens. You get choked up a little. So I think Jamie would have liked to have gone deeper there, but still strung the run together, and we got runs on the board.
Absolutely. As we said, we can even see it here in the live stream. That full bulldog stance coming in from that roller in the lead compared to that suave-looking. What was it? Sassari Ferrari? I think
Scott Massari's yellow Ferrari. That's what
it.
we're running. But how is the grumble a note from Jamie Godfroy's Corolla? That as it comes through, you hold on to your fringe, that's for sure.
And can you imagine just pulling up to a set of lights, a tiny old little Corolla pulling up next to you and thinking, that sound should not be coming out of that tiny little car.
No, sirree. As Jaden Holton is on a single run, gets out sideways over that little speed gate, which is a surefire significant loss of speed, but looks gangster. Gets out deeper this run, so maybe been on the phone with the gang and just said, hey, what do I need to do? And they're like, go deeper.
Go full send, lick the stab and send it with that rear wing, tipping its way out to those clipping zones, shining in the sun. It is insane seeing a humongous rear wing like that, pouring out through the smoke here. Really good, solid solo run here in the battle quali for L1.
Yeah, for sure. And do you know what's funny is, like, I don't think a lot of drifters realize, because most drifters go for aesthetic straight away, but that wing would definitely be hindering him on the entry and whatnot. Like, you try back it up, the rear wing's designed to give you grip. You know, there's a reason circuit cars have a rear wing. You know, so I think, you know, if Jaden was feeling, you know, maybe sacrifice the aesthetic, take the wing off. That thing's going to get round a lot easier, a lot better, and hey, maybe you do get out deeper to those clips.
And if you're trying to get the body of your car out as close as possible to that wall heading into the first corner, and you have a literal scythe on the back of your car at putting people's fingernails and everything up at risk, it can be a bit dangerous, but we're all about the style here, that retro sort of JDM styling, pulling through with that humongous rear wing, nice and sharp and shiny.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And we've just got a little breather here. Just fix some things up on track, grab a few air filters. So we might just go to it. Look at that. Great scootering technique there. Run the wall. Oh, geez.
Do a kick flip.
Almost came to a wobbling halt there. Big shout outs to all our Drifting SA volunteers, officials, staff, fire control, camera crew, anyone who is helping at this event. It's an absolute mammoth effort at the Dory Wheels SA State Series. Of course, we couldn't do it without our sponsors, Shockworks, KSAP Worldwide, that is KSAP, Scott's Tires, a Costal Steering System, and JTR Race Trailers, Sleeker Spares, NG Elect, they're here supporting, Custom Imports, DC Motorworks, he's in the booth judging, Outside Thinking, he's out there driving, and he's thinking, where is my air filter? Evolution Car Sales, Edwardstown Powder Coating, Blackwood Hire, and Rural IT Solutions. They are our sponsors. Support those that support us, and yeah, we're just going to wet the track, get a little view of the motorcycle riders doing their finest Valentino Rossi impression.
And there's definitely no other motorsport that is happening in Australia
No,
today.
definitely
So
not.
we're giving you the sights and sounds of the motorbikes in the distance there. Like a couple of locals going for a nice Sunday drive here in the SA long weekend.
Indeed. All right, stay tuned. We will be back with more qualifying battles and, of course, our real deal Holyfield battles at the Dory Wheels Drifting SA State Series Round 1.
I'm at round 1 of the SA State Series, and we've recruited another Victorian to come over and compete in our series. It is Scott Massari in the yellow Ferrari, whoever made that up. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here.
So you won the big entry competition last night because you were pulling sick entries all day. How are you finding the track?
The track's amazing out here over at the Bend. It's just it just flows so well. The corners are so big, long, and it's tight and technical at the same time. It's good fun.
And so first time competing in the SA State Series though, what made you come over for this?
I think I competed here back, 2019, 2020, but I just wanted to give it another shot this year. Like, give it a good go and see where we end up.
Tell us a bit about your car. It obviously stands out a lot, and there's a few of you in this yellow team.
Yeah, so shout out to Manic Racing, all the boys there. So the car's bright yellow, so it really stands out a bit, which is good. A bit of damage on the back end now, but we'll fix that up. All the other boys, they're hoping to be out here soon enough with me, and yeah, we just keep sending it.
So you've got some practice today in a different layout. How are you finding it going from a 265 yesterday to a 235 today?
Well, I kind of missed the first session because I was changing some oil and such, but I think it'll be all right. I'm usually driving on 235, so it should be fine.
All right, so he hasn't had any practice yet. We better let him get out there, but wishing you all the best. It's great to have you over.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here.
And we are back ready for some more drifting action here at the Dory Wheels Drifting SA Round 1 State Series. We are ready to rock and roll. We've got some of the L2 drivers slowly but surely making their way around the track before they hit the straight, ready to rock and roll. We have Euro versus Jap here, Skyline versus BMW. So they head on down the straight here. Beautiful little weight transfer there from the BMW to hold it through this long right-hand bend. Oh, a little bit of a check up there though, slight little bit, so the Skyline can try his best to hold his own, bring it in tight. Another little straighten up there, unfortunately, from that BMW. The Skyline holding nice angle, pushing on through as they enter into the horseshoe. The Skyline got a little bit of ground to catch up as he gives it a little bit more gas. Not too bad from both these drivers until right at the end there. Commentator's curse. Bit of a dirt drop from the Skyline there. Beautiful stuff from these guys. As we're back, Nez, with a bit of L2 action.
That's exactly it. It is our third round of battle qualifying. That's right, these drivers aren't versing each other. They're working together, everyone. And yeah. L2, of course, as it implies, one below L1. But of course, these drivers are... It makes sense, right, Callum? But they are learning, they're growing, and they're experiencing competitive drift. And up next, it does look like we're going to have Rylan Snell taking on Joshua Sheriff. Rylan in the Falcon, Sheriff in the Nissan 350Z.
Nissan.
Is that a 370? Has he got the
350.
modern one? No, it's 350. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Joshua Sheriff in the lead. Rylan Snell had to get on the brakes. He mistimed the chase just ever so slightly, but it doesn't look like it's hindered him too much. Rylan Snell tucking in there nicely. Joshua a little bit shallower than the judges would like, but Rylan's still making it work. And, you know, this kid's only 16.
It's wild.
In the chase there as he goes for door. Has to hesitate and wait for Josh to get back on the loud pedal. And, I mean, geez, you don't... A 16-year-old's not really notorious for being reserved or, you know, but that was just calculated driving by Rylan Snell.
We are very, very lucky that we do not have any lampposts for 16-year-olds to crash their cars into with overcompensating driving, baby. These guys are confident. These guys are doing their best, and a great opportunity for them in the L2 comp to be able to come out onto the track, have some fun, compete with some mates, do some awesome drifting action, and hopefully get these cars back on the trailer home safely at the end of the day as well.
Yeah, that's exactly it. What a great sport to get amongst, and it's a real adversity builder. You really learn quick that you've got to put in the effort, you've got to put in the hours, and that's how it goes.
Good resilience builder, eh?
Exactly. Okay, it looks like we have Cameron LaPrette taking on Brad Beecham, and it's going to be Cameron in the lead, Brad in the chase, and us just watching these L2 go-getters put on their best show as they come round. Party's getting started already. Cameron chucks in nicely along the wall. Beecham follows in. I was going to say nicely, but I already used that word, so we'll find something else in the dictionary and go again. Cameron is leading very well here, getting all the clipping zones. Beecham in the background just riding that ripple strip as he tried to trim the line and almost coming to a stop there. That's how slow the train... Oh, a bit of spaghetti arms is trying to figure out which way the car's going, and that's L2, baby.
It's a great opportunity for these guys to be learning each other's driving style and whatnot. As we keep saying throughout this live stream here in this event, we've got people who are competing for the very first time. We've got people who are working their way up towards L1 competition, and that's one of the trickiest parts about these sort of competitions. When you've got that lead car, you've got that chase vehicle, is trying to find that middle ground between, okay, how close can I actually get? How can I anticipate what that other car is going to be doing as we see our drivers send them on their way? Rylan Snell in the Ballood Ford FG, and Joshua Sheriff's in town, grey Nissan 350Z. We are going to see Rylan this time give it the gas, as we saw before. He sort of held off a little bit on the speed trap last time. Let's see if he can give it the beams and go full send and have that 350Z hunting him down the straight. That FG is going to give it all he's got as he swings it in. Big car in the lead. that 350Z got a little bit more agility, can duck and weave and tuck itself in close. A little bit of a straighten from the Z there of Joshua Sheriff, as we see Rylan Snell giving it the beams, going full send, doing his best to swing that long submarine of a car, Big Blue, swinging it around, sending it through the horseshoe. 350Z doing its best to try and keep up there. Not a bad run here. Again, L2, battle quali. Good to see both these cars. Roof slaps per minute. There's a good sort of 5 or 6 roof slaps there.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. That's pretty adequate. Look, even we are in the top 16, but this is still battle qualifying. So basically the top 8 is versing the bottom 8. The bottom 8 really have to put the foot down and get maximum points. Otherwise, that's them. That's done. So we've just seen Rylan. We've just seen Josh. So we are getting some more cars out right now. Cameron Petty looks like he did put the indicators on after that first battle, so he might be just coming in for a 5 minutes, or maybe just needs a tyre. We don't know, but we're going to load up another battle shortly, and we'll keep on going.
Hopefully he's not run out of fuel like we had yesterday. We were lost the siphoning kit. We don't need to bring that one out today, hopefully, with petrol prices skyrocketing for the South Australian long weekends here.
Yes, that's right. So the next battle's on the way. It's going to be Jock Manser and Kimi Shiko. So, yeah, Jock in the lead, Kimi in the chase. R32 versus 180 as they're coming through now, the speed gate. Kimi going really well with that speed gate. She's ahead of the car still at the moment. Lets Josh come past. A big old huck into turn 1. Kimi's right there with a bit of a foot brake to get onto Jock. And Jock just a bit of maybe a little misstep from Jock, but Kimi's had to just wind dot off and try and reinitiate to get back on. So as they come around now, Josh is just going to come into this little transition. Kimi's going to try and get up. She's just a little bit of a straight and a reinitiation, unfortunately. Jock's gone well wide where we need him to be, so then Kimi can try and get up on the door.
Kimi doing a really good job, trying her best to catch back up to that skyline there. A really good attempt to try and give it a bit of the beams through the middle portion of the track, but it was pretty big gap after that first corner mistake. If you lose it in that first corner, given how long it is and how fast it is on the entry, and then it slowly starts to sort of taper in, tighten up, if you lose it there, you can really lose it for the rest of your run through this middle portion here at the Bend Kartdrome.
Yeah, the speed that you take turn 1 and turn 2 in really sets it up for the rest of the track. So you really need to carry as much speed as you can through there and keep that proximity through so the rest of the run goes well. You don't want to be taking all the time for the rest of the run to catch up. So we've got our next battle here. We've got Oscar McPherson in the Ford BA versus Harry Sneesby in the green 180SX. So they're just coming through the lineup now. So we'll have Oscar in the lead, Harry in the chase. As they're coming around now, it'll be interesting to see how they use the speed gate to his advantage or not. They come through now, start getting the beans going. Coming onto the main straight now. Bit of a gap already, but might get it back. The BA's coming through. He's going to chuck it in hard. 180's right there behind him. Very, very nimble. Doing a great job there to get around into turn 2. Leaving enough room for Sneenby to get, one wheel. Yes, very nice. That's what we want to see. One wheel in the air as he reinitiates back in. Sneesby just gives him a little bit of time just to sneak back in. It's right up. We've had a really nice transition, bit of a dirt drop, but in the chase, we're not too worried about that. We want to emulate the lead car as well as we can. So as they come around now, Sneesby's going to try and get up onto the door and get some good points. A bit of a dirt drop from the BA there. Not ideal, but this is L2.
You can see with Sneesby there, he was probably got that little bit more juice compared to Oscar. Oscar doing his best to sort of have as much momentum going into that first corner, but with a giant car like the Ford BA Falcon there, it's going to be tricky to, be as agile and nimble and whatever we've been saying all day. You kind of have to set it in motion and then just hold that line. That 180SX though of Harry Sneesby, a little bit more agile through that middle portion of the circuit.
Yeah, it's still a really good effort for a BA Falcon though, especially up against, like you said, a nimble 180. With it's a bit more set up, it's lower, lighter Still a really great effort, and yeah, you can't really fault it for what it is.
And we see that across both L2 and L1 with so many different styles of chassis, so many different styles of drivers as well. And at this point here with Battle Quali, they're still trying to, I guess, feel each other out, see how they're going to be driving. So we see our next two competitors head on their way. We've got Kimmy in that lovely pink Nissan 180SX up against Jock Manser in the grey R32 Skyline. Kimmy ready to plow it down and take the lead. She heads into the first corner here. Whoa, super shallow, almost cut off Jock completely. She dives on out and hits the dirt, unfortunately.
Yes, that'll let Jock go straight through and finish the lap off. Unfortunately, Kimmy, Jock used the speed gate really well, just like Kimmy did in the chase. The chase driver was actually ahead of another little dirt drop from Kimmy, unfortunately. But yeah, Jock will finish this lap and try and get maximum points. But yeah, the speed differences through the speed gates is really what sets it up, like we said before. And unfortunately, just with that turn one little incident and the speed difference, it didn't work out. And
again, with Kimmy taking what ended up being like right in the middle of that first corner, pretty well just completely cut off Jock. So that then meant that she was in a tricky spot to try and get the whole way through that first corner. And unfortunately, the car just, starts to send itself out into the shadow realm there in the dirt. Yeah, Jock did a good job of trying to avoid that mishap, kept it on the black stuff, and managed to work his way through the whole circuit. Kimmy doing her absolute best to try and catch back up again.
So we're just waiting now. We're going to have a next battle is just loading. We're just waiting. We're going to get some more cars out on the track, get these guys warmed up. There's some heavy hitters coming out now. But we're about to send. Yes, we are. And they're off right. So we have Harry Sneesby in the lead this time. Oscar McPherson in the chase. They're going to make their way around the vane, set themselves up. It'd be really interesting to see how they use a speed gate here. It does tighten up a little bit on both sides, but at different points in the track. So if you get it right, it works out really well. But it is an art. So as they come around on the main straight now, Harry Sneesby is going coming in.
Sneesby's going to gap him.
Absolute gap there. So he's got no worries whatsoever. He has wiped off a lot of speed, and it looks like he's straightened up. Well done. He's put the hand out the window. He says sorry. Oscar's done a really good job to wipe all that speed off and not hit him, but it looks like they're going to reinitiate and keep going. It's not ideal at all. That was a really good entry, but who knows what happened there. Bit of a handbrake for the BA just to try and get himself around the corner. He will try and trim that angle to try and get up on the door, but unfortunately, you can't have a good chase without a good lead. We keep saying it.
And in that sort of a situation, that 180, you could just see how much more power it had to put down. He started way back through the speed trap, little dab of the throttle. Next thing you know, he's a good 10 meters in front of that Falcon. And yeah, that makes it really hard for that Falcon to recover and try and catch back up again.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what the judges say about that one. Like I said, this is L2, and even though it is the top 16, they are still in battle qualification rounds. So we're just going to wait now. We've got two more BMWs on the line. It looks like Jack Wilson and Kane Nash. Kane Nash has been driving really well, I think, today. But yeah, so has Jack Wilson's been pretty solid himself. So a couple of Beamers, a couple of double Bs coming down. It'll be Jack Wilson in the lead, Kane Nash in the chase. As they're coming down onto the straight now. All right, here we go. Nice little entry there. Kane Nash was a bit shallow and a little bit of just a bit of a handbrake, but he's trimmed it so he can get right on top of the BMW of Jack Wilson. But Kane doing a really good job in the chase there. It's be really interesting to see. Oh, great little transition, a great jump onto the door. He uses the dirt, and another one again. He's all over him.
Good job, Kane Nash.
Wearing him like a sock, gives him a little tap, says, "Hey, go on, mate." That very well done. That was 3 hand taps. I would have given that 5.
Yeah, that's it. Roof slaps per minute can definitely be upped on that one. That was a really good recovery. So we could say, okay, they're doing it not too bad, but Kane Nash really brought it through those last few corners, gave super close proximity, and entering into the horseshoe there, jumping up over the ripple strip even, coming in real tight and giving that really tight proximity up against his opponent. And that one there, we love the styling as well of Kane Nash's car. Beautifully done, the E36 BMW there against Jack Wilson in the E46 BMW. Seeing a lot more of those BMWs hitting out onto the track. It's a broad mix these days between the JDM sort of classics, your S chassis. We're seeing some 350Zs come out. We're seeing a lot of these BMWs and, of course, a lot of the homegrown muscle as well in the Falcons.
Yeah, it just goes to show what, as long as it's rear-wheel drive, and you can put a manual in it, it's pretty much good to go. So I've been really, really impressed with Kane Nash's chasing as well, so I can't wait to see more. Anyway, we've got the next battle. It is, what are we looking at here? It's Dominic Priest in the BA, and Daniel Colasacco will be leading him. So as they come around here, you've got a big brute of a car in the BA, the European steed of a BMW, but using the gate really well, probably a bit too much ahead of him. He had to jump off, Dominic Priest did, but he will get back onto the door pretty quickly by the time they get to the third corner, I'd hope.
Little bunny hop there from Priest over the tyre bundle as they come around this sweeping left-hander here. Tight little entry,
really
Priest going
nice
for a
work.
big dive.
Yeah, that was great. Daniel just gave him enough room, but Dom Priest almost he transitioned before the lead car to get right on the door. That was very, very impressive. No contact, very well done.
A tricky one from Priest, like you said. He unfortunately appeared to misjudge the speed gate. It was way too far ahead. Realised how far ahead he was, unfortunately. Hit the brakes, gave off or shed off a little bit more speed, but unfortunately that meant he then wasn't having enough speed to actually hold some angle into that first corner. The rest of the circuit was beautifully done, but yeah, unfortunately not quite enough there from Priest in that first bend. As we see our Beamers back once again, ready to rumble. They're lining up at the moment here. Kane Nash and Jack Wilson in the E36 and E46s. BMW's ready to rock and roll, ready, set, and go. Here we are. Kane Nash, again, black BMW E36 with the funky pink graphics, rocking against Jack Wilson in the conspicuous BMW E46. That thing is far from stock, even though you will definitely see that car pulling up against you at the lights on your drive home tonight. You will see both these cars absolutely sending it, using that speed gate, trying to keep themselves in close proximity. Entering into that first corner, Kane Nash, big snap.
Great work from Kane Nash there, yeah, but just absolute speed through there. Great job by the chase driver to emulate that and get right up on him. Kane Nash coming through now into the sweeper. Pulling away a little bit, but not too much. We'll see if they can put a dive on in here.
Just that little bit too far away, unfortunately. But Kane Nash doing a really good, solid lead run. It's just up to Jack Wilson there to try and catch up. A good, solid drive from both of them, but just would have been nice to see just that little bit closer. It's those 1%ers at this point of the day in battle quality that can be the difference between whether you're progressing through to the next round, whether you're packing up the trailer. Pack her up, boys, heading home for the day. Let's see what happens with these drivers as we send our next battle. We're back with Priest and Colasacco. Colasacco in the BMW E36, Priest in the Ford BA. True blue Aussie muscle coming down as they wind their way through. Priest is going to be leading on this one this time around with Daniel in the chase. Let's see if Priest can just go full send, knowing that Colasacco is going to be chasing him behind. Colasacco gives it the beams, goes full gas, gives him, oh no, a little bit of space. Looks like the BMW shut it down.
Yeah, it doesn't even attempt to drift that first
No,
corner.
the hazards are on.
Yeah, the hazards are on, unfortunately, for Daniel. But Dominic will have to finish this run regardless. He will try and get as many points as he can, and hopefully that's enough to get him through to the next round. So as we watch him come through now into the horseshoe, filling out all the gaps right where he needs to be. He's going to go out wide. He's got no worries whatsoever. Only getting chased by the drone at this point as he finishes the lap. And unfortunately for Daniel, he's had to shut it down before even getting into turn one, so we hope that everything's okay.
Yeah, that's disappointing to see, because that would have been awesome if Daniel could have gone full gas down the straight, holding it close to Priest, given that sort of misjudge of their last run and Priest sort of mistiming the speed gate. But yeah, unfortunate that one, as we see our pro drivers heading down the straight. Fantastic looking at Core Property Z going full send. Oh, and we have a little misstep. Like we said, if you're driving with a pro, you're getting the full experience, including the tears along the way as well, the joys, the ups and downs of drifting action.
And we've got Dan Pryor, the tyre fryer at the front. He's not bothered whatsoever. Absolute OG of the drift scene in South Australia. If there's a drift event on, he's probably done it. Ben Candy behind him in that nice little K70. Doing a great job. What a fun experience.
That's it. And if we have any other people who are keen on the pro drives, we're still rocking them, so you can head on down, sign up. It's good to see them doing the rounds. As we see our next lot of drivers hitting the track here.
Got Ricky Lipchinski versus Matty Taylor. Ricky doing really, really well today. Was the top qualifier for a while.
That's it.
I think she still is. It's just waiting for her new scores to come in. So she comes onto the straight, absolutely flat out. The BMW using the speed gate to his advantage. Doing a really good job, Matty Taylor is. Ricky comes into turn one. Carrying really nice speed through there, actually, giving Matty Taylor every opportunity he needs to put a good chase run in. Ricky Lee is just absolutely smashing it today. She needs to hit all these zones where she needs to be, and then she does. There's a massive dive in by the BMW, but it is not good enough. Another little dive. Ricky will go wide to let him get up on the door.
Great
That
run.
is a great battle. That deserves at least 3 hits on the roof, I reckon.
Definitely, we're getting roof slaps per minute for days there. Ricky Lee, just a textbook run. That was fantastic from her in the lead. All that practice yesterday during the expression sessions for Drift Collective must have come in good at Steve for her there. And yeah, fantastic job from Matthew Taylor. A couple of nice little dives there, keeping close proximity. We love to see it. And especially at this point of the day, with Ricky Lee being that top qualifier so far, it'll be great to see how the judges go scoring that run with Matthew Taylor.
Yeah, Matty Taylor's been doing a really good job as well. So, you know, we always knew that was going to be a great battle. Up in the line at the moment, we've got Joel Spagnolio, and he's gone up against Dan Ferguson in the white Ford EF. So, the EF's been doing pretty good. A bit of an unsung hero today. It's you know, just consistent and calm, and you know, now here's the reward. You're in the top 16, and you've got to try your best to get into the top 8.
It's definitely got to be the Dory wheels that he's rocking. They're glistening in the beautiful South Australian sun here. Not a cloud in the sky. Using that speed gate to their advantage here. Ferguson in the lead against Joel in the purple R32. They're nice and tight and close with that EF. Slow sort of snap in, but when a car is that big, you can't expect much more. It's slowly built into its slide. Holding it in, that EF, the Skyline just slowly catching up, tiniest of little dirt drops there, and they head on through into the horseshoe. Bit of a dive here from the Skyline to try and catch back up, giving it a little bit more gas while that barge of an EF swings itself around. Nice little tight section through the horseshoe there for both drivers.
Yeah, really good there. Dan Ferguson, he lost a little bit of speed getting into the horseshoe to try and get that clipping point where it needs to be, and that gave Joel the opportunity to jump up and make some time back. There was a massive gap through the battle, but just you know, Dan doing what he's got to do to get the max points, and that gave Joel a better chance to catch up, and then by that they both do well. So
lovely stuff. As you see our pro drivers head back around once again. Dan Pryor going to be in the chase on this one. He's coming in nice and tight to that Corolla. Going high speed into that first corner. That's how you know these guys are the pros. They're coming down as fast as they can into that first corner and holding that momentum through this whole circuit with passengers in the seat next to them. If you've never experienced being in the passenger seat of a pro-level drift car like these ones, I tell you what, you'll be very much hoping you brought a change of pants for afterwards, because these guys do not muck around. Full send around the track on that one there. Lovely stuff indeed. As we send our drivers back out again here in the L2 Battle Quality Top 16, we have Ricky Lee in the white Nissan Sil 80, Matthew Taylor in the black BMW E46.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. So their last battle was really good, really consistent. But hopefully that we get another one So it really depends on the speed gate right now. Once again, chase driver in front of the car coming out. That's really good. It's very smart, but a little bit of a gap there. But the BMW does open up the gap. But Ricky's trying her best to reel it in, and she does. It's going a little bit shallow just to get back on him, and then sits there. That's a really nice line through there. Drops the back wheel off to lift the front up. Ricky's not phased whatsoever. Doing everything she can to keep up. The transition's going to be really important here. Really nice dive, and then keeps it on. Put the power down, and then 46 of Matty Taylor will go wide to give Ricky that chance.
Look at that, beautiful
Really good.
stuff.
A little bit, choked herself up a little tiny bit, but that was pretty impressive.
That's
Callum?
awesome to see one of our Glitter Gang ladies absolutely killing it today. Top qualifier so far. And again, another fantastic run. She did great in the lead there. Just a textbook lead run. And yeah, in the chase there against Matt Taylor. Matthew doing a fantastic lead run himself. It's awesome to see at this stage of the day.
Yeah, that from turn 2 to turn 3, lifting that wheel up there, that's what you want every single time. If you could do that lap every single time, you would. So yeah, we're just waiting for our pro drivers to get in, having a little chat down there on the wall. High fives all around. And gonna have another battle loading up very, very soon right now. We've got the R32 Joel Spagnolio up against Daniel Ferguson in the white Ford. So as they come around now, it'll be Joel in the lead this time. Dan in the chase. Once again, I've said it 1,000 times, but how they use this speed gate really, really matters. As they're coming onto the straight now. The chase driver really far ahead. Joel's going to absolutely come past him a million miles an hour. As the enters just past, but doesn't really matter to the EF. He's right on top of Joel right now. Joel doing a good line through there. Dan's not fast whatsoever. Almost a wheel off there for Joel. As comes around, Dan's doing a really good job to keep that proximity as they transition now, and he gets on the door. A bit of a straighten, but doesn't actually go straight, but enough. As he comes around now, not very wide from Joel, but a great job from Dan, even though he does get a wheel off in the back, but that was probably because Joel was mid-track around the bowl there, and he had really been trying to push and push and push.
If I was Joel in that situation, heading into that first corner, and I've got Daniel Ferguson in that wide Ford EF, hitting that line as he did, I would be absolutely packing it. Joel did a really good job to not be too unfazed by that submarine sliding its way around, getting real close to his door. And yeah, a good job from both drivers, as we say. But Joel doing a good job to not be too phased and too concerned, which can be tricky in the L2 phase here.
So that is L2, top 16 done. So now we're going to go into the top 8 with elimination battles. But before that, we've got the big dogs out. L1 is here. Once again, we've got Shay Russell, Joel Donegan. They're going to be doing the fast layout. They're going to be doing the 150. They're going to be on the wall. And they're going to be trying to get maximum points to get into the top 8.
Yeah, exactly right, Kai. That's usually how a drift competition goes.
Thanks. I've watched one or two.
Absolutely unreal stuff. And these drivers clean runs all day and clean cars, if I must say. Absolutely stellar blue on Shay Russell's Safira. You don't see a Safira as often as we used to. Anywho, party started. Shay Russell's going right out towards that wall. Oh, that would have been close to scrubbing it, I reckon.
I reckon that was just the tiniest little tap, and he held onto it. Joel Donegan not phased at all. Shay's doing the wide line through there. Joel is right there on him. Shay doing a really good job. Been really impressed with him today. As he's coming down, he's hitting all these zones. Joel's going to dive up onto him now. Doesn't dive up as much as he'd like to, but that's okay. He's got one more chance. And Shay will go out wide. And Joel, I should say, is right there. Joel Donegan.
Love it. And yeah, I as you touched on, I really love Shay Russell's sort of style. Like, it's not like out there, balls to the wall, aggressive, but it's very consistent and very clinical, and it makes it real easy for the chase driver to dive on in and do their thing.
That's right, yeah. I was chatting to him yesterday, and he goes, "Oh, you weren't very nice to me on the live stream." And I said, "We'll throw harder." And then and since then, he's been throwing harder. He goes, "How am I going? How am I going?" I'm like, "Yeah, doing great." And it goes to show, because The results don't, they don't lie.
No, they don't. And, you can soundbite this. Shea Russell absolutely killing it out there. Take that one home, edit it over whatever footage you want.
This is the most amazing thing I've seen in my whole life. Shea Russell. No, as we got the next battle, it's Harvey and it's Mark Machick coming down. Matty Harvey, obviously, we know. Absolute son of a gun. As he comes in now, flat out, great snap to lock. Smoke show instantly. Mark almost lost into the smoke.
Oh, wow. Like Moses parting the seas. He just came straight through there, and that was beautiful stuff. We weren't sure if Mark was going to get lost in the smoke, but nah, he stayed into it, and he had to because Matt Harvey is pluming.
Absolute bushfire coming out of the back of that car at the moment, but in a good way. But Mark's not bothered whatsoever. As Harvey just gets to that outside clip, Mark was right there.
I think that was a great chase run by Mark, all things considered. You're going up against the big dog Matt Harvey, weapon driver, weapon car. Mark Machick probably not running the same type of go-getter underneath the yellow and white rig. Hopefully we see those panels get painted later in the season. And, but, as we saw him go through the smoke and he stayed into it, he was committed. It was good chase.
That's what you want, yeah. It's good commitment as well. And, being behind Harvey's car, it's intimidating. It's very intimidating. And it's I don't know what, left, right, up or down, I don't know where to go. So, having trust in that driver to then go ahead and then put a lap on like that, well done.
Unreal indeed. Okay, up next we've got that second part of our final qualifying battle. System, syndicate, whatever acronym you want to use, because they're not acronyms. Anywho, let's rock on. Joel Donegan is going to be leading this time. Shea Russell's going to be in the chase, and both clean operators. Joel gets the party started right out towards the wall, and he's going to go deep towards the sweeper there. That's a great sort of run-of-the-mill lead run. That's real textbook stuff. Shea Russell diving on in, getting that big four-door Safiro, moving like an agile grip monster, and this is all looking very above board, Kai.
Yeah, this is really good. So Joel's been really good at turn one. One of the ones that are going out is going out deep of what the judges want, and then because of that, it sets Shea up for a great lead chase run because he's got room to get the car in there. So really great work. That's all we can say.
Yeah, no, indeed. I think both drivers there will be getting solid marks each on their individual score from the judges, and very, very cool stuff. And of course, this is the final battle qualifying for L1. So, drivers really got to put it all on the line. And also, for some, it's going to be the last opportunity you get to drive today.
Yeah, this is the last time we're going to see them unless they want to hang around for the best of the rest. But the onus, it really is on the bottom 8. So the bottom 8 need to score more points to get themselves into the top 8. So for the people that are, number 1 qualifier, number 2 qualifier, you can put a consistent run in. But if you're 16th, 15th, 14th, you've got to put the balls to the wall and you've got to get max points. Otherwise, you're on the trailer.
That's exactly it. All right, second part, Mark Machick, Matt Harvey. Mark's going to be leading this time. Matt's going to be chasing. And I think we're on for an absolute ripper here. Mark has been going deep. Matt Harvey, we know, goes deep. And look at this, we're away. Both drivers out towards the wall. Mark, just a little bit of a sway, a little bit of understeer, but that just gets out deep. Oh, and both drivers too deep. I told you they were going deep.
They were.
But they went a bit deeper than we wanted.
Yeah, Mark Machick, he just went off. He was. You could see from a while ago he was going to go off, and Harvey was just with him on his line. So I think the judges will they'll have another look at that one. But it's good that both cars are still going. They're going to finish the run. It is technically battle qualifying, so you will get a couple of points. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, but that's exactly it. We're mere commentators, mere voice projectors. We've got no idea on the scoring until they tell us.
Pretty much. So as you see here, bit of handbrake, no worries. And he's kind of scrubbed a little bit. I think he got off the power a bit, and he's tried to go back on, but it's too late. So there was no contact by the looks there. But Harvey just doing Harvey things. He's not looking at the track. He's looking at the car in front of him. He's looking at that front wheel and what it's doing. So,
yeah. That might be all she wrote for that one. But on the line, it looks like Ben Bretnell. Murray River Motorsport, that's the one. And quite a cool bunch of blokes. They love their cars. They love working on them. And they love being refreshed after all the hard work, that's for sure. Yeah. Tate Lindstrom, our Number 1 from Drift Collective SA yesterday. Absolute on song.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously had a nap that he wanted, so he's done really good. I was with Ben. I'm really impressed as well. He's absolutely bringing it today. So obviously there was a few cars in the garage with him that didn't make it out today. Look, Sam Mudge and the other Murray Motorsport car had a few issues, but it's good to see Ben doing good. As Tate comes along, he's going to be in the lead. Ben's going to be in the chase. They're coming on the straight now. What can Tate do? Really good snap there. Well, a bit of a lock-up in the chase maybe. And he's just backed it off, but didn't bother Tate one bit. He's just put the one wheel up. He's dropped the wheel on the back. That's left the wheel at the top. That's exactly what you want to see.
Tough.
Tate coming around now. He's hitting that outside line. Ben is getting back into it and catching back up. He's got to put a big dive in and sacrifice a bit of angle and a bit of line to get back on it. Tate doing what he's got to do, getting out the back there. And then Ben, they're getting the photo right there. Done, job done.
Yeah, it was pretty much storing him all day like that. So everyone knows how it goes.
Yeah.
We've all done it. We're all guilty.
That's it.
But the people playing online usually don't notice. So here we go. Tate Lindstrom doing well, getting out there. Ben with the big moment.
Yes.
Not enough commitment, and it didn't get the rear overdone. And instead, you lock up and you're looking straight into Tate's door, and you're going, geez, I hope this thing pulls up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you just look at the front wheels, and it didn't really look like it was much of a huck. Yeah, and then obviously front lock up. That's all she wrote. So hopefully there's no flat spots on the front, but
yeah, a little bit more body movement to get the party started.
Yeah. Even a Wada, but who knows? All right, next battle already. We're not messing around here at Drifting SA.
No,
we've got Scott Massari and Scott Roberts. We've got the battle of the Scots again.
Great Scott, they're at it again.
Scott's going to do really well in this one, I believe. Maybe even two Scotts, as Massari's in the lead. Roberts in the chase.
Wow!
Whoa, massive entry from Massari. That was incredible. Roberts right there with him as well. Puts the hammer down and then gets right on his door. Massari doing everything he needs to do perfectly as they come around now into the sweeper, carrying a lot of speed. Massari almost just got the wheel off. Roberts is going to try and jump in. As they come in now, Roberts is going to get right up there. Massari's going to go wide. I reckon that was at least, there's 7 roof slaps. So that's acceptable.
Yeah, at least 7.
Yeah.
I mean, Scott Massari, I don't think could have cranked another degree of angle on that entry before it started stuffing up. Here we go. Let's watch this guy. Big entry along the wall. Oh, it does get the wing graze and then gets the power on just in time to... It did affect Scott there. Let's the Scott in the chase.
Yes.
Let's not lie, but both drivers doing great. And look, if there's a little bit of bobble after running the wing like that, I'll take it, Kai.
100%, and it's no surprise that Scott Massari won the big entry competition last night. So he would have had that fresh in his memory. Great work by Scotty Roberts just to be composed enough to follow him through. I think Massari went a little bit deep into turn 2 because of the speed, and obviously I would have been psyched halfway through turn 1. I would have been screaming. So no, but he held onto it really well. That was a great battle. So this is like top 16 still. This is incredible. So as we see the roles reversed now, we've got Tate in the chase with Ben in the lead. Tate did a really good entry before. Obviously the lock up from Ben. What can he do now? A lot of mid-track entry from Ben, unfortunately, but Tate doesn't seem to mind too much. As they come around now, he does get that really wide line what the judges want to see, which lets Tate drive up on him. That's what we want to see. We want to see good, close battles. So as they're coming around now, they're going to do the switchback. Tate's a little bit late with the switch. He probably could have jumped in on him like he just did then. Oh, he's the contact! That is really unfortunate.
Tate was playing the hesitation game for a long time, and that was just like, look, Ben, I love you, but get it moving, bro.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I honestly thought I was going to see that there, but not as aggressive. But then, Tate turns around and says, look, I've had enough, get out of the way.
All right, there we go. That is the look, the side profile of one Scott Massari, and he's probably got some house tunes going, knowing that he's a Victorian. They're more apt to the DJ scene, I think a bit of One Love, a bit of Ministry of Sound type of get-up, maybe. Yep. He's got the cheer squad here. They're down on the pit wall. Well, I actually can't see them, but I'm going to guess they're there. They were there yesterday. Why wouldn't they still be here today? And that's that Manic Motorsport team. And We had a really great run before with Scott Massari in the lead and Scott Roberts in the chase. We're going to flip them around. We're going to get Scott Roberts in the lead, Scott Massari in the chase, and I'm expecting equally great things.
Yeah, absolutely. As they're coming down now, putting the pedal to the metal. Scotty Roberts in the front, in the lead. Whoa, very nice entry, but Massari's just read him like a book. He got on him straight away. A little bit of separation there. Massari will try his best to get back onto it. Scott's doing Roberts is doing a really good lead as Massari comes in now to close the gap. What will we see here? Through the smoke show, great transition, lots of angle, and another one. Scott Roberts, you can see from the smoke coming out of the tyres, he's right back on the power straight away. Massari's right there with him. What a battle.
Yeah, that was very cool. Qualifying battle number 3 for this group. Very, very cool. Oh, look at that. Stay into it, Scott. Stay into it. Geez, that looks pretty tough coming around the line. Now,
absolutely. He's gone the wrong way.
Yeah. Hang on, mate. Hang on, mate. You've ended up on the wrong. You're going reverse.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, start line. Yeah, he's realised. Go 4-wheel driving off there.
Yeah,
on your Scott.
He thought it was yesterday again. He's having that much fun.
That is a team player. Now, I think Scott Roberts, not quite as deep as Scott Massari.
Yeah, 100%.
And that's kind of why we saw a bit of bobble in the chase from Massari.
Yeah.
But once we get onto here, starts simmering and starts getting into those zones a little bit more nicer. And Scott Massari, look at this transition right here, right on the rear bumper of Scott Roberts. And that's always a sexy angle.
Well, we've got another battle already. We're not messing around here. We've got things to do. We've got Will Argoon in the lead, Bo Gagliardi in the chase. Walter versus Bo's wife's car. A massive unsettle. And the AU's right up on the wall. Bo isn't phased whatsoever. Gets up on him. He's right there. Really, really good work by Will. But Bo is just, one wheel up in the air and a bit of a dirt drop. Bo stays in it. Gets back on his door. Right now, he's right on him. He gives him a little bit of room just to do the transition, loses a bit of speed, gives it a clutch kick. He's slowed him down so much, and there he's had the clutch kick again to almost reinitiate. Will almost just lost power and just started again there almost, but great job by Bo to keep that going.
I tell you what, that was kind of hilarious from Bo Gagliardi on the switch into transition there, because we saw it earlier in the earlier qualifying battle. He was too close, ran out of room. Just there, he was like, man, this is a big rig. I'm going to give it a bit more time. And then you saw once he let it through, it was like, oh, wow, we're on here. But there we go, checking the replay. A deep, big flick from Will Argoon. He just went a little bit too deep and had to balk himself up there. But again, going deep there, holds onto it, but stays into it. You love to see the commitment. And Bo Gagliardi just doing well in the chase there as... he's look at this. Here we go. Wait, boom.
Gave him 4 business days to get the car turned around, and then he's right back there again. But just right here, it seems like Will just slowed down a little bit and had to give it a kick.
Well, look at the tyre in the rear wheel there
of
Will Argoon's car. He actually lost the tyre. So.
Oh, that's why then. I won't judge him as harsh now.
We're commentators. We can judge harshly.
Right. Yeah, no, so. Try better, Will. No, that was an amazing battle. To see it like a 180, so nimble against an AU that's equally as nimble is just, it's still crazy to me. I've been seeing it for years and I still don't.
It doesn't feel right.
It doesn't feel right, no. As we're just waiting for some more cars coming out, we're still going to send another battle. That's fine. We've got Houston Sackers in the chase. He's going to chase Trent Forrester. So as they're coming down now, pretty much neck and neck. Nice little flowy entry from Trent there. Houston is right on. He's put the pedal down, trying to get up onto his door. Trent's given him a lot of room through there to make a bit of a straighten in Houston just to get back on, initiate and get back onto the door there as they're coming around now into the horseshoe. Whoa, almost a bit of contact. Trent just, I don't know, maybe misreading, maybe Houston misread the throw, but good little bit of a good photo there. Will we see any hands? No, that's fair enough.
No hands. Keep it all kosher. Okay, we've got the judge's phone ringing on volume 28, so if we can't quite understand... Oh, it's Stewie's phone. That makes sense. It's the judge's phone? Oh, okay, so that means someone's dialed in and said, hey, what's the go here?
You tell those commentators to cut it out.
Yeah, it's probably not even the judges.
My son's a nice boy. Stop teasing him.
And so there's that transition from Houston. Just had to wait a little bit longer Trent throwing that Falcon round as much as he can, but boy, does it look like a weighty number.
Yeah, just watching him go from one side of the track to the other, it is a big huck, and you've got to really, you've got to kind of you guess where it's going to end up almost.
All right, on the line, it looks like we've got Tom Hemmings, Blake Abaya, two absolute go-getters.
Yeah, this is Blake's been driving really well. Dread's flying in the air, and on a nice Sunday. Tom, obviously, he's got the S14. I think he was supposed to compete at the S14, but had an issue, so now he's in the Cephei. If I'm a liar, I'm a liar, and I'm not. No. So as we get ready, we're just track looks pretty clear. We're just waiting on. We're not. So the judges are deliberating. This is good.
So that phone call we heard earlier was serious business.
That was serious.
Just to explain to the players at home and our lovely fans at the track today, there's a system in place. You know, if there's a call or just a query, you know, it's not a good option to have drivers storming up to the control tower. It never works out, never goes well. So we've got a dedicated phone line here. They can ring up the phone. One of the race control, this case Stewie Bryant, he picks up. He goes, "Hey, what's your conundrum? What's your beef?" Then he goes to the judges, "Hey, we're going to have to take a look at this." And look at that, we've already deliberated and we're about to get straight back into it. So whatever got called in, we don't know. We'll find out later and we'll relay it to you if it's worthy. If it's not, we're just going to keep it to ourselves. Anywho, Tom Hemmings is going to lead. Blake Abay is going to chase, and they're going to be working together because this is battle qualifying 3.
That's right. A nice
wow! Big entry by Tom Hemmings right along the wall, and he holds it. That is deep, and it's going to pull up a little bit here, but it's right on line. Blake Abay is doing well to hang in there. And wow, Tom Hemmings came out the gate, didn't he? Oh, this is brilliant through here. Tom out wide, Blake right there. Has to give him time on transition, does. Now goes for the dive, says, "Hey, I'm still here." We've got a bit of a tether. Oh, on transition again, right on the rear bar. That is sexy stuff by Blake Abaya. But it can only be possible because Tom Hemmings doing such a great lead run.
100%, yeah, that entry was insane. So and almost Blake was almost like mid-track just to keep up with the speed almost, and got back on him right away. But Tom, right out wide and late, and that was perfect.
I'd honestly say that pretty much was. That's what the judges are after. And yeah, as you said, Blake had to sacrifice a little bit on the start at the chase, but pulled it right on in. So there we go. Blake start, well, okay, that was significant.
Yes.
But when Tom's that deep, it is going to look drastic.
That's right.
But Blake closes right on in here, and from here, sip of the potion, 3-wheel motion.
Yes, that's right. And to do that in the chase is incredible. So we see lead cars do that because they're on the outside and the chase car is on the other side of the track. Not Blake. He goes, "Look, you did it, I want to do it."
Yeah, exactly right. So, I mean, the rest of the run here, real cool stuff from both drivers. And what a treat.
Oh,
what a treat. You said it was going to be a great day, and it's been a great day. Dory Wills, Drifting SA, round 1. Of course, if you're taking any photos, you're taking some mobile videos, hashtag like and subscribe, Drifting SA. And we all love a bit of social media. All right, it looks like we have Troy Lipshinsky taking on Cody Obst. And by taking on, they're not. They're working together. It's still battle qualifying. Okay, we've gotten rid of the front bar now. Troy's ready to let that thing roam free. And
nice. It's
still mid-track, yeah.
But it is enough. That right there was not enough for Cody to be there if Cody was there, though. So a lot of the drivers are struggling with that turn 1. It is notorious for it, but you know, Cody doing a great job in the chase to get up there. Nice little dive in.
Oh, too much sauce on the rotation.
Too much power for consumer, man.
He risked it for the biscuit, and he's still hungry.
Oh, look at that. Wait, what is it? Is that the fishing rod? The whip?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But they are meant to be working together. Just for everyone on the live stream watching at home, where we're sitting and commentating, you watch the entry physically. We don't watch it on the screen, we watch it physically. And from our angle, almost everything looks pretty deep. And then we go to the screen and you're like, hang on a sec.
Yeah,
it's midline.
I've just lied to myself yet again. That's why every time I see an entry, I'm like, whoa!
Yeah.
And you look at the replay and I'm like, I was 4 meters away from the wall. But yeah, look.
We're just being classic commentators here, Kai.
Yeah, that's right. What more do you want from me, people? What more do you want from me?
And yeah, unfortunately, Cody just a bit too much zest in the pep there. So
here we go.
I mean, innocent enough mistake, and yeah, there he goes, right in the whip.
We've got our next battle coming already. We've got We've got
it's
Houston and
Houston
Trent.
Sackers and Trent in the chase. Houston flying on in. Trent staying right there.
Oh, bit of understeer there from Trent off the track completely.
And that's just, you go in hot and you just don't quite catch it in time, and that's when it shoots out and straightens up. But Houston Sackers, that car did start with a front bar and light this weekend, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it did. I mean, he's been driving pretty hard. I mean, if you come second in the Drift Collective, your car's going to have a couple of bumps and scratches, but Trent's still coming around now. There's more dirt coming out of his car than smoke at the moment.
And gets on the brake on the final corner there. I won't lie, that is a very Falcon thing to do.
I think he knows. I think he absolutely knows. But yeah, I mean, a great lead by Houston.
Yeah, that was out the gate.
That was good.
I won't lie, that looked pretty quick.
It looked quick, yeah, for sure.
Definitely one of the quicker entries we've seen as he gets it started. Not, close enough to the wall. That's close enough. That's fine. But yeah, there we see Trent just going dirt, diving, and just sort of
ruining the lives of some motorbike riders as the dust goes onto the Bend main track. But
just one of those ones, again, we've mentioned it before, when you've got a very fast lead driver and maybe the chase isn't used to going that fast, that's usually when we see those type of mistakes happen. But Trent's been exciting to watch all weekend, if I'm honest. So I'm absolutely all for Trent in the BA Falcon, Trent Forrester. So,
I mean, it's first time, I think first weekend driving the car, I do believe. He was in an AU last year, and he's built this car. He's turbo car, and he's doing really, really well.
Yeah, it's cool to see the progression and, just the progression of the driver and the progression with the car as well. On the line, it looks like we've got Will Argoon. He's replaced that tyre. He's put the rubber on, and Bo Gagliardi is going to lead us out.
That's right. So Will, brand new tyre after popping the other one off in that last battle. They're coming up straight now. Bo in the lead. Will in the chase. What can Bo do? Can he get out deep? Whoa, yes. That's pretty good from here, but we'll wait for the replay on that one.
He is deep.
Will is right there with him. That's given him so much room to get up on the chase, and to set them both up for a really great lap. So as they're coming around the sweeper now, Bo right on that outside point, just tips the wheel in a little bit. Will comes in, tries to close up some of the distance. Bo's going to go. Will's going to get up on that door. They're already slapping. Thanks for coming. Well done.
Yeah, that was great. That was good stuff by Bo in the lead, going nice and deep there. And that was, great by Will in the chase as well. It was kind of, a sort of flip around of what we saw in the first. And he's got the fat arm out.
He is fist bumping. He is slapping. He is loving it, man. So
bro, that was sick. That was the best, dude. That was so... We probably can't repeat the rest of the words they're saying, but look at this.
So he's gone out. He's gone out later, and that's what set Will up for the perfect run. That's what the judges wanted to see all day, is that late initiation, that wide line, because it sets you up for such a great lap. Finally, in the top 16, Bo's done it. Well done.
Finally strung it all together,
He's finally strung it all together. He's borrowed his wife's car, and now he's driving it.
I reckon there's a bit of banter between these two sort of groups as well.
Is something that we can't talk about on the...
Yes, but, just know that the banter is high. All right, we'll send these drivers in.
I think they kissed and made up last night, so which is good. So, bit of he said, but... that wouldn't be drift without
I was about to say, it wouldn't be drifting with a bout of ego talk,
100%,
We're all guilty of it, me especially. I do it all the time.
You're never going to go through. You're never going to go through life and love everyone. So,
all right,
we've got another battle.
We're back on. Blake Abay will be leading out Tom Hemmings, I want to say. And I will say it.
That will.
This is the part two. We saw Tom absolutely monster in the lead. What can Blake do? It's his turn to get close to the wall. Leaves it a little bit later than Tom would have liked. But still, it's allowed Blake to get out there. And not as deep as we've seen, but he's definitely not running that midi shallow line that we've also seen.
Yeah.
Just a real standard sort of operation there. And then, whoa.
Bit of a straighten from Tom, unfortunately, in a re-initiation. As he comes up now, trying to make the up for lost time. Up on Blake. He's snapping it early. He's going to get on the door, but unfortunately, that straighten might not be so good. And it even looked like into turn one, it was a late initiation in the chase as well. So maybe car issues, who knows? but
I sort of get the vibe that maybe Tom is used to going significantly faster, maybe than,
100%.
and that just kind of threw him off a little bit. Not to say Blake's slow at all. That's definitely not the case. But I think, yeah, when you're not quite at the same speed that what you just entered at, then, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, Tom Hemmings, I remember seeing some videos from him. He's entering at 170 kilometres an hour or something
Wow.
like that. So, or something stupid like that. So, it's, the old vert must be a little bit different to chase.
Okay, we're getting through. This is, of course, the final round of battle qualifying. And then we're going to get into some L2 action. And, Blake just going off.
Yeah, I just thought Tom's exhaust was dragging there, but maybe I'm a big, fat, dirty liar, but...
Got to get Eagle Eye Eddie onto it, hey?
That's it, yeah. So we're just going to wait for a quick second. We've got, it was hanging on the ground. See, I'm not a liar.
No, you back yourself.
Yeah,
right?
that's
Back
right.
yourself.
I'm
And
the best.
We've got that angry AU, Cody Obst, Glass Essentials, and Tom Hemmings, exhaust off, boot up. Tom, what's the happy haps?
Oh, yep. That's not supposed to be like that.
No, not at all.
You can see the little love taps on the wall have taken their toll. Another lot of Saphiro lights have gone to hell.
Mate, I tell you what, and they're not as cheap and easy to come across as they used to be. I was talking a big game. I remember about 10, 15 years ago, you could go to New Zealand and pick up a Saphiro for $50 pretty much, dime a dozen. And I was telling that to my American friends, and then I looked it up on Marketplace, and I was absolutely had to eat my words. They are well and truly up there in the price range now. Anywho, it doesn't matter because Cody Obst is going to be leading out Troy Lipshinsky. Cody's going to want to be fighting back a little bit here. He had a little spin on transition, but it's his turn to lead, his turn to shine. Gets it out nice to the wall. Can he go deep that he needs to be? Holds that mid-track deep line. That's not bad. That's okay. Troy is right there. Look, he's just hovering like a drone in the wind.
Yeah, that's incredible by Troy. Just right on him, just not giving him an inch. Every time Cody tries to get away, Troy's like, no, I'm still here. Oh, a bit of a slow down, a lock up, but then Troy pulls it off somehow. Absolute bum drag and a handbrake, and he's done it again.
That was one of the most buttery transitions I've ever seen. That was very suave. And let me tell you what, Troy Lipshinsky's on the train horn going.
He is on one today.
Yeah,
this
that was great
incredible.
driving.
They're really good. Where's this come from?
And Cody, as he winds it on out, he also, steered a solid lead there as well. Our L2 champion from last year.
Yeah.
And wow, cool stuff, Kai.
It's good. It's good to see that L2 champions is getting into L1 and is doing really well straight away. It goes to show. Well, here we go. Look at this. Look at the replay here. Look how Troy doesn't hit him. He just trims angle to then just get different panels of the car to fit with other panels of Cody's car. He comes in now. Look at this. This is incredible. And then this right here. There's butter. Just, I know exactly what you're doing. And once again, I've read your mind. Bang. There it is. It's just absolutely incredible. Troy's pushing him around. He'd be absolutely happy with that, and so he should.
It's because he doesn't have the front bar on, hey. It's giving him that extra, 2 to 5 mil.
2 meters.
Which, every mil counts, as we all know.
All right, so we've got our L2 competitors back out now. So that is Cameron Lopretti. Hopefully we can get a list going on.
And I dare say, these are our top 8 battles.
That's Kane Nash. That is Kane Nash and Cameron Lopretti getting ready. That rhymed. I'm going to trademark that.
I love it.
Getting ready with Lopretti. All right, here we go. We're doing L2 already. Just when the crowd thought they couldn't get enough, here's another battle. So, as they're coming around now, Cam's going to be in the lead. Kane's going to be in the chase. Cam's been doing some really nice entries, but Nash's chases have been absolutely insane. So here we go, top 8, L2. Great little entry there by Cameron. Kane's right there with him, lets him in, lets him get on the door. Really smooth, really flowing lead run. Letting Nash get all over him. Here's a transition that we want to see. Oh, there's a little bit of contact there, just trims the bumper. Nash isn't worried at all. Gets right back on his door. Cam exactly where he needs to be. Nash all over him. What a great battle. And so you should. That is 10 slaps. That is amazing. Well, for the first battle of L2 top 8, this is pretty impressive. So as they're coming around, Cam's taking that wider line, just mid-track, just so to let Kane in there, just like that. It really sets you up for a really good chase. This, of course, they are now battling each other as well. So this isn't a battle qualifying anymore. This is elimination knockouts. So this is ride or die time. But those transitions in between to get to the horseshoe, they were really, really something. Well done. So as we're waiting now, the start line are going to send the second round of this battle. We've got Nash in the front now. We've got Cameron Lopretti in the chase. As they're coming onto the straight now, Cam's got to get this speed gate perfect so he can get on his door and get the speeds right. You've got to match the speeds because that sets everything up. So as they enter into turn 1 now, Nash doing a really good job. Not a lot of angle, but keeping the speed going. That gives Cam, that's a great wide line to give Cam enough room to get up on the door. So as they come around now onto the speed, just a wheel off, unfortunately, from Cam, but he's trying to catch up. He's trying to jump in. He hits the handbrake. Dirt just falls out of the wheel, and it straightens him up, unfortunately. He reinitiates. Nash has got no worries out the front there. What a great battle. You can see there that when Cameron Lopretti put a lot of, he got a bit of dirt in his wheel, and then as he's tried to, I'm pretty sure after he won the drum handbrake, he's just gone to lock it up, and it's just got dirt, and he didn't get any handbrake when he needed it, so that really straightened him up, unfortunately.
The old dirt in the handbrake. That's my excuse every time too.
Unexplored lines by Cameron.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, great little plug there. Which, if by the way, if you're bored on YouTube. Which you won't be now, obviously, but I mean like
afterwards.
later on in life, you know.
Yeah. If you ever, once you stop hearing Mez's voice today, if you ever want to hear a little bit more, you know where to go.
Yeah, head on down to Wreckham. But, you know, there we go. I got my free plug-in. Okay.
All right, the next battle's loading up. This is the top 8. So this is knockouts. This is Ryland Snell, Daniel Ferguson. It looks like Dan is going to lead first. Ryland Snell. Oh, hang on. The judge's phone is ringing again. There might be an issue.
It's quite dramatic when it rings, doesn't it? Like,
hello, Bolto, and everyone just goes quiet.
And everyone's like, ooh.
Ooh, who's upset now?
Something's going on here.
Oh, no. So, here we go. We've got Ryland Snell. He's going to be chasing Daniel Ferguson. Ryland's done an absolutely amazing job to get in the top 8. The kid's 16. I mean, he was pretty much drift royalty before he was even born, with Jack and Ben being in the family. But as they get onto the straight, coming down, he's using that speed gate better every time. A massive huck by Ferguson. Ryland right there with him. Gone right out wide, wider than some of the L1 drivers have been doing, just a little bit slower, obviously, but that lets Ryland get right up there. And he's following him, like right there with him, just mimicking him in every single way is what we want to see right now. This is really important now. The dive, oh, really good by Riley. He tried it his best. Another good dive there. He's going to get right up in the door now. He's got to prove a point. Ferguson doing a great job in the lead, though. That was an incredible battle. Well done. Hands are out the window. They are happy. The boys are happy. Is Jack happy? Jack's not happy. When will you ever be impressed, mate? Give the boy a chance.
How did Trent beat Houston?
Just looking at the replay here. Ryland had a really good opportunity to get on the door here, but he started really well, but just lost a little bit of momentum. But that comes with age and learning. So as we wait now, we're just going to swap them around.
Yeah, sorry, Kai. I've been busy looking at a notepad, and I just kind of let you cut sick there. But how good is it to see these young shredders whip?
Yeah, so good, eh? Like, just, yeah, I wish I was as good at 16.
Yeah,
so,
that was like
wish my dad bought me a car.
Yeah, last year when we had Hero come out, the Minoa clan. That was super impressive. And if you haven't been keeping up with Hero, he's actually overseas in Finland working on a bit of a WRC program, bit of rally program. But hey, enough about that. We've got the real deal right here.
Look at our Aussie hero right here.
The Aussie hero. We got Daniel Ferguson, Rylan Snell. It's going to be Rylan leading this time. Daniel in the chase. Both Falcons absolutely ready to throw down.
Yeah, here we go. Using that speed gate really well, but Rylan will get past him. But Ferguson doing a great job to anticipate when Rylan was going to come past. So now, in turn 2, he's right on him. He's actually all over him.
Are we watching an L2 battle here? This is off the charts. Go, you good things.
But Ryan's doing a really good job, keeping the speed up, getting to the outside lines. A great little dive. Kind of the same, similar kind of dive in the first battle. Rylan's gone extra wide out here, so this will give Ferguson a chance to get right up on him, but Rylan still keeps a good little bit of distance. That's a really great battle. The hands are out, the slaps are on. I'm happy. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm happy too. That was great by both drivers there. I mean, Rylan did unreal in the lead, and then you got Ferguson in the chase doing absolute door-on-door things.
Yeah.
Like, it's very cool.
And this is L2.
This is L2. So Rylan gets out deep. That allows Ferguson to come up in, and then Ferguson's like, hey, you don't mind if I just follow you like this for the rest of the run?
I'll just keep doing what you're doing,
but Rylan was like, dude, that's swell, man. I'm just going to go out wide and let you tuck in on my door.
Yeah, that's it. So, and even in the battle beforehand, where the roles were reversed, Ferguson did the exact same thing and let Rylan up on the door. So it's good. It's good footy.
And this is top 8 battles. So we are battling each other. We do want to take each other out. Not in that sort of way, but, you know, we want to win. We want to move on. So now we can say it, Kai. Geez, I'd hate to be the judges right now.
I would hate to be the judges. So we're just going to wait, see if we can get a result. We're the phones are going off again. It's like a call center in here at the moment. So we're just we're having a look. We're having a wait.
It's like the opposite, but we're not doing the cold calling.
No.
We're getting harassed.
It's like on TV where it's like you could call a celebrity up to donate some money.
Yeah.
Can I talk to Mez?
Can I speak to the judge?
Yeah. So they are going to come back in. The hazards are on. Rylan's coming back in. Ferguson's going to come back in. They do have a result.
Yeah.
The result is Dan Ferguson going through to the top 4. So, unfortunately, Rylan gave it everything he could, but it wasn't good enough, unfortunately. But a massive, great effort. Like, for a 16-year-old kid to get in the top 8 like that, we haven't seen that in a very long time. So, hats off. Well done. As the boys come in, going to get us some high fives. Dad's proud. So we're just waiting. Yep, here we go. The next battle's on. It's Ricky Lee Lipchinski versus Maddie Taylor in the black BMW E46. Ricky, the top qualifier, she's going to be going really slow. What is going on here? So there, she's just started her car again. She's going for it. She's decided she wants to drive. She does want to win. The BMW's guy, there she goes. He comes in now. Nash with that shallow entry to get back right into that door straight away. Ricky doing that, well, probably a bit of a shallower line, but still not impeding Nash too much. As they come around now into the long sweeper, really need to hit that outside line. Nash with that, like a slower transition, but an earlier transition to try and get some proximity back onto the door of the Lipchinski Motorsport Team S13 or 180.
Yeah, quite a kosher run there by both drivers. Ricky Lee got the roof slaps going.
Sorry, Matthew Taylor. I was saying,
that's all right. I said Matthew Taylor. I got it right.
Yeah. Look, as long as one of us are right, that's all that matters. So, you see here, I think it's like another mid-track entry, unfortunately, but it's not too bad. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't cutting him off completely, Matty Taylor, but apologies to Matt Taylor. There's too many BMWs, so I'm getting confused. So.
It is, and there's a lot of L2 drivers today. There was a stacked field.
There's only 50 of you, and I don't know all of your names. I'm sorry.
Don't have a face-to-face personal basis. But anywho, we are got the second part of this battle underway. It is going to be Matt's time to lead, Ricky's time to chase, and look at that, we're keeping it all consistent and moving on in. Ricky's right up there on the chase lane, already ahead of Taylor, ready to dive on the door once the party gets started, and Taylor puts on the loud pedal and gets out nicely there. It's deep. It's deep.
It is.
And he holds on, gets
nice.
a bit of dirt in there.
A little bit of dirt. And Ricky not bothered whatsoever. She's on the loud pedal trying to get up on the door, even though he's going off the track. That's what we want to see. We want to see a little bit more commitment into the top 8 here. That's a nice little dive. Will she hang on to it? Oh, unfortunately, no. Just absolute commitment. She knew she had to do it. Yeah. Otherwise, it was over anyway. So, unfortunately, then Matty Taylor comes and just puts his wheels in the dirt anyway.
Wheels in the dirt. So
I don't know how that's going to look.
Bit of an all sorts licorice mix there.
Yeah.
Don't know what you're getting.
That's a party mix.
Yeah. So, I mean, there were moments of greatness and moments of mediocreness.
I mean, interesting to see what the judges think about it, really. I mean, like I said, the line's going to come out, but that's an off. But
the judges still said that's a spot you're allowed to wheel off, as long as you're not disrupting the rhythm there. And it looked to me like Matthew Taylor didn't really get disrupted too much. And then here's where Ricky went for the kill, but just a little bit too fast, too soon.
Just dived in, but you're never going to die wondering. You don't want to die wondering.
No, you'd rather be doing that than way too far behind.
That's right. Yeah, not wrong.
So just looking off to the side there, big dust cloud. So if you're driving on in, maybe you don't...
Yeah, don't rip the dust up,
Yeah, don't
please.
rip the dust up. We're trying to keep those motorbike riders happy on the big track.
On the big boy track.
Big boy track.
So judges deliberating right now, waiting for a result. Matty Taylor's got the hazards on. You reckon he already knows?
Deliberating.
Enhance. So looking at some replays, making sure that they're making the right decision here.
Big shout outs to Dory Wheels, our title sponsor, Drifting SA 2026 State Series. Big shout outs to the brother here cleaning the car out of the dust, or not sure what's going on there. We've got the kid with the headphones on, ear safety, you'll love to see it.
That is, it's good.
Because I didn't do that when I was younger, and now I'm like, huh?
What did you say?
What's going on?
A few more shout outs to some sponsors. Case Up Worldwide, great work there. Scott's Tyres, Shockworks, sponsoring L1. So yeah, that's right, I was right. Acostal Steering Systems, Sleeker Spares, JTR Race Trailers, NG Elect, Custom Imports, DC Motorworks, Outside Thinking, Evolution Car Sales, Edwardstown Powder Coating, Blackwood Hire, Rural IT Solutions. Thanks so much.
And there we go, we got the lads hanging on the fence, inspecting the dirt. I've been there myself this morning, lads. Great spot, great viewing spot, and great to see everyone out here enjoying the sunshine. I hope you were all protecting yourself.
Slip, slop, slap.
Indeed, and I mean, that's a perfect example.
That is,
Our marshal down there,
Brendan's
flag marshal. Fully covered Brendan.
Yes, he's good. Pretty sure it's Brendan.
Hope
I don't know, I can't see.
And good to see everyone out here. I mean, it's been a great day, and we're just getting into these top 8 battles. Of course, it's L2, and
we are getting to the pointy end.
Wait till the L1 starts, you know?
Oh, yeah.
If we're getting battles like Ryland's and Ferguson's earlier, that was unreal. So, yeah, cool stuff. And, got the little neck breezer there. Nice. The Legionnaires cap.
Legionnaires, I was just thinking of it, yeah. DIY Legionnaires, a fluoro. That looks like a microfiber, maybe. I'm not sure. Let's have a look.
It is a microfiber.
That's 10 points. 10 points to me.
Mate, you can take that one off and clean your screen, your phone screen.
There he is. Yeah, they're talking about you, champ.
Yeah, he's got, there we go.
Yeah,
what are we drinking,
sweet.
brother? What are we running? A Cooper's?
Yes.
Oh, hard solo. That is, someone is refreshed right now.
Staying hydrated, staying pissed.
Beautiful choice.
My man.
And
very good. And the little Jack Daniels next to him. That's fantastic, I think.
The dad and son getting a leg workout.
On the lofty ute. Well done.
Lofty heights right there.
Mount Lofty, some would call it.
Hey. Ooh, there we go. Great to see you all enthusiastic operators out here, enjoying yourself in the sunshine. This is what it's all about, getting out here, supporting Drifting SA, supporting our drivers, and just supporting.
Yeah, thanks for coming out. Honestly, this can't be possible without people like yourselves coming out and having a good time. So I hope you're enjoying a long weekend.
Now, here we go. We got the media out there. I can see a Glitter Gang hoodie.
Oh, yeah, yep. Here we go.
No, I can't quite see the back of that vest. Maybe if you turn your back, we can give you a shout out. That's one possible extra follower you could receive. But
it's a
maybe
pretty serious camera. It looks
maybe
like
you can't hear. There we go. Hang on, no, the other way. The other way.
90
Give me
degrees.
a 45.
Hey,
There we go. Out of turn
photography.
photography. Check
you,
it
mate.
out online. He's got the camoed up DSLR. He's getting nitty and gritty, and yeah, he's sniping out there.
He's in the trenches.
He is in the trenches. And yeah, shout outs to all the media out there. It's a tough gig. It's a thankless one. Usually, you know, some of our drivers steal your photos.
Yeah.
That ain't all right.
No.
If you're a driver, make sure you shout out the photographer. It's the least you can do. If you really want to be a good driver,
You pay for it.
yeah, give him some walk around money.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
our
it.
photographers need a new memory card.
And don't use ChatGPT to get rid of the watermark.
Yeah, and don't use ChatGPT to make your captions either.
Yeah. Some certain raceway in Queensland.
Oh, and look at that. We got the Zen R33. Those guys are all meditating right now. This is exactly where they want to be. Nismo's shirt, represent. Great to see him out there.
Very good.
And yeah, Zen R33. I reckon that guy's got a few bonsais at home.
I reckon he trims. I'm going to shut up.
Yeah. I mean, that was a great call, but yeah. This is great. This is great look of the... Oh, there we go. We're back on.
We've
All
got...
right.
Right. We've got a result.
We've got a result. Let the people know, Kai.
It is Ricky Lee Lipczynski going through to the top 4.
Wow. So I'm not sure how the judges reached that one,
that
but
took a
we'll have
long-
to question them later.
That took a long while, so they must have put a lot of effort into it. So it's good to see. It's not just a willy-nilly, yep, that'll do, let's keep going. Anyway, Mez, stop making enemies. We've got the next battle. We've got Jock Manser and Joel Spagnolio coming. Joel Manser's leading. Joel Spagnolio in the chase. 2 R32s, going for it. Nice little entry there from Jock. Joel's trying his best to catch up as he's coming around now, opening up a little bit of a gap.
Yeah,
Joel
Jock
Spagnolio's trying his hardest.
just absolutely wound the angle on there, and unfortunately that's meant the following 32 had to play a bit of grip, bit of gunzai toge catch-up.
Yeah, that's right. He is getting up, but he's done a really early transition to try and get on the door, but it's just too much. He's too wide, he's too fast, and he's gone. So, yeah, Jock Manser, really great lead lap there. Just Joel Spagnolio, just, I don't know, just looked like he was just a bit unsettled from the get-go.
Okay, and I'm going to leave you with Kai and Callum, and just to be clear, I was talking a bit of nonsense with the judges. It's always fun to wind the people up that you're in the same room with, and anywho, it always gets the chat started as well.
Yeah. It's a good opportunity to then leave said room, isn't it, Nez?
Yeah, thanks for that, yeah. Starts it and then leaves.
Yeah,
So.
well, that's it. Starts the fire and then watches it burn from the outside of the house. Lovely, lovely stuff. Thank you for that.
We will hear from Mez again soon. He's just going to come down.
We hope to hear from Mez again
if he
after
hasn't
that
been beaten
instance.
up.
Yeah, that's it. As we see our drivers cruise on back around again. That purple skyline glistening in the sun. Both skylines ready to rock and roll as they head down the straight. Big power into the first bend. Both drivers initiating a grey skyline just that little bit later than driver in the front here, Joel, who's absolutely smashing it. Beautiful driving here from both of these competitors.
Yeah.
L2. Say what? This is absolutely perfect stuff from both of these guys. Nice little
dive.
turn in. Yeah, perfect dive in from Jock there. Oh, and another one. He's coming in nice and tight. Great line from them both. Coming in around the last
just
port.
Wearing him. That was really, really good. Just Jock is just on one in that run there. Unfortunately, Joel going a little bit wide on that last corner, but Jock doesn't mind. He just stayed with him.
That's a good 7 RSPMs there, roof slaps
Yes.
per minute. We love to see it here. Instant replay on the live stream. We can see both these drivers neck and neck coming into the first corner. A little bit of weight transfer from Joel, whereas Jock just went full send. And yeah, he held his line nicely, nice and close and tight throughout that whole first bend. Nice little sweeping transition into the second corner here. So we watch on the live stream a beautiful dive from Jock. That was nice and tidy, but also then ducked back just enough to then swing it around and come back onto Joel's left door. A little bit of contact, actually.
Gave him a little push in the dirt and said, I got you.
Yeah, that's it. He's bullying him around, shoving his face in the dirt and saying, mate, I am right behind you here. The Skyline v Skyline.
Yeah, the snaps from Jock were before, like, Joel had even gone to, initiate or transition. He was just sensed it and he hit it faster and got to angle quicker, and then because of that, got to drive up onto Joel a lot more quicker and a lot more effectively.
Yeah,
so.
It's good anticipation, which is what you want to be seeing at this part of the day in the top 8 for L2. We love to see it. The crowd are going wild. So wild, they're dropping their phones and everything. It's crazy to see. Yeah, give it a blow, N64 style. Love to see it.
Yeah, hopefully it charges tonight, son.
And the crowd here has turned out on such a beautiful day here at the Bend Kartdrome. Everyone is up and about, up in the shelter as well, because the high UV rays today, and some of the drivers and volunteers got a little bit roasted yesterday. Same sort of thing happening again today. Stay out of the sun, be smart, safe. Chuck in your earplugs as well, protect your ears.
So we've got a result. Obviously, the cars are coming back in. Into the top 4 is Jock Manser. Give it up for Jock. Absolutely amazing driving. So it will be the top 4 of L2 will be Ricky Lee Lipchinski, Kane Nash, Daniel Ferguson, Jock Manser.
How good is that? That was a tricky one to pick between those two drivers just now. But yeah, great job from both Joel and Jock. Jock just had that little bit of a one-up by the looks of things there.
So as we take a small little break here, Stewie's going to come out. He's going to wet the track down. He's going to get all this dirt wet before we get into the big dogs, the top, top 8.
Top 8.
Top 8 of L1.
And we're going to see Mez do some interpretive dancing. He's potentially going to bring down some rain gods or something. I'm not sure. He's out and about on the track. Yeah, that's it, Mez. Bringing the moves. We love that. Love that.
And of course, while we're doing that, we're going to have the top 8 intros. Over to you, Mez, when you're ready.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it's working this time. How good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is your Dory Wheels Drifting SA Round 1 Top 8. Make some noise for all our drivers. All right, there we go. Job done. Introduction done. All right, here we go. We're up with Scott Massari. Mate, you were the big entry winner last Dilly Dabble, which was yesterday. I was about to say last year. It's flying. Mate, have you sort of, you were very clean yesterday. And now you just, after that wall ride, you're like, stuff it, we're sending it. Is there a bit of truth in that?
There's probably 100% truth in that, yeah.
So you're coming for the title this time?
I'll give it a go, but we're just not going to stop. We'll just keep going.
Absolutely love it. Make some noise for our Victorian Scott Massari, your big entry winner yesterday, and he's coming in hot. All right, I am here with another contender, Shay Russell. You've got this beautiful blue Safira, and you weren't too happy with what we were saying on the live stream yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. So I was talking to the judges or whoever they were and started turning it up and giving them what they wanted, which was a bit more of aggression into turn 1. So, and it got me here. I still have no clue how I got here, but this is sick.
Mate, I'll tell you, it was clean, consistent, and that little bit of extra aggression. Make some noise for Shay Russell. And coming up, we've got the buttery operator, Troy Lipchinski. Mate, you have been absolutely on song on your transitions. Is it all that teamwork you've been doing with Ricky Lee, or is it just, I'm going to come out here swinging?
A bit of both. I've done a whole lot of driving with my beautiful wife, and I think I heard she just made top 4. I did. Baby, you guaranteed a podium, so that's sick. Your first one. I don't care what happens from here. I really don't. That's a sick weekend. So yeah, thanks for coming out. Let's put on a show.
Unreal stuff. Putting someone else first. It's Troy Lipshinsky, the battery operator. Okay, up next, we've got the people's favourite, the wagon, the Walter. It's Will Argoon. Make some noise. Will, mate, you drove the tyres off this thing. That kind of tells me you're running about 10 PSI. You're looking for all the grip you can get.
I'm actually fighting the car really bad. I've got a really bad voltage issue. Like, I'm absolutely throwing it as hard as I can at the wall just for everyone up on the wall because that's what it's about. And, yeah, I'm just really struggling. It just keeps cutting out on me. And, yeah, when it does come back on, it shoots me straight off the other side of the track. So, look, if somebody's got a knife and fork because I'm making a meal of this.
Mate, the people are still behind you and we are absolutely loving your commitment on entry. Make some noise, Will Argoon! And up next, yeah, this Bruise is a bit of a go-getter. Representing the Madhouse, Bo Gagliardi, mate, grins galore. Is your roof, or your wife's roof, I should say, because this is not your car, is the roof got massive dints from how many roof slaps you've been dishing out?
Yeah, look, I think I copped most of it at the end of the Battle of the Goonie, but there was a bit of riff-raff at the pub last night, so they sort of lit a fire under my belly, and I had to actually show these young guys what it's all about again. Hopefully I get Goonie again somehow, I don't know if we cross paths, and show him how Nissans actually do drive really good, not just big wagons.
You guys wouldn't be talking nonsense after hours, would you? Make some noise, Bo Gagliardi! And moving on, it is arguably Australia's champion driver, Matt Harvey. Didn't get the result he wanted yesterday, but you're coming out swinging today, aren't you?
Yeah, we've had a lot less issues today, so we're just relaxing, you know, having a good time, having fun, putting on the show. So yeah, we're pretty keen.
What a cool, calm operator. It definitely, your driving doesn't look like that, by the way. It's absolutely on fire, on song. Make some noise for last year's Drift Collective champion, Matt Harvey. All right, up next we have Tom Hemmings in the backup car. Make a little round of applause for Tom Hemmings before we get into it. Nice polite golf claps, nice polite. Tom, you were absolutely ripping and tearing along the wall there in the backup car. Is it just because it's the backup car you give less care about how it ends up, or that's just how you drive?
Probably has something to do with the fact we set it on fire yesterday and then got in the Sylvia and blew that to pieces, and now we've got the loom taped back together, and I'm just seeing what we can pull out of the hat here today. So.
Well, mate, we're absolutely loving it on the sidelines. A weapon to boot. Make some noise, Tom Hemmings. And your Drift Collective winner from yesterday, right in form. He's right here, ready to get busy, and you got straight into it straight away. Tate Lindstrom, mate, are you looking forward to the pointy end?
I am. I did break a tyre rod in that last battle, though, so we've got a mystery alignment going on, which should be fun, considering I'm going to be leading the first lap. So, yeah, bring it on.
And just a quick one, did you get your nap?
Yeah, I did. In the garage last night, where my bed was, which was apparently my bedroom for the night.
There we go. It's desperate stuff, but it's the life of a champion. Okay, make some noise, Tate Lindstrom. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your round one. Dory Wheels Drifting SA Top 8. We're about to get into some battles. The more harder you guys cheer on the sidelines, the more they're going to drive harder. And as you can tell, some of these weapons need the cheer. Okay, we're about to get into it. Don't go too far. Drifting SA.
On your Mez, good stuff. And as we see our drivers jump back in the cars, head over to formation. Drivers, head over to your formation. Let's give these guys a big round of applause as they jump back in behind the wheel, light up their engines. Some noisy operators out here in the top 8, that is for sure. We're going to see some of the best driving in all of Australia, some of the best drifting action that this country has to offer. SA does it best, that is for sure. Round 1, the Dory Wheels Drifting SA Championship Series this year. Big shout out to our other sponsors as well, Shockworks, KSAT Worldwide, KSAP, Scott's Tyres, the Costal Steering System, Shockworks, Sleeker Spares, JTR Race Trailers, NG Elec, Custom Imports, DC Motorworks, Outside Thinking, Evolution Car Sales, Edwardstown Powder Coating, Blackwood Hire, and Rural IT Solutions. We can see the guys heading to formation at the moment. We've got Stewie still waving his hose around in the air like he just don't care, wetting down the track. The reason we do that with the track, of course, is we've got that big dirt runoff at the end of the first turn, and the wetter that area is, the less likely we're going to see smoke kicking up. There he is. Give us a wave of your big old noodle there, Stewie. Giving it nice and wet. I know, that's... wonder what's going on inside that mine there. He's pulling that face. It's an interesting one.
That's going to be the newest Drifting SA meme if I've ever seen it before. Look at that. He is just...
He's in his element
hanging on to
right
that
now.
thing for dear life.
He's absolutely in his element.
Just a man in his hose.
And we can see him rounding out as, again, the less dirt that's going to be kicking up from that entry point there. We're expecting our drivers to go hard and heavy. We're expecting them to go full send into that first corner. We may see some offs. We may see some drivers hitting that dirt, and we don't want too much kicking up and heading over to the main track. We've got some motorcyclists who are kicking around on the main track at the moment. Stewie wrapping himself up there, ending up his water tanking action, and away we go as we have some of our drivers heading out to the track ready for their formation.
Yes, we've got Scott Massari and Shay Russell making their way out to the track now. This is going to be a pretty interesting battle. Scott Massari's entries are absolutely incredible, and the longer that Shay is driving, he's just getting more aggressive and more aggressive and more aggressive. He's not only he started the day, doing what he had to do, just being reliable. And now he's pushing it hard. You've got to keep pushing, otherwise you're going home. So they're ready. Shay's going to be in the lead. Massari in the chase as they come around for the first battle of the L1 top 8. Coming to the main straight now. A little unsettled, the car from Shay. Massari really up close next to him. Shay getting out nice and deep. Massari
he's out.
Just put too much jandle on it and just drifted his way off the track a little bit. That's opened up a massive gap for Shay. And then Scott Massari will try his best to get back up on the door of Shay, but Shay's doing a really good job out in front. Callum.
Massari already at that slight disadvantage. You can see Massari's quintessential entry into that first turn there. He went full send, but the rear of his car then started to kind of kick backwards just that little bit. He maybe hucked it just that little bit too hard, which in trying to follow in the chase, as we see in the instant replay up on the live stream.
It was a really good entry by Massari as well to get real close, but you can just see that the smoke of the back wheels just disappeared a little bit. It looked like he got off the gas maybe, I'm not quite sure, but Shay also dropped a lot of speed to get through that corner as well. So
maybe that unsettled Massari, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. So interesting how the judges will look at that, but for the first battle of the L1 top 8, that's pretty good. So they flipped it around. Massari now thrown up against the wall. Oh, that is backwards almost. Shay has hung on to it.
He can't hold it.
Oh my God, that was incredible. Yeah, that was a massive throw by Massari. He knew he had to do something pretty special. Shay had nowhere to go. He has made contact with him, but Shay isn't bothered whatsoever. He's going to keep going.
Side skirt from Massari, unfortunately, wants to go on holiday.
The front bar has just been driven over by its own owner.
Massari's got to do evasive manoeuvres to avoid the bumper that's been left out on the track there by Shay.
Yeah, Massari
He's worried about his own side skid.
Everything around. Now Massari's about to lose a side skirt as well. He's ripped half of his front quarter panel off as well in that accident. This replay is going to be incredible.
And like you just said before, Massari, he knew he needed to do something there to win that back as we jump to the replay.
Yeah, watch this.
Quintessential huck in from Massari.
That's over 90. That is full lock, and then Shay just gives him a little hit and then sends him on his way. Shay had nowhere to go. Unfortunately, as good as it looks, the lead driver cannot be over rotating past 90 to then upset the chase car, unfortunately, but that was an entry for the ages.
I think Massari is still stuck in the big entry comp from yesterday, which he, of course, won at Drift Collective. And this time around, yeah, well over 90 degrees of angle, which didn't really give Shay much opportunity to kind of... He did his best. He was right there up against him. But unfortunately, Massari then just didn't have that momentum to kind of pull through around the bend. And Shay did his best to keep it on the track.
Thankfully, it looks like Shea made the contact with his wheel, but with his doors. So it wasn't wheel to wheel. So if we assume Shea moves forward, hopefully there's no mechanical damage and he can keep moving on with the day. So
That's it.
we do have a result, and of course it is Shea Russell going through to the top 4 of L1 for the round 1 of Drifting SA State Series. So round of applause for Shea Russell.
And look, not the ideal outcome that Scott Massaro would have been hoping for, but an incredible weekend of driving from him. Of course, he is knocked out at this point of the game. But hey, if you're going home saying that you placed in the top 8 against this stellar lineup of drivers in L1 and you walked away with a big entry comp win, I think that's pretty good bragging rights, as we can hear Massaro bragging underneath us right now, copping some high fives and shakas from the crew. We also see a bit of Shea in his front bumper eyeing off, seeing if there's any mechanical damage on that car.
Yeah, Massari's still dragging that side skirt down. He's absolutely unlimited. That is him saying goodbye. As we've got 2 more cars coming out, we've got Matt Harvey and Will Argoon getting ready to go.
Yeah, this is one for the absolute ages, boys. This is going to be a real grouse one if Walter can bring it together and stay running for Will Argoon as he's parked on the back bowl there. He just mentioned all the issues he's been having, so that is a surefire sign that he is fighting it right now. But car's fired up. He's making his way to the start line. Everyone cross your fingers, cross your toes, and just put out the positive energy that we're going to see Will Argoon have a running car against Matt Harvey, because both of these drivers underway, it's going to be one to watch, boys.
Absolutely, Maz. Yep. So we're just hoping Will Argoon's car can last a couple of laps and we get a good battle as Harvey's going to lead. Will Argoon in the chase, absolutely flying. We'll see what happens here. That's a massive throw by Harvey. That is incredible. Smoke screen instantly. Argoon gets a little bit lost. He's got to straighten up a little bit and then reinitiate. I couldn't even see him for a bit there. A little bit of a dabble off the side of the road for Harvey, but still just foot flat. Will has gone right up. He's thrown it right up against him. He goes, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die fighting. As he gets up on the door of Matt Harvey. That is incredible.
We've been saying it all weekend. Will Argoon not driving that wagon like it is a ginormous beast of a car that it actually is. He's been driving it as nimble as he can, but unfortunately there in that first big bend, just got lost in Matt Harvey's smoke and didn't quite have the agility to keep up as we jump to the instant replay.
That was a massive huck by Harvey. Just almost, I reckon, exhaust touched the wall just a little bit and just instant smoke screen. And you can see Will just having to back off a little bit, straighten up and then reinitiate, which is, one wheel up over into turn 8.
But the transition before Matt Harvey, that was unreal. And look, does that make up for the loss in smoke? Definitely not, but it won our hearts.
And here we go again.
Massive throw by Will. That's over 90 degrees. He's held onto it somehow. Matt's held onto it as well. He's right up on the door. He's given him so much room. Oh my God. This is top 8. They're still going. Will Argoon is just absolutely sending it. Matt goes, if you can do it, I can do it better. He jumps up on the door. Watch this. He's going to jump up on the door again.
Wow.
Will is amazing.
That was absolutely tough, fellas, and you could just see the commitment from Will Argoon. He said he's going to have to wrestle it. He said the car's not working as well as he'd like underneath me, and we already know he's going to send it, and he just absolutely monstered that. And Matt Harvey, a seasoned operator, was not phased in the slightest. Both drivers sticking to it, and both drivers would be grinning from ear to ear. Look at this, absolutely deep in the zone there. Comes off it as they transition to that second zone. Both drivers getting the 3-wheel motion going. That's a tough photo. That's exciting. And what did we say? This was going to be unreal.
Yeah, absolutely. This is incredible. We always know that Will Argoon brings it. We know Harvey brings it. This has just been amazing.
And to see that wagon keep up with one of Australia's best drivers there in Matt Harvey and that beast of an S chassis, that is going to be a tough one to pick for the judges, that is for sure.
And Will Argoon doing the sleepy time emote. I don't know what that means.
I think he needs a nap now. Maybe he's trying to get some Tate luck by having a nap or needing a nap. So
Well, you put it out there. You're like, oh, I'm too tired for this. I'm too tired for this. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a result.
Will Argoon.
That's
Well,
not the
that's what it
result.
says on the
No, ladies and
computer.
gentlemen, we've got a table that is
computer.
telling us lies.
Wow, great work, Renee. Let's everyone blame Renee. Just take a moment of silence. Mez has thrown a chair.
You guys need to wait.
I was
Okay, we
wrong.
need to rate.
You guys need to wait a little bit longer.
Matty Harvey has gone
Okay,
through.
there we go. We were wondering how that was going to happen, but we will wait. You know, everyone relies on technology until technology lies.
Yeah, and then
You
it's
know?
my fault.
And
my
then
fault.
then we look like
my
typical
fault for believing in the
commentators.
technology you provided me. That's fine. That's all right. Yeah, I'll be the scapegoat. All good.
Here we go. We got the Drifting SA power couple defending their technology.
This is where I keep my microphone shut.
What you don't understand is
the system works. You guys just don't get the system. No, they are right. We do need more patience, but you can't tell.
how can you have patience after a battle like that?
I know,
That
we're
was
so
incredible.
excited. We're so hopped up, everyone. I still don't actually want to call out the winner. I'm still a bit
No,
timid
I'm
on
scared
it.
now. I'm
just-
actually scared, Renee. Can you call it out for us?
It's a lesson for us all. If you're a little bit too excited, you do not want to be calling things too early there.
No, it isn't a lesson, Callum. It's absolute BS because the name came
It's
up
changed
in the
3
spot,
times now.
and it's changed 3 times. So you know, I know you're trying to appeal to these guys, but let's put the knife in where it hurts.
Put it back on them
It's
for
not
once.
us commentators. Us commentators are doing a professional job.
Trying my best with what I got.
Oh, classic. Sorry to everyone for that absolute earful, but
Yeah, that's just a little rant. I've had enough. Yeah, Matty Harvey going through to the top 4.
there it is, and big claps for both of those drivers.
That was
I
insane.
mean, Will Argoon fighting that car, but absolutely laying down, and Matt Harvey just being a seasoned professional. Anywho, we are moving on.
We have a grudge match.
We do have a grudge match.
This is Madhouse versus Old Madhouse. This is Troy Lipczynski versus Bo Gagliardi. A lot of banter between these guys, a lot of trips, a lot of memories. Now they're battling each other. So Bo Gagliardi in the lead, in Nissa's car, Troy in the chase, in Ricky's car. As they're coming along the straight now, what can they do? A nice entry by Bo. It wasn't a massive snap, but it was deep. It gave Troy the opportunity to get up on the door. Troy is chasing all day, has been fantastic, and this is no different. So as they're coming around the big sweeper now, Bo doing what he got to do. Let's look at this transition. This needs to be a good jump, and it is. Troy doing a really good job there. Bo letting him do it. And another one here as Bo goes around. Troy's going to get right up him, and they've done another photo, a Madhouse photo, but they don't have the same looking car anymore.
Yeah, I tell you what, Troy is smooth as in that chase, and Bo Gagliardi did a nice lead to allow it, and both drivers getting the roof slaps on.
So smooth, can't believe it's not Butters. We see the replay on that one there. Both S chassis doing a beautiful job. You're seeing that slight little dirt drop there in that competition. Bo doing a good job, but Troy right up against his door, doing a quintessential follow run there. Nice and tight, right up against the front of that car there from Bo. Great driving from both of them, especially that sweep around into the horseshoe. Nice and tight and close from Troy. Beautiful driving, and the RSPMs here, roof slaps per minute as they come back down the straight once again. Troy taking the lead, hugging it in. Oh!
That is over 90.
Massive angle, and he holds it.
And
Round of applause to
Bo just
Troy.
goes, I don't care, I'm going to be here anyway.
Absolutely insane entry there from Troy, and such a good job from Bo to hold his own in that. Oh, Troy's right out to the edge here, right up to that clip zone as they swing it around into the horseshoe. Guys, this is top 8 right now as Bo dives right in deep, right up against his door. We're home out the window, roof slaps for days. What a run that one was.
Does that get extra points at the end there for the tandem fist pump?
That was
that was
unreal.
in sync, and both drivers doing like pirouettive ballet, just in sync.
Synchronized swimming vibes on that one there.
The hearts were beating to the same song.
The roof is still being slapped. That's how pumped you are. This is going to be a great watch. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Troy right out deep angle, holds onto it. Bo's like, I'll just nestle on here, brother. That's sweet. I can deal with that. Both drivers going deep, getting out to that second clipping zone, and wow, this is just cool stuff.
That
and
was
as you said,
insane.
Only
Absolutely
top 8.
insane. And yeah, to get that much angle and for Bo to just sit there and go, hey, you do you, mate. I'm right here with you.
Well, Bo, sorry to cut you off, but Bo played it smart with the not coming in and trying to match an aggressive angle and just nestling it in. And I think that's where a lot of chase drivers are getting caught out because, one, it's way cooler if you can pull that off, but it actually, is all good. And don't cover that, mate. We're all good. We know what we're doing now.
Well, it's going to be very tricky for the judges on that one there. How are they going to split that apart? Bo in the borrowed car, Troy in that fantastic white Nissan S13 with the yellow graphics on the side, matching his Ricky Lee's pink graphics on the side of her car, doing a great job in L2. We'll see how the judges are going to be able to divide this one out.
You can tell.
What do you reckon? One more time, Kai?
I reckon it might be, but we will have to wait for the judges to deliberate. But it's obvious to know that because they were teammates, they've spent a lot of time driving together, and they do still have that trust. And even seeing a car at 150 going back, the front is coming back towards you, and you're still like, no, it will be all right. I've got to keep sending it. That is just absolute amazing.
And look at Bo's
He's so
face.
happy there.
I don't think
Give
I've
us
seen
a thumbs
him.
up, Bo.
I don't think I've seen him without a grin all weekend.
No. Well, here we go. They're getting spoken to.
And I tell you what, I think I know what that means. When you see the start line official going to each driver, they're going, hey, it's a rerun. Do you have the tyres for it? So, ladies and gentlemen, Bo Gagliardi, Troy Lipshinsky, we're going one more time.
And for both of these drivers, if they are teammates, how can you not think of a better outcome in that situation? Another go around, another opportunity to go even harder than before, which, can you believe it, when you're pulling in angles over 90 degrees and together still managing to hold that. I don't think they can go even harder, but I'm happy to eat my words as we get ourselves ready, making sure, hey, is your car ready to go? Have you got enough tyres? Are you happy to go again right here, right now? Let's see what happens.
Well, actually, I'm thinking it might even be a, hey, you've just got to run what you brung.
Yeah, don't have time, maybe, don't know. There's one thumbs up there. Team Madhouse is ready to go. Is Team Lipshinsky ready to go? Our start line volunteer is getting ready.
All right, just a little cool down lap here for both these drivers. Cool the cars, cool the heads. We'll get on with a Tom Hemmings, Tate Lindstrom battle on afterwards. We'll let these drivers cool down and then we will run them one more time. All right, getting on into the groove. We're not dawdling here.
That's the thing, when you've got these two cars, as you just said, hot-headed, ready to rumble, we want them to be able to cool their engines down, do a little sort of sweeping lap around the track. Otherwise, if you're just sitting there ready to go,
give them a clap as they come past.
Absolutely, big round of applause for both of these drivers. Insane talents, doing an amazing job here. And this is, again, top 8. Can you imagine what we still have in store for you today, ladies and gentlemen? As they cruise around, do this cool down lap as we line up Tate Lindstrom in the BMW E46, our Drift Collective champion from yesterday, up against Tom Hemmings in that purple Nissan S14. Let's see if the pressure gets to Tom or not. Facing up against Tate Lindstrom. Tate sending it down the straight. Let's see what he's got in store here. Nice entry, nice up against the wall. Tom getting a little bit lost in the smoke. See if he can catch back up. Yeah, he's bringing it back in as we expected. Tate just dropping a tyre into the dirt as they send it round into the left-hander. Tate doing a really good job here in the lead position. You can see the Smoky name coming through here. And Tom Hemmings doing a really good job of just keeping it right tight with him there. He's doing a good job through the horseshoe, right up against his door. A really good run from both these guys to start us off against each other here in the top 8.
Yeah, just a great entry from Tate. Like all weekend, it's just been constant and commitment, and just on replay over and over and over again. And it gave Tom a really good opportunity to get up there. So
there we go.
Look at that, just perfect. He just a little bit of handbrake, and then he's on the gas. The wheels aren't slowing down.
But just there, we saw a little correction Tom Hemmings made in the chase there, and then you just see that gap ever so slightly start, but he reels it straight back in straight away. So a bit of back and forth there.
I'd like to see a little bit more of a Tom Hemmings in the chase, just give it a bit more to get up onto the door, like a bit more of a. But we'll have to leave that conversation because they're coming back again around already. Tom Hemmings in the lead this time. Tate in the chase. This is going to be massive.
Tom throws down. Nice right out wide on the wall and deep. And hello, who's there? It's Tate Lindstrom. And both drivers getting through the first section.
Whoa!
Both drivers not getting through to the second section.
Too much for Tom Hemmings there. It was all too much. The pressure of sitting in front of yesterday's Drift Collective champion in Tate Lindstrom just getting to his head as he ducked out into the dirt. Tate.
I reckon you were building that up. I reckon he just held the accelerator a little too long and the dirt grabbed a lot more than he wanted. But if you want to build up Tom Hemmings and paint that picture, I won't meet him in the pit.
I can't claim that that's the commentator's curse because they already did a run. We already saw how impressive that was on the first go. You can cool your jets after that one, as we see on the instant replay here. Tom doing a really good entry, really nice angle, and Tate doing a repeat from before, holding it tight. Both drivers hitting that outer zone really well, but as soon as that tyre bundle came in view for Tom Hemmings, it was all too much, and it looked like he just drifted that a little bit too far out, hit the dirty stuff, and Tate, continues through his run.
It just looked like when Tom was coming around there, the passenger side wheel, as it went down into the ditch, into that runoff, that concrete runoff, it's just sent the wheel that way because you could see the driver's side wheel go down, just took him right off the track. But anyway, here's the rerun that we've all been waiting for. If the last battle was anything to go by, we've got Bo Gagliardi from Madhouse versus Troy Lipczynski from Lipczynski Motorsport Team.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise as they come down the straight. Here we go. Wall slaps for days.
Wow, look at that. That was so smooth. Like, such a good entry, and Troy's just right up there with him this time. It wasn't as flashy as the last time, but as the tyres get a bit older, the car's going to act a lot more differently. So Bo's coming around now into the sweeper. Troy, he's opened up a bit of a gap on Troy. He's a bit too far away to dive on the door. As he's going into the horseshoe, it looks like Troy has just run out of tyres completely. He's got no drive anymore. He's just got nothing. You can see that he's done.
Yeah, there it goes. There goes the D-lane.
There's the D-bead.
That's
so
exactly right.
unfortunate.
That's why he was arguing on the start line there. Wanted to change tyres because he knew. And we saw that yesterday as well, boys, with the Tate and Houston Sackers battle. Once they started going again, both started making more mistakes. They didn't have the grip.
That's so disappointing for Troy. But it's the nature of the game.
Yeah, there we go. Troy's called a 5-minute for the tyres, which is understandable. They do. This is the one more time, and we still have the second part of the battle to be run. But that is a huge deficit to come back from, Callum.
Absolutely, and like we just said, you can see in the instant replay, he just gets left for dust. The more you're pushing that car, the more throttle, the more angle, the more your vehicle is sliding. Those rear tyres, as we can see right here in that view, getting absolutely eaten up.
And can I just point out, it's a pretty standard thing for people that aren't into drifting to be like, so do you put diesel on the track? Do you put some water on the tyres? No, that is a surefire sign. We're actually looking for the most amount of grip as we can possibly get. So, yeah, that tyre's seen better days.
Yeah, it's really, really disappointing for Troy. But like I said, these things do happen. You could tell instantly as he was getting through the sweeper that he just had no drive left in the car, and then instead of, as you do, you want to go faster, you put the foot down, the wheels spin even more, you end up deep or blowing the tyre to smithereens in the last corner.
And as a driver as well, when you are behind the wheel, Kai, just describe what that feeling is like when you can feel those tyres giving way.
It just goes from, it's a slight, it's just a little bit more, and then once it's like driving on ice, like just trying to get through snow. You put your foot down, and there's just nothing there. It's a hard feeling in a battle. In a practice or a Matsuri or something like that, not too bad.
And the same sort of feel as well once Troy would have debated just coming into those last few bits of the circuit, and you can start feeling basically your entire tyre slapping away, bouncing around, causing your car to shudder and everything.
Yeah, it's really hard because a lot of the guys run like fiberglass over fenders, like I know I do. And once you get the slap going, you can literally rip your guards to pieces, and throwing money away. So yeah, it's a fine line. So
drifters throwing money away, Kai, unheard of.
I've never done it ever in my life.
And look at that sort of fat arm from Troy. I don't think he's a happy camper, but
he's not happy, no.
That's the breaks. Everyone plays by the same rules. Everyone's got the same sort of goer. So yeah.
I know Troy had. I know he was running low on tyres before. So yeah, it's so disappointing. Like after that battle that we had, we literally spoiled with that first battle, and then we get to one more time, we get so excited, and then you know, the inevitable happens.
And when a tyre like that completely delaminates and gets completely shredded, it isn't as simple as just swapping them to the front anymore, because you still need that front grip to be able to steer around the circuit as well. So it's not going to be a simple fix, this one.
Yeah, well,
they're still figuring out what the best move is here. Hopefully Troy does have some extra tyres he can utilise.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think what's happening is there's a 5-minute rule in play, and then, you know, if you want to change tyres, you've got to use your 5-minute rule. But then they're also like, Bo, if you want to change, you've got to use a 5-minute rule, and then they're arguing back and forth over that. So I think we're actually getting straight into it, because maybe they're not going for the 5-minute rule.
I don't understand how he's going to do all that.
He's going to go full
send.
send.
He's sending it with no tyres.
This is going to be the
This
most
is crazy.
skatiest lap
What
you've
is
seen. Look
going
at him
on?
zigzag on the straight. And yes, absolutely zero grip there. We were used to seeing plumes, but they're still making it way. They're making their way around somehow as Troy just runs out of grip towards the dip there, leaves a wheel off. But they're getting around pretty fine here. I mean, it's a lot slower than before.
Has he hit the rim just yet? There is no tyre left on that rear of that S chassis. Bo doing a really good job. You can see how slow they're moving around the track now by comparison. There is absolutely nothing left on Troy's car but roof slaps for days. RSPM, Troy Lipczynski, well done to even make it around the course after your tyres have already delaminated. What a run.
Yeah,
insane.
That's crazy. I think there was nothing left for the tyre, and maybe they weren't going to let him change the tyres, use 5 minutes to change tyres. I don't know, but Troy goes, you know what, I'm sick of sitting here. We're going to do it. So the WADA's coming from Bo's car to stay close. You know, good on Bo, but yeah, that's it's not the way you want to end it. But you know, hats off to Troy. You cannot drive home tonight and be upset with that effort.
Yeah, great effort from both those boys there.
Give the thumbs up to each other, and yeah, probably not enough to overcome the deficit from that first run, as we know, but yeah, sometimes that's the way competition drifting, the cookie crumbles. So
It's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say.
It does. Kaya's steaming.
I'm not happy. I wanted to see more amazing battles between these two. I've been waiting a long time, but that's okay. We'll wait for a result.
You can see in the instant replay here, with no rear tyre grip at all, you might as well be out on the wet skid pan. The car just has no forward momentum. It's sliding around like crazy, but you could see in that replay just how stoked both of them are. And look at the T-lap on those tyres.
That's still good for one more lap, I reckon.
Yeah, let's chuck those on the front now.
Yeah. Stu would use those as steers.
Yeah, 100%.
Understeering. I tell you what, I just want to comment, both drivers are absolute showmen, you can tell.
Yeah.
They've got the arms out, they're slapping roofs, they've got the fat arm happening before they've even finished the end of the run. And obviously, the big telltale is the absolute stonker first battle they had. So, I mean, great drivers, but yeah, one of them has to go through, and who that is, we don't quite know yet.
And that makes it even better for the crowd. That's why, if you're watching the live stream, if you haven't been to a local drifting event before, like here at the Dory Wheels Drifting SA Round 1, what an opportunity you've just missed, basically. Being able to see this in person, nothing tops being able to see this kind of driving in person. You can see the stoke on both the boys. As we said earlier, Bo hasn't wiped that smile off his face all weekend long. But yeah, this is the place to be. You want to see it in person. Epic job from both these guys.
So there is a result. Bo Gagliardi is going into the top 4.
DPE, baby.
But Troy Lipczynski, I'd just like to say that you can hold your head up high, mate. That was incredible.
Absolutely. And again, to run that whole extra lap with literally nothing on the tyres. We're watching here in the commentator's booth thinking that thing has got to pop, surely, but somehow managed to hold it through the whole track.
That would have been the lightest feather throttling Troy's ever done. Maybe 10% input there.
As we see our L2 drivers coming around here, we are ready for the top 4. We have Kay Nash in the BMW E36 against Daniel Ferguson in the Ford EF. Both drivers coming through the speed trap. Let's see that BMW take the lead. nice and close to the wall. Great job here in the L2 top 4. We love to see that. Daniel Ferguson coming up right up against the door, pushing him, bullying him into the dirt. But we can see Kane Nash, he's not phased. He's holding his own here. He's coming through as we head towards the horseshoe. Good transition there, Kane. That EF trying to hug it back in. Daniel Ferguson, that extra weight of that Falcon trying to hold its own. Great work there. Oh, and a little bit of a touch of the dirt there for Daniel Ferguson.
And this is an L2 battle. This is ripper stuff. Looking right at home. To go to the L1 and look at that bit of hey, how you going? That was sweet. Absolute great wheel work by both drivers there.
Yeah.
And I did have to laugh when you were like, wrestles the big body round, Daniel Ferguson. I looked in the cockpit and you see the steering wheel input.
Bit of a straighten from Nash in the entry there. And that just opened the door up for the EF just to get right on him. But yeah, no, really good like that for a big car. Look, keep saying it. It's moving really well. Really like this here from the BMW. It was a good snap, and then he held it. And then obviously the Falcon getting on, putting the power down, and just farmed a couple of mushrooms. As they come around again now, the roles are reversed. Ferguson in front, Nash in the chase.
Nash just waiting there in the chase right alongside Ferguson. Ferguson going deep, and Nash is right there thanks to it. And how are they going to get out here to the dirt dipper? Nah, they're not going to get out there. Nash on transition was absolutely awesome there. Kai, take it away.
Yeah, so once again, Nash is chasing, is being amazing, and you just see it right here now. We're used to seeing a really aggressive flick and then right up on the door. It can only happen when the lead driver is giving him, saying, look at that, that's perfect. I think he even just gave him a little up tap there, so well done.
Great job there from both drivers. Daniel Ferguson in a white Ford EF. He's doing a great job, as we see in that instant replay. Nice lead in, carrying that weight transfer, the extra weight of the Falcon, and Kane having to duck in just nice and tightly in that shorter, lighter BMW. They're doing a really good job, as we can see in the replay here. A little bit more sort of angle coming in there from the Falcon, but as I said, Kane unfazed. He's doing his best to hold it right up against the door there. Great job from both these guys through that run.
How good's that drone shot? Like, we could actually see, you could follow the cars and just see the way that the body movements and how they're throwing it and everything like that. So that's so amazing. And we're actually spoiled.
And it gives us that extra view there of Kane coming up, literally touching up to Daniel's door at that last point of the horseshoe there, that last corner. Beautiful stuff from both these guys, who've been doing an incredible job all weekend long. We love to see it. Great job.
Awesome. So as we're waiting for a result, the other battle was ready to go to be Ricky Lee Lipczynski versus Jock Manser. We've just confirmed the winner. They're coming back to the pits now. Going into the finals with Stewie Bryant's permission is Daniel Ferguson in the white Ford EF. Congratulations, mate. Now, we're going to work out who Daniel is going to verse in the finals. Will it be Ricky? Will it be Jock? We're going to find out right now. So Ricky will be leading. Jock will be chasing as they come through the vein.
This will be that little bit of redemption here for Ricky Lee. She will want to fight hard and see the Lipczynski Motorsport crew push it through into the top two. She takes the lead. Here we go. Full send from Ricky Lee through the speed trap. Oh, a bit of a drag on the wall there. Entry. Nice work indeed. They're holding it close together. Ricky Lee doing a great job in that lead run as she comes around past the tyre bundle, hooking it round, transitioning into the left sweeper, hounding out to those outside lines, and a fantastic job from Jock, who's doing a really stellar effort to hold his own here with Ricky Lee. Both drivers doing a really nice line through this circuit. And what a fantastic job for L2 top 4. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for these two. That was a stellar run.
Yeah, that was great. Absolutely great. Ricky Lee, her line through turn one, it was that deeper line, and that's what we've been looking for all day. And it was the line through there gave Joel that opportunity. So you just watch this here. Yep, okay, the entry was a bit slow, but it was just one handbrake, a slight correction, and then the wide line on the power. That gives Joel the opportunity. If he was a bit close, he'd be right there, and he would have been no worries whatsoever. And then coming around here now, You can see she's on the outside a little, could have come out a little bit more, and then Joel comes in with the dive. It wasn't enough again, but smooth.
That
control, it was great.
That last dive there into the horseshoe could have just been that tiny little bit more aggressive from Jock. Let's see how aggressive he brings it into the lead run this time around. Ricky Lee in that white Nissan Still 80 with the awesome pink graphics on the side. In the chase, Jock Manson, the grey 32. Here we go, using that speed trap. Full send now. Oh, Ricky Lee's on the brakes. Can she catch back up to as they enter into the first corner? Jock doing a really good job. Ricky Lee closing that gap, trying to bring it back front bumper up to that door of Jock's R32. Jock swings it back around here. Ricky Lee, oh, big straighten up from Ricky Lee. Full lock up. She has to reinitiate to bring it and dive back in as they enter the horseshoe. Jock nice and smooth, calm and collected through this portion of the circuit. You can see he's burned through those tyres and he is pushing it hard as Ricky Lee dives back in. I reckon Jock would have lost that last bit of forward momentum and grip on that skyline as Ricky Lee tried to sort of catch back up for those little 1% of mistakes through that as we jump to the replay.
Yeah, you can see here, Jock, same as Ricky Lee, a better transition, more aggressive, and then that wider line which lets Ricky get up there. So that was really good. And then as they come through here, you can just see Ricky, a bit of understeer. We don't know, maybe just unsettled from the ripple strip, but she's had to stop, reinitiate, and then get back in again. She's dived up again to try and get that momentum back and the position back on the car, but old mate's already clicked it in the next gear and he's on his way. So
and we can see in that replay the full smoke show coming from Jock. Like we said before, absolutely insane work, but those rear tyres are going to be cooked, that is for sure. Top 4 for the L2, the Dory Wheels Drifting SA round 1. Epic job. We cannot wait to see who progresses through to the top 2 here.
So we're just waiting. The judges are deliberating as we speak, calculating, enhancing, enhance. So we are waiting, and we will have to wait, unfortunately.
That's full stoke from both these guys here. Jock, he probably knows he's done a very good job there. Same with Ricky Lee, I'm sure.
I just want to add on the full stoke. I'm not sure if you guys saw, because you're calling the drifting, but we had a little cheer squad, and it was Will Argoon and a bunch of his mates all down there cheering on the fellow drivers, and you absolutely love to see that. Like we've mentioned 38 times this weekend, the more you cheer, the better and harder and faster the drivers go. Do you guys have a decision? Judges are deliberating and going through, ladies and gentlemen, it is Jock Mansa, and that sets the crowd wild. And yeah, well deserved there. Unfortunately, Ricky just had that mistake in the chase.
It's very unfortunate. It was incredible driving from Ricky Lee. She was our top qualifier. She's done a fantastic job throughout all of today. So as they re-enter the pit area, make some noise for Ricky Lee. Nothing but shackers and high fives all around for her. She's done an incredible job representing that Glitter Gang crew here in SA. And also make some noise for Jock Mansa in that 32. What an insane drive day he is having today in the L2 comp. He is going to be heading through into the top 2, facing off against Daniel Ferguson in that white Ford EF. What an insane top 2 that's going to be.
Yeah, it just goes to show, even in L2, they're in the top 4. The tiniest little mistake is really going to start costing you now. So really, that straighten and maybe the entry was probably the only thing you could really pick on. The rest of it was pretty same. So yeah, going into the finals is going to be really interesting, but. Yeah, we'll just have to hurry up and wait.
To only have to worry about literally 1%ers when you're in the top 4 of the L2, it just shows the progress of these drivers. And who knows, throughout the season, they progress, they improve, they dial in their tune, all that sort of stuff. We may even see some of these guys step up into L1 next year. But it is only start of the season. Round 1, the Dory Wheels Drifting SA Championship here. We are absolutely stoked on this. We're going to go to a quick break before we move on to our L1 drivers here, the Dory Wheels Drifting SA, round 1.
Okay, there is no rest for the wicked. We're in to the Dory Wheels Drifting SA Round 1, L1, Top 4, presented by Shockworks. We're going to see Matt Harvey taking on Bo Gagliardi. After that, we're going to see Tate Lindstrom take on Shay Russell. But right now, pulling up to the line is Matt Harvey and Bo Gagliardi. And I am super excited for this one. Both drivers have been pushing hard all day, Kai.
Yeah, absolutely. They both deserve to be here. It's been an amazing day, really. But as we come down the straight now, Harvey's in the lead, Gagliardi in the chase.
And there we go. Matt Harvey does his textbook in deep full angle smoke show. Is Bo going to be getting lost in the smoke or not? It looks like just washes out wide there, and you kind of can't blame a brother with the amount of smoke that thing's pluming out. But that is an unfortunate operation when you're following Matt.
Yeah. Look, just the smoke comes on and you lose the car in the smoke, and you don't know whether to put the brake on, to get on the gas and whatnot. It's just human instinct, really. I think Bo did pretty good to get to where he did before he went off.
Well, I mean, I was still surprised he made it all the way around. Now, we see him just cruising back. It makes sense. Save your grip. He knows all about that. Save the tyres. But I did just see a little left-right wheel shake, and that makes me think maybe when he went off, did he have a little front wheel dig in or something here as we watch the replay? Just doing well and just washes out wide there, and then boom, there is a fair bit of off-track action, a bit of rough rider DMX styles, and the suave Matt Harvey out front just doing his thing.
With us, DSA wetting the track as well, wetting the dirt. It's probably the wheels are full of mud, maybe, so we don't know yet.
So it looks like Bo might be calling a 5 minutes. He's making his way back in. And just that's confirmed. Bo has a 5 minutes, so we called it there. There is something going on with Bo's car, but he's got 5 minutes to sort it and fix it out. We will have Tate Lindstrom and Shay Russell head out, hopefully. How good's this?
Yeah, this is a great...
The eye in the sky.
Yep, this is like a helicopter following a chase.
I was about to say, it looks like we got a pursuit on a Teal 180SX. Hey, pull over that guy.
The pit crew is running to him straight away, getting into it straight away. There's Nissa, his wife, Fish, Jaden. They're all getting into it. They've got 5 minutes. If you can hear me in the pits, you've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, usually how it goes, as soon as the competitors start touching the car, that's when the time starts. So they haven't even pulled fully into the pit bay there, so
just talking to Stewie, because it's Stewie's rules, we got 7 minutes from when you leave the line. So it's really, really important that if you do leave the line, you need to get back to the pits straight away. That's why Bo didn't worry about coming through here. He went straight there.
But it's 5 minutes from the pit, so technically you've got 2 minutes to get off track.
It's not bad.
So there we go. There is some safety behind that theory, and it's just to avoid the rush and chaos and panic of people going, we've got kids in pit lane here and whatnot.
It worries
but anyway,
me
we're going to move on, and eyes to the track, everyone, because it's Tate Lindstrom and Shay Russell underway. Tate's going to be leading us. Shay's going to be in the chase, and they're absolutely both going to be sending it in their big rigs. Tate using every bit of track he can. Shay's right there on the dive. He knew he had to be more aggressive in the top 8 speed. And whoa, Tate
just overcooking it a little bit and getting into the brown stuff. Shay going straight past him. Unfortunately, this is maybe all she wrote. So Shay's going to finish the lap. Tate is just going to cruise on back. He knows he's got one more chance. He can maybe force an error from Shay, but Shay's also shut it down as well. So
well, he's like, if you're going to shut it down, I'll shut it down. I'm not wasting my tyres.
That's right. Smart. Work smarter, not harder.
Everyone saw that Troy Lipshinsky, Bo Gagliardi battle, and we're like, oh, that's right. We need to take tyre conservation into account.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just see here, not touched at all, just a little bit too much angle, and he just over-rotated. Easy as that.
So you reckon it could be one of those ones where you're locked in, you nail the entry, the loud pedal's humming, and you just don't want to lift or make any correction whatsoever. And then it starts going around, and you're like, That's right. You've got to make some sort of adjustment.
Yeah, well, I mean, with the speed he was doing and how close he was to the track and the angle, you knew that as soon as he'd let off the accelerator, he was going off anyway. So, yeah, it's just one of those things. You're right on the limit. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Tate, speaking with our start line official there, he had a big grin on his face. Well, I think it was a big grin. He is reversing back, so maybe he's about to ask for 5 minutes, or 7 minutes, sorry.
Yeah, the reason, I was just talking to Stewie then, so the reason it's 7 minutes, it gives 2 minutes to get off the track, so that's to say that you do want to call it 5 minutes, and then you take 5 minutes to get off the track, then your team can be there ready. You could ring them up, get them on the phone and say, hey, this is what it is. That's not the spirit of drift. So 2 minutes to get to the pits, 5 minutes to fix it. Otherwise, that's all she wrote.
So I'm just hearing some, some goss on the airwaves, and Bo might be looking to try borrow a car maybe, and then we don't know what's happened with Shay Russell yet. I thought he was just joining in on the no use of tyres, but he's also in the pits there. So maybe there was a problem, Kai, when that run was finished.
Yeah, maybe there was. I know Shay and Bo are good mates, and that's Jaden Holton's R32 coming together, and so Bo could be driving Jaden Holton's R32 RB20, so almost maybe a like for like, power or engine-wise, but we'll find out if we see an R32 jump out in the track.
And there we go, Shay's crew and our Drifting SA officials just keeping an eye on the clock. And I'm not too sure what could have happened there.
Yeah, so that is Bo Gagliardi in Jaden Holton's R32.
And the return of the wing. How good. You can see that spoiler glistening in the sun.
It's, hey mate, my car's no good, I'm going to drive yours.
Yeah.
And you got nothing to do about it.
But we do hope that was consensual as well, that he hasn't just nicked the keys and gone, oh, yeah, no one's using this right now, I'm just going to take it for a spin.
This one looks good to go.
Yeah.
But boys, we're still wondering what happened with Shay Russell. Just pulled out the drift there, but it didn't look like anything major happened whatsoever. Will our Goons cars out there maybe part of the support package for our L2 drivers? I think they are in there supporting the R32 of Jock Manser. They were cheering pretty hard there, so I dare say Goonies back on support.
It looks like there's too many cars on the track. I mean, in the finals, you've got Jock and you've got a support car. Don't know what the AU's doing. Shay's just come out of the track. Okay, that's another one. But then we've got another EF Falcon here.
Well,
so
I think,
third and fourth, maybe, I'm not sure. We're sending Bo around now just for a sight lap in Jaden Holton's R32, RB20. We'll see how he goes. Not a bad entry. He's going to have to learn that car in 1 or maybe 2 laps, seeing how lenient they are. But, this is not something you want to do on the finals.
Heading into a very important part here of the day and thinking, man, I've got to learn this completely brand new car. It's set up and everything. We're hoping that he settles in nice and quick.
I'm telling you what, Callum, I'm still a big believer. Take the wing off that car. That is actually gripping it up way too much. You watch on the transition, it doesn't want to get out sideways. I know aesthetically you probably like that rocks, but take it off. Anywho, next up, we do go back to our battle. Shay Russell in the lead this time. Tate Lindstrom in the chase. Tate's going to have to pull something out here. He had that wash off in the first run. Shay Russell had a little 5-minute action, but it doesn't matter. He's entering on the wall now. Tate dives right up on the inside there. He's going to try stay in there. A little bit of a gap, but it's going to start getting reeled in here as Shay holds it deep. 3-wheel, get the power back on Shay. There it goes. And Tate not phased whatsoever. Diving back in there on the door. Where have we got on this transition? Nice and textbook. Nothing too fancy, nothing out of this world, but filling the zones and getting deep there. And guys, I think that'd probably be enough.
Yeah, I guess that would, yeah.
Of course, we'll await the judging decision.
Yes. Yeah, but I don't want to get in trouble anymore. But yeah, Tate. Obviously, Tate's big off in his lead. It meant that something crazy would have to happen, and unfortunately, it didn't. It was just a textbook drift, textbook chase.
And I love that Shay Russell, took some advice on board, and he's really come out. Look at that, wrestling the wheel to get it back round, and that was a cool shot. and a cool flex. Post that one up on Instagram.
Yeah, it's a good feeling when you get it right and all you see is the sky, and then you're back down on the track again.
Cleared for takeoff. All right, judges, of course, deliberating. Then we've got an L2 final battle to run, and then we're going to get into the L1 final battle, and then, boys, it's just going to be absolute ripping and a tearing on the track. Well, still top 4 for our L1 syndicate. Obviously, we need to finish the Matt Harvey, Bo Gagliardi. We'll focus on this first battle before giving a result, and we will get to the final battle, who's versing who, after this second run. All right, Bo Gagliardi is going to lead this time. He's just hopped in a different car. He's only done one lap to get used to it. Matt Harvey is an absolute seasoned campaigner in his vehicle, so he's right at home. But here we go. Bo tries to get the party started. Just big struggle to get it started, but finally ripped on the handbrake once again and did get it started. Matt, again, not phased. But Bo doing really well in a borrowed car.
Car number 3 for the weekend, if you don't mind. Bo finally getting settled and comfy, but Matt Harvey's always there, and as we sweep into the transition. Big dive in from Matt, right up against him. Loses a little bit. Can he recover and dive back in on the inside of Bo in the borrowed car? Yes, he can. Matt Harvey right there. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for that one. That was fantastic stuff. Bo to pull such an impressive run on that lead in a borrowed car that he's literally done one side lap in. That is the sign of a talented driver, as we see on the replay. He came hunting down the straight here, but it was dead straight. Bit of a wiggle and wobble, and then entry.
He struggled to get the car unhooked to get that drift and motor going, so he had to do it twice, and that took some time, and it also lost some proximity as well to the edge of the track where they wanted to be.
All right, just a quick announcement for all our best of the rest drivers. We are going to have a session ready for you around 5 p.m. That's in about 10 minutes. So if you're in the best of the rest category, which kind of, if you're not meant to be out on track, that's you, get ready, because we're going to be going at 5.
Fantastic stuff. We, as I say, can see a fantastic run there from Bo and Matt, as they slowly but teetering. What's happening here?
I think they've come to a result, I dare say. So we will go into the L2 finals. So
yeah, because it's just fucking stupid at this point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have results for our top 4. So, meeting each other in the final battle, it is going to be Matt Harvey versus Shay Russell. And if we have a battle for third, it would be between Tate Lindstrom and Bo Gagliardi. But we don't have a battle for third, so it doesn't matter, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to L2.
Seasoned professionals here in the commentary booth. We love those good vibes. We're causing a ruckus. Even our judges are laughing their heads off as we head into the next lock in here.
We've got the L2 final. We've got Jock Manser versus Dan Ferguson. Ferguson in the lead. Jock Manser will be chasing as they come into turn 1. A nice huck from Ferguson, but Jock Manser is right there with him. He's left the door open to let Jock get right up on top of that EF Falcon as they come around now. Nice and smooth. Jock snappy transitions to see if he dives in. Bit of a lazy dive there. Well, not much of one. There he gets into it now. He really needs to get up on that door.
You can see how wide Ferguson is swinging there. Wonder how much rear grip he still has at the end of today, given that we are now in the final for the L2. Jock just doing a really nice, consistent sweeping run. We'll be keen to see how much more aggressive he has in the tank for the lead run. As we see in the instant replay here, L2 drivers sponsored by JTR Race Trailers.
Yeah, you can just see there, he's like, just textbook, you know, you need that wide line. You know, it was a dependable lead run. It was really it's up to the chase driver to be there the whole time. There's really no excuse to not be there. That big Falcon was everywhere it needed to be and nowhere where it shouldn't have been.
And Jock doing a really good job of just, smooth, consistent, kind of ticking all the boxes that he needed to tick in that chase run. Nothing to report back on that as we see them coming back around. Swapping positions, Jock Manser sliding his way as he gasses it down the straight, using the speed trap against that EF Falcon. Big send from Jock. The EF throwing that weight around, bullying Jock as they enter into the corner.
Contact, but it doesn't spin him whatsoever. It just stays into it like an absolute legend. The Falcon is all over the 32. The 32 could have easily just thrown the wheel and said, "Nah, I'm had enough." As he dives in on the 32 of Jock Manser for the final, maybe the final time, maybe not. As they come around, absolute perfection.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot lesser of a driver that would have just turned the right hand down and spun that one round, but absolute commitment from both our drivers there, and really cool to see Jock just stay into it. Even cooler to see Ferguson get in there and do a little bonk.
And how's Jock on the straight there, entering into it, sliding around, then going full send into it. Initiated that little bit earlier, causing Daniel to have to kind of play catch up. And just, as we can see on the drone shot, a little bit of rubbing happening there before they hit the tyre bundle. But as we say, Jock just staying committed.
I've seen lighter hits.
To affect lesser drivers. Yeah. Absolutely.
No, that's real good. That's really good sportsmanship as well. That's exactly what you want in the finals of L2. This is good fun.
That's it. The JTR Race Trailers finals for L2. We love to see Dory Wheels Drifting SA round 1 L2, sponsored by JTR Race Trailers. We await a result for that one there. But again, hats off to both of these drivers. Incredible work from them both.
And of course, this one, boys, I know there's been a bit of, hey, do we say the result? We don't, but we saved this one. We saved this result. So we will know up here, and we will let you guys know at the official podium presentation that will happen very quickly after our final L1 battle. But of course, how this rolls, if you don't know, we keep going. So that driver needs at least 2 wins of the battle. So,
that's right.
We're just getting started here, boys.
That's it. In this final, it plays a little bit different. You can't just win and grin and leave it from there. We want to see 2 solid wins, and that helps us in this final round. Make sure on the day we know exactly who the best driver is going to be. Daniel Ferguson going to take the lead this time around in that slightly underpowered Skyline compared. Can he pull in front? He's run out of juice through the speed gate. The EF slowly but surely pulling to the outer line. Has he got enough juice to pull it through the corner? The sky in there of Jock bullying him around.
Wow.
Nicely done. Very good driving from both of these guys. A bit of a straighten from Jock, though. That's going to be disappointing for him, seeing how many tyre marks are on Daniel Ferguson's car. He needs to be right up against that door, giving him an extra one here as they come around through the last part of the circuit. I would be praying for Daniel Ferguson's rear tyres at this point of the day, boys.
Yeah, that was it was a bit weird at the start there. Just really slow initiation, maybe missed a gear or
where he disappeared to.
A bobble, but as soon as they got into it, they were right on the edge of the track the whole way around. So if you see here, it's a little bit slow, and then Jock didn't know what to do. He's looking over what's going on, and then he's thrown it in. And you can see, the line wasn't crispy, but it was good enough. But as he's coming down here, just that little kiss just right on top of him. That was really, really good by Jock in the chase. And just coming through here, a bit of a straighten, but then gets back onto him. And then through this transition here, it would have been nice to maybe see a bit of a dive, but nonetheless, he's done it there, and he's made up some space.
It's a little bit too much of a double tender compared to a crispy burger in it on that one there. We want to see some nice crispy drifting action here in the finals, the JTR Race Trailers L2 finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see these guys hopefully go around one more time and see who the winner can be. You can see those rear tyres there of that EF Falcon, sorry. I don't know how much more they've got left in them. Let's see.
Yeah, you can see a lot of battle scars on the side. It's had a hard weekend. It's a hard life, and
hard knock life indeed.
Yes, that's right. So, just waiting for the judges to deliberate on that last run, and then we'll have another run. It looks like it's happening right now.
You just manifested that, Kai.
Yep, I am ready.
Seasoned professionals here, boys.
So they're coming around now. Jock is going to be in the lead this time. Ferguson in the chase. The last Jock's last lead run was pretty spectacular. So we'll see what can happen here. He's already sideways again as he comes past. Here's a ringing it. Oh, he's ringing it. That was a really late entry. I didn't understand what was going to happen there, but as he's finally got underway, the Falcon is right there behind him. Jock's doing a pretty good job getting through the track. The Falcon's trying to get back on top of that door of Jock Manser. We really want to see a bit of a dive here. Very nicely done. Nice angle. And then back again. So hopefully they end up door on door and make the judges' life really hard.
We'll have to see on the replay on that one what happened with Jock's car. You could see him coming down the straight, doing the go-karting moves of trying to shake himself in the car, trying to get it to get some more forward momentum. He might have left his throttle input just that little bit too late, maybe dropped a gear or something. He was sliding around onto the straight, and he was way too far back as they came through the speed trap. That backed Daniel Ferguson way up. Thankfully, he had enough juice in that EF Falcon to pull it through the course, and then eventually, towards the end of that first big sweeper, ducked straight back up against Jock Manser's door. Jock was slowing up just a little bit with enough angle, almost hitting the dirt. Good drive from both of them, but again, just that start initiation from Jock coming down from downtown out of nowhere, and Daniel Ferguson towards the end of that run, right back up on Jock's door. Great driving from our JTR Race Trailers finalists here in L2.
So that was battle number 2. So if there's the same clear winner on both, it'll be all over and said and done. But if we go for another one, which I hope they do, because I'm really enjoying watching these guys drive, yeah, we'll keep on going.
And Stewie Bryant coming alongside here, sussing out the cars, seeing what the go is. I don't think you can drift a quad bike, so he's not going to be joining in here. We're having a think here in the judging booth. They're deliberating, conversing, researching, developing, all of the important things out on the track as well. Stewie having a yarn there with Daniel Ferguson in the Ford. Let's see what the go is here.
Okay, boys, they do have a result, so they're heading back into the pits, and we're going to get on with the L1 final, and then we're going to celebrate with a bit of podium partying.
Absolutely, we are indeed. So our L2 drivers come back into the pits here, make some room for our L1 final. The L1 final here, of course, sponsored by Shockworks. We cannot wait to see Matt Harvey, the seasoned veteran, one of the best drivers in Australia right now, up against Shay Russell in the blue A31. You do not see an A31 very often these days, let alone one placing in the L1 final here, sponsored by Shockworks.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff. You love to hear storylines like this. Shay was a little bit timid Timmy, and look, I wouldn't even go that far, but it adds to the storyline. He's been a consistent operator all weekend, but he heard the live stream and was like, you know what? No, I'm going to be a bit more aggressive. I'm going to go a bit harder. And now he finds himself in the final battle with heavyweight Matt Harvey. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
What you wish for.
Get those fists pumping, and let's get cheering and maybe even a bit of enthusiasm, because this is your final battle. Matt Harvey right up against the wall, nice and deep. Shay Russell in there, and he's done the smart thing and got himself in front of the smoke. A lot of other drivers have stuffed up, but Shay just ever so slight on the angle, borderline straight lining, just to try catch up to the door of Matt Harvey, who's absolutely doing textbook Matt Harvey things. Shay Russell through the smoke, beautiful stuff. Matt Harvey, again, just textbook greatness. Pretty good.
Pretty good from both drivers there.
And I was a big fan of what Shay did on the entry there. That's what you have to do against Matt Harvey. Otherwise, you're going to get lost in the smoke. And it's not like you're sacrificing anything. You're not shortcutting too much. But it was just as he got out towards the dirt dipper, that's when things started to spiral out a bit. So gets himself in front of the smoke there. He's diving on in. Just not quite the same angle, but has to. And here, that's a little correction just to try get in on Matt, who's holding on that deep line, but still a real great effort from Shay Russell.
With the two cars, with the difference in power as well, and the drive and the drivability and the grip, you know, the car, you're going to have a shallower angle and then a shallower line just to keep up, to get that proximity, because that's what we want to see. We want to see two cars together.
That's 1,000%.
As they come over again, Shea's going to be in the lead this time. Matt Harvey in the chase. Shea throws it in hard. Matt Harvey right behind him. Shea right out on the edge of the track. Matt is right behind him still. Cannot shake him at all. Shea doing a great job.
Sparks on the wall from Shea on entry, I reckon. But this is a great lead run. And Matt Harvey, a little bit of a bubble there.
Yeah, a bit of a bubble.
In the chase, but Shea Russell's keeping it all kosher and above board in front. And ladies and gentlemen, this is only the first battle of the final battle. We still got to do a couple more. Yeah?
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for that first lot of runs there for the Shockworks L1 final. We love to see it indeed. Really intelligent lead run there from Shea as we jump to the replay. Matt Harvey doing his best in the chase there. Nice weight transition, nice and close to the wall there from Shea Russell. Millimetre perfect as they hold that outer line of the bowl. Matt just giving it a little bit more angle, but then drifts just in tight. Good job from Shea in the lead.
And yeah, you're just going to see a little bubble from Matt here, and that's probably just because he got balked a little bit by
Shea.
Shut the door
by
a little
Shea,
bit, maybe, yeah. But amazing battle. And
amazing nonetheless. And Shea's got to be absolutely grinning here, battling as well as he is against Matt Harvey, and who's arguably a lot more experienced.
Yeah, arguably probably one of the best in Australia, if not the best. Like, honestly, this is this is pretty big stuff for Shea, and but he deserves it. You know, he's working hard to get to where he is now, and he's reaping the benefits.
Those pesky commentators won't be talking nonsense no more.
No, I'll learn to shut up.
Nah, it's part of the gig, mate. We absolutely love it here. And how good is drifting? All right, Matt Harvey's going to be leading this time. Shea Russell's going to be in the chase. Can we see if Shea follows that same pattern as before and just entering a little bit forward of Matt and just getting out of the way of that smoke? Here we go. Matt Harvey along the wall. Not quite as much angle as we're used to. And there it is. Shea's right there again.
Oh,
Matt is off. That is huge, ladies and gentlemen. Just couldn't quite keep it gripped up to stay on the black stuff, and Shea's just going to drive on through. Is this the making of an upset here, boys?
Shea's just driving off into sunset at this point, I think. This is incredible.
We're going to have to see in the replay there, did Shea motivate him off the track though? Was there any contact in that line? We want to see that aerial footage, see if there was any contact made between those two drivers as Shea throws out the shuckers as he rounds out the course. Matt brings the smoke show. He'd be so disappointed with that. Let's see. I
don't think there was any contact. I think it was just Matt consumed with the power of locked in. But as I mentioned, it wasn't the same amount of angle as we're used to from Matt Harvey. So maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe a bit of loss of grip. We're on to the second battle here. But yeah, just straight away.
He's just gone off on his own.
I think it is. I think because the lack of angle, you're still facing that way, and then you've run out of corner.
The car was pretty much like in line with the corner as it went off. It wasn't over-rotated, it wasn't under-rotated, and you can tell by the lack of smoke on that run compared to the previous runs where he's through that corner, a lot more angle, a lot more smoke, and it keeps you on the track.
Especially in that first corner where things do start to tighten up, but now we're going to see Shea take the lead run. Matt Harvey following from behind. Can Matt do something special here? Shea takes the lead. Good weight transfer from Shea, holding up to the wall there. Matt Harvey right up on his door. He's going to be fighting hard this one, Matt. Diving in. Shea pulling up a great lead run here, giving Matt plenty of room as they transition through. Nice sweep. Matt early on the transition. Can he pull it through, entering through the smoke show into the horseshoe? Shea, big dirt drop as they come back around the last corner here. Matt trying his best. Shea pulling great angle around the last corner. And ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for these two drivers. What an insane battle this is in the L1 final from Shockworks.
This final is giving us everything we've ever wanted in a final. It's twists and turns and ups and downs, and I don't even know what's going to happen next.
Well, it's a real Shea versus Goliath type operation.
Shaved.
As we see, nice, and again, sort of that refined driving style we're used to from Shea Russell, but he's just added a bit more pizzazz. Matt Harvey doing everything he can in the chase there because he knows he's got to come out swinging, and wowee.
Yeah, I wonder if Harvey maybe was running out of tyres or something like that, because the grip levels didn't seem like they were just on like they were in previous battles. So,
and you can kind of even tell in the chase there, he's not actually driving up on Shea's door, which we would see 9 times out of 10. So yeah, I mean, look at that tyre on the ground there, boys. That is Cooked.
Absolutely cooked. And with this layout, it's very heavy on the left-hand tyre. So it's the first one to go. It's the first one to go bald. It's the first one to have wire poking out. So that's exactly what it looks like it's happened there.
But see, the thing at this point, though, Mez has been bold all weekend, calling people out. We saw Troy Lipczynski still manage to pull through a run with no tyres. Mez, we bold enough to see Matt on that? We're happy he's swapping the rear tyres out?
Oh, well, I mean, it's part of the final battle. That's why they set up the hot pit. So, yeah, get the boys some grip. Let them rip. That's what
it.
I say.
And that's what's going to bring the good vibes for all of the spectators here. Thank you again to everyone who's made it down for the Dory Wheels Drifting SA State Series Round 1. Make some noise for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Here.
Is Shay changing wheels as well? I can't see.
It doesn't look.
I don't think he is. I think he's just happy to go, you know what, I'm ready.
Well, Shay's, a bit from the grassroots side, it kind of appears, Like, I don't know his story. I'm just making up some commentator stuff, but I feel like I vibed it.
Yeah.
And what's more grassroots than, hey, I actually don't need to change tyres. I'm still good to go.
That's it. I can still see lines on them. They're going.
Whereas look at Matt Harvey, just like, brother, you need tyres when you're pairing this weapon. All right, this is going to be great. We do have another battle here, and wow, you would sort of lean towards it is in Shay's favour. Again, we're not judges, we don't know.
No, and especially with that tyre change, that's going to give Matt Harvey that rear grip that he needs, pulling through into the lead run. Once again, Shay in the Nissan A31 Cephii is going to be following up his rear. Matt Harvey going full send. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see it go. Massive entry from Matt Harvey and the Cephii from Shay's lost it. He was trying his best to be sitting in front of Matt Harvey out of the smoke show again, but he just dived straight out into the dirt.
Should have changed tyres.
Yeah, well, just looking at that, Harvey it was like a mid-track entry. I think Shay expected him to be further out than he really was. So Shay was doing the same thing over and over and over again, but Harvey wasn't he wasn't at the end of the track where he was in the middle, and it caught Shay out.
Are you suggesting some gamesmanship?
No, I'm suggesting it's brand new tyres and they're just not warmed up enough.
And you can see even there with Shay, unfortunately, it looks like he is bogged in the deep stuff. We'll send the recovery out for him. That is not what we want to be seeing, sadly, but yeah, definitely a lot more rear grip that time around from Matt Harvey. So having that ability to swap those rear tyres may have been the deciding factor here in this battle. Shockworks L1 final. We see in the replay, Matt Harvey, you knew he was going to bring it. He gave it the beams and he gave a great weight transfer. Shay right up to his door, but he had to back out. Oh, you can see from the drone footage, he was right there. He's right there. But he had to back out right at last second.
Look, I don't know anything. I'm not a judge, and I love both of these people, but I don't know. It kind of looked like Matt slowed up ever so slightly there, and maybe that, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. I mean, when you're throwing a car into a corner at 160, 170 k's an hour, you're never going to hit the same spot over and over and over again. So we just dare hope that hopefully he's just bogged. I hope nothing's broken. I hope we can pull this out and keep going. Maybe borrow a car. I don't know what's going to happen, but what we can do is hope and pray that we get to watch more drifting.
Yeah.
Either way, Mez, I think we'll be locking the doors and protecting you on the way out if you're going to...
Mate, I've been speaking my truth for 20 years in drifting, and no one's come at me yet because it's the truth. No, I'm joking. But
we'll see here. We are pulling that Cephii out from the deep stuff. Massive shout out again from our volunteers as we watch on the live stream the replay once more.
So just here, this moment right there, see there? That is kind of what I'm alluding to. I don't know. I'll leave it up to the judges, but I just wanted to point that out to all the players at home and the people in the commentary booth.
That's it. And the people who are on the ground right now who are questioning everything that we're saying have no idea what we're talking about. We're watching it on the live stream. We can see maybe there was a slight pull up there from that, which caused the Cephii of Shay to, bring himself just that little bit too close. Bit of mind games in the L1 final here by Shockworks.
Well, I mean, look, when you do get to the top end of drifting, some people like to, again, this isn't saying anything about these drivers here. I'm just talking in generalities. But some drivers are pretty crafty in what they can do, and it's sort of all within the gamesmanship. It's just the equivalent of going grip racing. you're in the corner, you're trying to stop someone from overtaking you, there's some moves you can pull. There's, so...
Then we have the rules around,
we have
moving
the
under
rules.
braking.
And then we have us, mere commentators, who have absolutely no control over this, and half the time, no idea. So
most of the time for me.
Yeah.
Just here for the vibes.
Exactly. So we're having a good time here. We're trying to figure out how to get Shay off track and what's happening and what's going on there.
We've still got his helmet on, so I'm hoping that he's okay. Aaron's giving him the thumbs up. So, and he is turning the other way, and he is going back to the start line, hopefully. So hopefully he's okay. He's going to probably give the car a bit of a shake, a bit of left to right, make sure everything's sick. The hands are out the window. Hopefully we get to see another battle.
And ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are here, give him a round of applause. He's still kicking. He's fighting to see another day. Let's see if Shay can pull it round and see if he can, round out this battle against Matt Harvey, who's been sitting there waiting in anticipation with those freshies on the rear. Let's see what that can bring for these two drivers.
And it, it's a good sign that he's driving back. All right, as we watch this replay once again, big angle from Matt, and then just a slight little hello, and then back on. So, yeah.
That's a really hard one to
pick.
pick.
Hard one, yeah. It is real hard, and honestly, there's only a certain amount of people that can put a car on the same track, same part of the track, lap after lap after lap after lap. I know I couldn't. So.
And in the chase position as well, when you've got that anticipation, when you're trying to think, okay, what's this car in front of me going to be doing? Even just like 5 k's an hour, which in these sort of speeds, in these sort of conditions, is nothing. Even just that tiniest little bit of difference in speed, which could be the slightest dab on the brakes, it could be slightly letting off the throttle, slight pull on the handbrake, and that can send your chase driver up into your front door if you're not careful. So, yeah.
Just off into the dirt, either one.
Yeah.
Anywho, we can keep watching that, and
we are getting some best of the rest cars out, waiting. Hopefully, so after this battle, there will be some time to do some more track time before the presentations if anyone is keen.
Okay, there we go. And Shay Russell did end up with a debeaded front tyre there. So they're trying to put another tyre on. It's probably not going to be what he's used to. Normally drifters run semi-slicks on the front. It's definitely going to be a radial on the front. So a real do whatever it takes to get back out there for Shay Russell, but the team working on that. And I just think we've got some best of the rest. Just a little fill-in time while we get Shay sorted, and then we'll get straight into the action of this final battle. Just going to take a little break here while we watch the guys go around, the guys and girls, sorry, and we'll be back. Okay, get yourself fired up, ladies and gentlemen. Shay has made his way to the start line. We need a Matt Harvey there next to him because for some reason his car's turned into Damo's Falcon. I don't think Matt Harvey would like to steer that. I think he'd like to steer his own Sylvia. But yeah, geez, a few storylines at play here, Callum.
It's the the quintessential Aussie move here of, oh, mate, my car's buggered. Get Damo's car for me. As they make way here for Matt Harvey, who's sliding down alongside him here. We're going to do a bit of a synchronized dancing routine here to work out, okay, who's in the lead, who's in the follow, and are we ready?
And look at the different
gentlemen.
angles there, starting out there. Matt Harvey's pointing at something. Oh, he's putting his gloves on. That might help. And away they go. Straight into it, ladies and gentlemen. We're continuing this L1 KSAP Worldwide Best of the Rest. That's that one. Wrong graphic.
Shockworks.
Shockworks. That's who I'm looking for. And here we go. Shea Russell up nice against the wall. Matt Harvey tucks right on in. Shea a little bit out there and slowly gets deep. He's there, but Matt is right on his door knocking. But Shea's got that consistent line down pat. A real neat operator behind the wheel.
How good is this? Matt diving as close as he possibly can. We see on the live stream aerial footage, Matt being bumper to bumper, door to door this whole way through. Shea giving a fantastic lead run here. Well done indeed from Shea. Given the conditions, given the tyre issues, well done from both these guys. And Matt with a bit of a celebratory whip around the bowl here as we jump to the instant replay, Mez.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So you can see Shea gets it started nicely, a little bit on the handbrake there, a little bit away from the wall, but this has all been pretty consistent with his line. He's trying to push that Safira with everything it's got. Matt Harvey just doing standard Matt Harvey things right in there, in the pocket, starts to power up here. Shea gets nice and deep on this clipping zone, and then boom, there goes Matt on the attack. And yeah, to be honest, just a nice sort of simple run, nothing out the gate, nothing too wild, and look, I don't know where the judges are at. I've lost track. I don't know who needs to pull something out to win here, but
this is it, and especially after the mishap, the questioning of that last run, who was doing what in that last run, we don't really know.
Yeah,
we'll leave it to the judges to decide on that, but look, that last run there, nice and consistent. We've seen some wild antics throughout the day, and that was just a nice, solid run from both these boys.
yeah, that's exactly it. We don't know which way they're swinging, who they're blaming, and what they're thinking, but that's why we're up here talking.
That's it. We're over on this side of the room. They're over on that side of the room, and the joys of noise-cancelling headphones. We have no idea what's going on other than to say that we've got our best of the rest who are lining up outside there. So depending on, what the judges are feeling and thinking, we may let these guys go. Let's see what we do.
The word is in, Callum. The
Here we
word is
are.
in. We have a result.
Whoosh.
Geez, it's day one up here. They said, don't say the result. Mate, I've been commentating for 15 years, watching drifting for 20. Oh, here's the winner. No. All right, we're going to meet out front. We're going to do a podium presentation.
And we're going to send our best of the rest drivers out as Davo leads the way in the Falcon. Away we go. We'll take a break in the commentary booth and let you enjoy the sweet, sultry sounds of V8s, V6s, inline 4s, boxes, all that good stuff. Some good turbo flutter, supercharged action here. The Dory Wheels Drifting SA round one. Best of the rest. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
All right, check what? No, Renee, over this way, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what an absolute treat of a day. Let's get a round of applause going, not only for our drivers, but also our staff and volunteers and yourselves. Staying in the sun, cheering everyone on. It's a beautiful thing. All right, let's not dawdle. Let's get straight into it. We have the best of the rest. We've got some money to give away. This is brought to you by KSAP Worldwide. And our winners are receiving $150 each. And if they're a DSA member, they get a free membership. If a DSA member, otherwise, that is the terriblest English ever. I would probably state the thing you want to state first instead of cancelling everything else out around it. Anywho, it doesn't matter, everyone. Your winners, the best of the rest, it's Team Hunter. We've got David Hunter all the way from New Zealand and the young gun Hunter Carey all the way from Victoria. They absolutely killed it in the best of the rest session, so well deserved. Make some noise. We'll get in here. We'll interview the fellas. It's a Hunter romance. Let's go with David Hunter first, mate, all the way from New Zealand. You've been enjoying your time. We finally got the car working for you. Have you enjoyed yourself?
I'm not even going to use the car as an excuse. It's just more the driver and just getting comfy with it. But this track is, I underestimated it so much. The grip, the driving quality, the aggression. Like, you guys are actually peddlers, bro. Like, the finals, the semis, bro, everything, the whole day was mean. So I'm really appreciative for Renee and Stewie for getting me here. So all you guys are lovely, very welcoming. Feels like a bit of a family here. So yeah, no, it's beautiful. I love this place. Thank you.
Make some noise. David Hunter all the way from New Zealand, best of the rest. And the young gun, Hunter Carey, mate, a bit of all sorts licorice mix out there. It was a bit of a mixed bag. I'm sure you weren't too stoked on it, but to take away the best of the rest alongside a fellow Hunter, pretty good, eh?
Yeah, pretty good. Definitely a highlight of my weekend. You know, I've been struggling battles just all weekend with car and my driving. I'm a bit hard on myself, but you know, I'm really proud of this. Thanks to all my sponsors, my mum, my dad, all my family, Blake, Jazz, just everyone, man. And Drifting SA putting this event on. It was so much fun.
Unreal. Make some noise. This is one to watch. Hunter Carey. All right. Let's talk L2. Let's go down this side. We're going to have to do a bit of walking. We didn't quite navigate this too well. We wanted the main prize there, but L2's down here. Okay, L2 brought to you by JTR Race Trailer in 4th place, scoring themselves a $100 tyre voucher from Scott's Tyres. It is Kane Nash. Didn't see that one coming. All right. Kane Nash. Mate, you stoked on life or what?
Yeah, I'm fucking stoked.
Unreal. We'll get the PR training onto that one. Mate, no, you're all good. We're all adults, yeah. Yeah, talk us through it. First comp and you're here up with the top 4. That's not a bad effort.
No, a lot of training on the sim. Sorry.
But you don't have a sim, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so that was serious?
Yeah.
All right, what are we talking, Assetto Corsa?
Of course.
All right, well, if you want more online training, check him out. Make some noise for our 4th place, Kane Nash. All right, in 3rd place, without further ado, scoring themselves $200 cash, it's Ricky Lee Lipshinsky. Ricky, absolutely shredding out there, and I had to tell David Hunter before, I was like, I don't think you've been driving for too long. How long have you been driving for?
So this is my 2nd year in competition, so just under 3 years.
2nd year in competition, and how many podiums are we talking?
This is my first, so it's really exciting.
Make some noise. Ricky Lee Lipshinsky, how good is that? First podium, 3rd place, well done. All right. How we do this is you announce the winner and then 2nd place. So without further ado, the JTR Race Trailer L2 winner for today is Daniel Ferguson. Daniel, mate, You absolutely steered this steed like it was a nimble Corolla, but this thing probably has about 3.5 ton more than a Corolla. What's the trick?
Just the alignment really, and just all the suspension setup. That's about it. Yeah, just drive the hell out of it.
I love that. Drive the hell out of it. Now, those wheel alignment specs, are they a secret or is it open knowledge?
Secret.
There we go. That's the competition spirit. And that is our winner, ladies and gentlemen, of first place. Daniel Ferguson, make some noise, which means in second place, Jock Manser. Jock, you had the Goon Garage squad cheering you on. Do you have some secret wheel alignment sauce?
I'll leave that all up to Goon.
There we go. He leaves it in steady hands. Mate, an absolute weapon of a day. Any standout driving or all of it was grouse?
It was a big learning curve, learning this new engine. I'd like to thank Harry Whitehead from Harold Built for making a fat exhaust and everything, and definitely Goon for putting in the work during the week. I nearly called it quits because I was sick as.
There we go. It's teamwork, make the dream work. That is your L2 podium, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. Now, do we let them spray the champagne or do we do L1? I feel like we'll do L1 first, you know? Just to build up the suspense. Maybe you guys can start sussing out how to open that and it'll be an experience. All right, into our L1 crew, brought to you by Shockworks. In fourth place, it is Bo Gagliardi. Bo, borrowing cars is your forte. How much sucking up do we have to do for the wife this week for letting you borrow the nimble steed?
Oh, well, look, before, she's pretty important, but I'd like to thank Jaden. Jaden gave me that 32. Man, that car's a handful to drive, so props for him because he drives that thing bloody well. But yeah, thanks for the wife for the lend of the car. She could have put the ball joint and the glow control on a bit better. That would be nice, but we'll carry on. But yeah, man, massive thank you to Jules Performance Engines. You know, this RB20 just took it all day. Real-time data monitoring. They jumped on last minute with their dash and stuff. So, man, 4 years since I've been competing. So, yeah, it's good to be back up here. Good bunch of drivers, good bunch of guys, and good commentary.
Oh, there we go. He knows how to talk the talk. Good stuff. Make some noise. Fourth place, Bo Gagliardi. And third place, scoring himself $500 cash, Tate Lindstrom, ladies and gentlemen. Tate, fancy seeing you here, mate. Now, you won yesterday, you've podiumed today. This hasn't been a bad haul of a weekend.
No, it's been a bloody good weekend, to be perfectly honest. Up here twice on the podium, a win yesterday, so stoked.
Yeah, can't complain with that. And some absolute real go-getter driving. Do you feel the level increased today?
Yeah, it did, and I don't know if I decreased slightly or if everyone got better, but yeah, the pressure was definitely on. I think everyone slept on it overnight and came back firing, so.
Sounds like a few people hit the sim. All right, make some noise. Third place, Tate Lindstrom. And wow, was this not a great series of final battles, ladies and gentlemen? This was something to write about home. A bit of David versus Goliath. A bit of Hollywood storyline. But your winner today is Matt Harvey. All right, Matt, you didn't get the result you wanted. Today, there's redemption. Does it feel sweet?
Yeah, it feels amazing. You know, we didn't really have to work on the car at all, just tyres and fuel, so it was so much easier today, actually. But no, Drifting SA put on an amazing event. We love coming here. I just want to thank BSC, Power Plus, Shockworks, Stewie Costal, Corporal for making the car look pretty. But yeah, no, it's been an amazing event. I'm glad to be back, and thanks for everyone coming out and enjoying the event. But hopefully, put on a show for you.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, you took on Shay Russell there. Now, Shay's been consistent all day, but you had to pull something out the bag there. Stuff was getting pretty tight. Oh, we've had pre-champagne.
He's first L1 competition, and he's putting me like, I'm driving 99%. He's been an amazing driver. You know, everyone's been stepping up over the years, so, you know, I don't know what's in the water here, but they're pretty bloody amazing drivers, so I definitely have to step my game up every time I come here.
Yeah, 100%. All right, make some noise. Matt Harvey, your L1, brought to you by Shockworks winner. And in second place, it is none other than the People's Champ, Shay Russell. We're getting pre-shaken up. Shay, you are having quite the day, brother. You said you listened to the stream, and you're like, I'm going to pick it up. Mate, you've picked it up all right. Second place isn't a bad effort.
Yeah, this is very surreal being up here, especially in L1. Yeah, I'm lost for words, honestly.
Yeah, dude, I can literally feel your stoke right now. You're looking over going, what am I doing here? This is a foreign place. I love it, mate. Just let the crowd know how long you've been driving.
I think about 7 years, and then I had a few years off comp to build my other car that I was in L2, and then this popped up, so got in this and started driving. First time in L1, and I'm somehow up here.
Mate, not a bad effort whatsoever. Make some noise for your second place, Shay Russell. All right, that's pretty much us, a run and done. Once again, big thank you to everyone, and of course, Renee, who has some lovely words she would love to say.
I'm that person. No, thank you all for coming. We do really appreciate that we're allowed to use this amazing track, but the driving for the last 2 days does do a lot of damage, so we would love if anyone who's willing to come and jump on a broom, rake, help us fill in dirt. It means that we'll be allowed back. So we do that straight after Podium, before you pack up your cars, before you go home. We've got beers for you, yes, and jump on a broom, and then we'll all go to the pub afterwards. But yeah, if you can do that, that would be great. And finally, I am the party pooper, no victory skids. So thank you all for coming, but please come back next round and put on another show. So thanks again, everyone. Drifting late, but we're not drifting late. We're just on the podium. The jockey who went for a final. Does anyone have a second bring